My son wanted his wife's lover to be his father, so I filed for divorce from my wife. My wife for a whole night at the candlelight dinner for our 5th wedding anniversary, but the news I received was a devastating one. My beloved wife was actually very close to her first love, George, and our twin sons in the mall. On the screen of my mobile phone, I saw many intimate photos of them taken by reporters, which made me feel heartbroken. She let George put his arms around her waist without any hesitation, as if the man was her husband. What hurt me the most was when I heard my youngest son Mark say to his wife, "Mom, I want Uncle George to be my dad. Is that okay?" Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 1, I Should Give Up This Marriage. My name is Ethan. Today is my 5th wedding anniversary with my wife Maria. I have carefully prepared a candlelight dinner and look forward to a romantic evening. However, what I received was a piece of news that completely broke me down. My wife and twin sons were actually shopping in the mall with their first love, George. What's worse is that reporters actually filmed this scene, which instantly became a hot topic. Overnight, I became the laughing stock of the whole city. I thought I could endure it all, but when I saw her being so close to George, my heart felt torn apart. My wife has never liked me to get close to her, but tonight, she actually let George put his arm around her waist without any hesitation. I felt a sharp pain in my heart and immediately called her, angry but helpless. "What are you doing?" However, Maria, on the other end of the phone, seemed unusually calm. She said disdainfully, "Don't be petty. George just came back. What if I take my son to see him?" Before I finished speaking, my youngest son Mark suddenly interrupted, "Dad, why are you such a downer? Uncle George is the best. I want to have a new dad too." This made my heart sink instantly. My phone almost fell to the ground and the screen shattered. I smiled bitterly. My body felt weak as if it had been drained out. I leaned back in my chair, staring blankly at the candlelight dinner on the table in front of me, feeling extremely depressed. My marriage to Maria was a business marriage from the beginning, but as time went on, I fell in love with her unknowingly. Although she occasionally kept in touch with George and even went abroad for Christmas, I tolerated it. But I always believed that there should be at least respect and loyalty in marriage, not like now, where even basic trust is gone. I wanted to call Maria to save this crumbling marriage, but first I saw a video from George. The scene in the video surprised me. It turned out that they were participating in a couple's event doing the so-called hot kiss challenge. The host asked excitedly, "Is there any brave couple who wants to come and try the ice cream for free?" This sounds simple, but it is full of deep meaning. George looked at Maria with a provocative look in his eyes. He raised the corners of his lips and asked with a smile, "Free ones are the best. Do you want to try it?" Maria blushed and hesitated for a moment, but Mark's next to her couldn't wait to push her. "Mom, kiss quickly. The ice cream is delicious." With a gentle push, her body fell directly into George's arms, and the next second, they kissed without hesitation. At that moment, the anger and pain in my heart surged like a tide and almost suffocated me. Sam hurriedly spoke up to stop her. "Mom, it's just ice cream. We don't need it." But the youngest son stood aside and said, "Brother, this is called romance. You don't understand." Maria did not stop but kissed George passionately for a minute amid the cheers of the people around her. After the kiss, her face was flushed. Mark cheered and got the ice cream, saying happily, "Uncle George, you are great." George touched his head gently. "As long as you are happy." However, Mark's words chilled my heart. "I think Uncle George is better than my father." The moment the video ended, my heart seemed to be completely drowned in cold water. A sour feeling spread from my heart, and I suddenly realized that all my efforts in the past few years might have become a joke. I tried my best to maintain this marriage, but I could never warm Maria's heart. Moreover, now even my son is gradually alienated from me under her influence. The child I raised with great effort was actually closer to a man who had just returned to China than to me. At this moment, I suddenly didn't know why I was still insisting on this marriage. A deep sense of exhaustion swept over me. Perhaps it was time to let go. In fact, 3 years ago, when Maria and George resumed contact, she had filed for a divorce. But at that time, our child was only 1 year old, and I didn't want them to grow up in a single-parent family. More importantly, at that time, I had already developed real feelings for Maria. Although I knew she didn't love me, I hid my feelings and only thought about the child. I refused to agree to a divorce because the child was still young and couldn't live without a mother. To appease her, I also gave Maria 10% of the Jiang family's shares and she agreed to temporarily give up the idea of divorce. Chapter 2. I am an outsider from beginning to end. In the past few years, she never mentioned divorce again, and I thought we could live peacefully like this forever. However, the slap in the face came so quickly that I was completely unprepared. Looking back over the years, I felt so stupid and like an ignorant puppet after giving so much to my family. Maria's indifference made me realize that she no longer cared. I couldn't suppress the bitterness in my heart, and I laughed bitterly. I felt a sense of powerlessness coming over me. I had to make a decision. I was going to the study to draft a divorce agreement. As I was walking toward the desk, I suddenly had a severe headache. Before I could react, I fell to the side uncontrollably and completely lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I found myself still lying on the ground. When I fell just now, my arm hit the ground hard, and the pain came from my bones, a dull pain. I held my forehead, sat up, and stared at the screen of my phone. I had been lying on the ground for more than 3 hours. A terrible thought flashed through my mind. If I don't wake up, will I die here without even a sound? I took out the painkillers from my bag, took them, and recovered. Just when I thought everything seemed to be back to normal, suddenly, I heard George and Marks talking outside the door. "Uncle George, remember to take me to the park to fly a kite on the weekend." Mark's voice was childish and full of expectation. George's laughter was gentle and doting. "Don't worry, I won't lie to you. But I have to see if your father agrees." Marks looked cunning. "Don't worry, if Dad doesn't agree, I will say that Mom wants to go see Grandpa and go back with Mom to visit him." Just like I lied to Dad this morning, saying that Mom wanted to spend the wedding anniversary at home and forced him to stay at home to cook for us. I froze, my eyes widened in disbelief. This morning, Marks rarely approached me like this. He suddenly took my hand, his eyes soft. "Dad, I want to eat the braised pork and sweet and sour spare ribs you made." I was a little stunned at the time, because he almost never acted like this. I couldn't help but feel happy, thinking that I could finally play with him this time. I agreed to take them out, but seeing his disappointed look, I didn't have the courage to refuse. At this moment, Maria suddenly said, "Since Marks wants to eat your cooking, let's spend our wedding anniversary at home. I haven't eaten your cooking for a long time. Why don't you cook a few of your signature dishes, and we can celebrate together? Then, I'll take the kids out to order a cake. How about that?" she suggested gently. She took the initiative, and I was so happy that I didn't think much about it. "No problem, just order a cake." "Okay, then hurry up and cook." Although I had some doubts in my mind as to why she took her children out to order a cake, these questions were swept away by my joy. I was busy in the kitchen preparing a table of dishes. I even accidentally cut my finger while cutting vegetables. After emergency treatment, I continued to work. I devoted myself to finishing everything as soon as possible in order not to waste time. However, when everything was ready and waiting for them to return home, they found out that it was all an elaborate lie. Their purpose was not to celebrate the anniversary, but to keep me at home so that they could go out freely and have fun with George. I looked down at my fingers wrapped in Band-Aids and smiled bitterly. It turned out that in their eyes, I was always just an outsider. In order to get rid of me, Maria and George carefully arranged all this, and I was completely unaware. George's praise for Marks clearly reached my ears. Marks is really smart. He already knows how to fight for the life he wants. Sam couldn't help but retort after hearing this. "No, you are lying. My dad said that children can't lie." I sighed softly, feeling somewhat comforted. At least Sam understood some truth and was willing to speak for me. "Marks, you have already lied to Dad once today. You can't lie again. Dad will be angry if he finds out," I whispered. Although Sam is always obedient and is my dearest child, his words filled me with mixed emotions. George continued to brainwash the two children. "You are out playing with your mother, not alone. How can it be considered a lie?" Her tone was full of doting. "Your father is too strict. Children of your age should go out and play more. Running and jumping is healthy." Maria did not refute, but said with some emotion, You dote on them too much. I wish Ethan loved his children like you do. That way Marks wouldn't keep talking about wanting to go out and play every day." Her tone was full of helplessness. When I heard these words, my heart ached, and I felt a numbness I had never felt before. So, in Maria's eyes, I was just an old-fashioned, rigid person who didn't know how to adapt. I was suddenly filled with grievances and resentment, but I had no reason to refute. I always hope that children can finish their homework before playing, so that they can have more fun. My educational method is to combine work and rest. I don't want them to only know how to play and not know how to work hard. But why? Such efforts are exchanged for such cold eyes and blame. Whenever Marx was unwilling to study, I would patiently persuade him. If he was determined to be disgusted, I would not force him. But he never understood my painstaking efforts. Perhaps it was really time to let go. There was no point in forcing him. However, at least Sam still had me as his father in his heart, which gave me a little comfort. Just as I was immersed in my thoughts, I suddenly heard Maria say, "To George, you've been with us all day, and it's getting late now, so stay at home tonight." When I heard this, I suddenly felt a strong sense of dissatisfaction. I am still the master of this house. How come it is George's turn to live here? I stood up, walked out of the study, walked to the living room, looked at everyone, and said coldly, "He can't stay." As soon as I finished speaking, several eyes were immediately cast at me. Maria's eyes flashed with surprise. "You're still home? It's so late. Why haven't you slept yet?" I sneered. "What else? Isn't this what you want?" I turned my gaze to George, my heart full of disdain. "Besides, you guys are all awake. How can I go to bed early?" Maria was stunned. Then her eyes flashed, and she began to pretend to be ignorant. "I don't know what you're talking about, but it's late." Before she finished speaking, I interrupted her. "Uncle Wong, please show him off. If Mr. Lin's home is too far away, we can arrange a hotel for him. My wife and I have something to talk about. It's not appropriate for Mr. Lin to stay." Uncle Wong nodded hurriedly and prepared to send George away. But Maria was obviously not happy. "Just say whatever you want to say. Ayu is not an outsider, so there is nothing inconvenient," she said with a little displeasure. Hearing this, I was a little dazed. Yes, George is not an outsider at all, but I am the outsider in this family. I no longer insisted, looked directly into Maria's eyes, and said, "I want to talk to you about divorce." Maria was stunned. Her expression seemed to be unable to believe that I would file for divorce. I smiled coldly, but a bitter feeling welled up in my heart. Did she really think I could continue to endure it? For me, this marriage is no longer a bond of love, but an endless torture. The two children also stood aside, looking at each other, as if they couldn't understand what was happening. The children's gazes made me feel complicated, with guilt and helplessness intertwined. George's eyes flashed with displeasure. He was always good at showing concern, and he immediately said, "Mr. Jiang, shouldn't we be more cautious about the divorce? Especially in front of the children." His tone sounded gentle, but it was sharp. Such a conversation will only cause unnecessary psychological burden on the child. He looked down at the two children beside him, his tone revealing an inexplicable concern. "How about this? I'll take them out to stay for a night, and then send them back after you guys have finished talking." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to take the children away. I immediately stepped forward, blocked his way, and said in a cold tone, "This is my family matter. The children are mine. It is not your turn to make decisions. If you really care about them, you should let them go." George's proposal made me angry. After all, I was the only one who took care of and accompanied the children over the years. Maria was busy managing the Liu group and had almost no time to accompany them. As the second son of the Jiang family group, I work from home most of the time, so this responsibility has long fallen on my shoulders. George tried to put pressure on me, but how could he understand the efforts I made for these two children? My feelings for them were not something that could be easily shaken by an outsider. Maria noticed my strong attitude and seemed a little dissatisfied. She pulled me aside and warned me in a low voice. "The children are still here. How can you say such things in front of them?" The severity in her tone left me speechless for a moment, but my heart became more determined. When has she ever cared about these things? She took her children out with her first love on our wedding anniversary today. What else do I have to worry about? I couldn't help but sneer and said sarcastically, "What's wrong with that? Divorce early and let you and your first love be together. Shouldn't you be happy?" This sentence seemed to be thrown into her heart, stirring up ripples. Her brows tightened, and there was a hint of confusion in her eyes, as if she also began to doubt the me she once knew. She didn't say anything else, just looked at me quietly, with a look in her eyes that seemed to reveal a hint of strangeness. Maybe she had begun to feel that I had changed. After all, I had never spoken to her like that. Her silence made me feel uneasy, and I began to wonder if she really agreed to my divorce. However, whether she agrees or not, I have already made my decision. I can no longer endure this distorted marriage life. I can't live in such an unhappy family forever. My only choice is divorce. Now that it has come to this, there is no point in regretting or hesitating. George saw Maria's expression change and immediately jumped out to speak for her with a self-righteous moral high ground. Mr. Jiang, your words are too hurtful, you know? He paused and continued in a lecturing tone. You don't understand Maria at all, and you don't know how to respect your wife. Seeing George's sanctimonious look, I felt disgusted. This man is not worth my time arguing with him. Whenever I think of the intimacy between him and Maria, I think of his disgusting and scheming video. It's ironic that he dared to threaten me with these things, and now he's giving me a moral lesson. I sneered and responded disdainfully. I don't understand. You understand? If you understand, you won't interfere in other people's marriages here. You can't even do the most basic morals. Stop pretending here. My words pierced George's heart like needles, leaving him speechless and his face turned livid. At this time, Mark suddenly came out and stood in front of George, frowning and looking at me with dissatisfaction. Dad, why are you so fierce? His voice was cold but firm. Uncle George is very good. You can't treat him like this. I was stunned for a moment. I never expected Marks to stand up to defend George. This usually silent and indifferent child actually stood against me for an outsider. His reaction gave me a chill, as if I had been doused with cold water. I used to hold him in my arms, care for him, and accompany him. However, as time went by, he seemed to become more and more distant, and even began to distance himself from me. I smiled bitterly, feeling a burst of self-mockery in my heart. All the efforts I had made seemed to become insignificant at this moment. The child I had spent all my energy to accompany ended up standing on the side of an outsider. I nodded, but I felt a little unwilling. Okay, I won't be mean to him. I'll just have someone kick him out. In the past, no matter how Marks made a fuss, I always went along with him, but at this moment he had never seen me so determined. The child was stunned, not knowing how to react. His look was a little puzzled, but it made me more determined in my decision. I didn't look at him again, but picked up the phone and dialed the security room number, take George away. I had already decided that this time, I would not let anyone interfere with my life. For today's family dinner, I specially let the servants rest, but it turned out to be a big mistake. George did not wait for the security guards to arrive. Seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately left on his own. Marks watched George leave. His face darkened. He turned around and yelled at me. It's all your fault. You made Uncle George angry and leave. There was a lot of dissatisfaction in his voice, as if I was the destroyer. Sam immediately covered his mouth with his hand. Dad is angry now. Don't say anything. But Marks was unwilling. He shook off Sam's hand and stood alone angrily. At this time, Sam raised his head with tears in his eyes. Dad, I don't want to leave you. Can you please not divorce Mom? His tone was full of pleading and reluctance. Seeing the child like this, my heart couldn't help but ache. But I knew that it was impossible to agree to him, and I couldn't let this unhappy marriage continue. Just as I hesitated, Maria finally spoke, her tone accusing. What do you mean by divorce? Look at what you have done. What will the children think? She accused me of not caring about the children's feelings, but I had given up listening to her. My decision had been made, and I knew that Maria would never feel she was wrong. I was silent for a while, and finally said, we signed a prenuptial agreement before, so we don't have to worry about the division of property. As for the children, I turned my eyes to Sam. Sam is mine. Marks is yours, as long as I can visit him twice a month. As soon as the words came out, Marks immediately showed obvious panic. He said anxiously, as long as you don't force me to study and give me time to play games, I will still recognize you as my father. His tone was a bit condescending, as if he was making a huge concession. I couldn't help but feel bitter. Mark's arrogance was completely inherited from Maria, which made me feel annoyed. I couldn't help but sigh, blaming myself for spoiling him too much, which made him think that I would always tolerate everything about him. Sam stood aside, his eyes full of anxiety and uneasiness. He looked at me and hesitated to speak. My heart ached. Seeing him like this, I knew I couldn't go on. I walked up to him and gently ruffled his hair. It's late. Dad will take you to take a bath and go to bed. I paused, my eyes gentle. Don't worry about the divorce. Hearing my gentle tone, Sam finally couldn't hold back his tears. He threw himself into my arms and cried, Dad, can we not get a divorce? I don't want our family to be separated. His sobbing was like a heavy hammer, hitting my heart hard. I hugged him. My heart was full of pain, but I still couldn't give an answer. Marks yawned loudly, looked at me and said, Brother, don't cry. Dad won't divorce you this way. Go to bed quickly. I'm so sleepy. His tone was as relaxed as a little adult, and he was completely unaware of the pressure on my heart. Seeing his confused look, my mood eased a little, but it was still heavy. Nothing is over tonight. I know the real challenge has just begun. In the absence of the servants, I bathed the two children myself. Little Sam held my hand and refused to let go, as if he was afraid that I would leave him as soon as I turned around. His big eyes were full of helplessness, as if he wanted to get some kind of comfort from me, but he didn't dare to speak directly. Seeing him like this, my heart ached. Go to sleep. Daddy is here and will not abandon you. I comforted him softly, feeling the warmth of his little hands, as if he was holding all my hopes. Sam finally smiled a comforting smile and closed his eyes. Soon, both children fell asleep, and only the quiet breathing was left in the room. Seeing their calm appearance, I quietly walked out of the room, but unexpectedly ran into Maria, who had just finished washing up. She stood at the door, her eyes complicated and seemed a little anxious. I didn't stop, but walked straight past her and went to the guest room. We have come to this point. There is no need for us to sleep in the same bed. Facing her face that I no longer recognize, I just feel sick. Ethan, her voice suddenly sounded, stopping me in my tracks. I stopped and turned around to see her standing in front of me, her brows furrowed and her expression somewhat painful. You've been making a fuss all night. Isn't that enough? I really don't know what you're making a fuss about. She said it lightly, as if she didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. If you want to go out and play, I can arrange a vacation time later. Our family of 4 will go out for 3 days, and you can decide the location. Her tone was like she was proposing a trip, not facing the breakdown of her marriage. Just think of it as making up for this anniversary. Is that okay? She never lowered her head. Even when facing her mistakes, she was still high and mighty, as if I should be grateful for her tolerance. I listened to her words and sneered in my heart. She didn't understand my real anger at all, and the so-called make-up was just a way for her to comfort herself. Her cheating and lying to me were what I really cared about, but she thought I would be satisfied just for a trip. Not want to waste any more time, I took out my phone and clicked on the trending search. Hashtag LouCEO and husband kissing passionately on the street hashtag was still at the top of the list. The video is being widely shared and netizens are talking about it. Although they all think that this passionate kiss is romantic, the truth is that only I know that the person is not me at all. Without any hesitation, I showed her the video and asked coldly, "What else do you have to say about kissing another man passionately on the street for 1 minute?" At that moment, I could almost hear the sound of my heart breaking. Anger and disappointment all surged into my heart. Looking back, when Maria was giving birth in the hospital, the media had photographed our backs, and the outside world once speculated whether we were married. But at that time, she blocked all the hot searches and handled it cleanly, not letting anyone know about our relationship. Now, facing George S. matter, she has no shame at all, but treats me with an indifferent attitude. She watched the video, and her expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and returned the phone to me calmly. The media loves to make up stories. Don't worry about them. After a while, no one will pay attention to them anymore. There was no apology in her eyes. Instead, she seemed to be comforting me. No matter what they say, it will not affect your position, Mr. Liu. My heart felt like it was being squeezed hard, anger and heartache intertwined. When she was photographed, she wanted to throw me away, fearing that our marriage would be known to the outside world. Now, her relationship with George is not open to the public, but she is not in a hurry to remove the trending search, and even allows it to ferment, as if she has never done anything wrong. I laughed suddenly, somewhat at myself, and almost laughed to the point of tears. I put away my phone with a cold smile, and a chill rose in my heart. No need. I am willing to give up Mr. Liu's position to George. This sentence was like a stone thrown into the lake, causing ripples. Maria's face changed immediately, and she frowned, obviously not expecting me to be so decisive. She frowned impatiently, with a hint of annoyance at the corners of her mouth. Ethan, what are you going to do? I've said it many times. No one can shake your position as Mr. Liu. Her tone was full of disdain and contempt, as if I was just a chess piece in her life that could be discarded at any time. I stared at her coldly and slowly approached her, with an irrepressible emotion in my heart. No need. Now I don't want Mr. Liu's position. My voice became colder and colder, and my inner determination became firmer. I stopped, took a few steps to face her, and raised a sarcastic smile. Divorce me, so you can be single again, and the outside world doesn't know that your first husband is me. George openly now. My tone was cold, like the icy breath coming out from the abyss. I'm fulfilling your regret for so many years. Shouldn't you thank me? I raised my eyebrows and smiled, even more harshly. The pain and anger in my heart made it impossible for me to remain gentle. But even so, I still tried to hide my inner turmoil. Ethan is not a man who can't leave his home. Maria was finally irritated by my attitude. She reached out and pushed me, almost exploding with anger. Ethan, if you continue like this, there will be no turning back. Her voice was full of threats, as if I didn't obey her, I would suffer worse consequences. While I still have patience, you'd better take this step and I will pretend nothing happened. There was a hint of warning in her words, as if this storm could be turned around at any time and she would still be the high and mighty Maria. As I listened to her words, I suddenly smiled with cold eyes. Aren't we getting a divorce now? Do you think I will regret it? After saying that, I almost gritted my teeth and said, Maria, what I want is a divorce. This simple promise has crushed all my patience, and it is also a declaration of my firm determination. Maria's face instantly turned red, and she was obviously irritated by me. She glared at me, turned around, and slammed the door, as if she wanted to express her anger in this way. The sound of the door closing was particularly harsh in the quiet night, as if it was the last farewell to this marriage. I stood there for a long time without moving until I calmed down a little, then I went back to the guest room. 5 years of marriage is not something that can be let go, but I know that only by ending it all can I start over. I took a shower, but my heart was like struggling in a quagmire, and I couldn't let go for a long time. Before going to bed, I picked up my phone as usual, but found that all the topics on the hot search had been removed. I was stunned. Maria's reaction was faster than I thought. She decisively spent money to remove the trending search. Although the problem seemed to be solved on the surface, the disappointment in my heart was getting deeper and deeper. She removed the trending search, clearly showing that she didn't want to face anything. She never denied the rumors, but instead acknowledged her relationship with George in disguise. The internet may forget, but people's hearts will not. Netizens have already regarded George as her legal husband, but she has no explanation and is unwilling to face it. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. This matter has nothing to do with me anymore. Maria's withdrawal from the trending search was just a trick of hers, but it made George even more popular. Everyone knew about their relationship. After all, George was Maria's first love. The two had been together since their school days and were about to get married. But when George got the opportunity to develop in Hollywood, he chose his career, but Maria was unwilling to wait for him and even married me to get rid of this relationship. A marriage for responsibility and family eventually became the beginning of all this. I came to my senses and continued to browse the posts about George online. Several paparazzi accounts exposed videos of him and Maria having dinner together. Although the shooting angle was a bit far, the intimate behavior of the two was almost exposed. They even fed each other as if they were a loving couple. Maria had never done such a thing to me. I suddenly realized that my position in her heart might have been insignificant. The comments below were also extremely intense. Some people even began to speculate that George and Maria had been secretly married for many years. Isn't this a secret marriage with a child? George was in the rising stage of his career and could not reveal his identity. It just happened to be revealed now, which also proves that he has made it to where he is today by himself. Someone even joked, isn't this a double strength? It's even more exciting than a TV series. I decided to buy it first. The power of netizens is truly terrifying. In less than a day, they dug out intimate photos of George and Maria from their college days, further confirming their happy relationship. I watched coldly, feeling bitter in my heart, and, as if I was being suffocated by an invisible stone, I no longer had the interest to continue scrolling, as this kind of self-torture made me feel even more depressed. I dropped my phone, pulled up the quilt, and fell asleep. However, I was still restless and tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. When daybreak came, I was still awake and felt even more exhausted. I lay in bed, listening to Maria and the two children eating outside. I slowly got up when the children were about to go to school. After leaving the room, I said to Uncle Wong, "You should take the children to school today. I have some things to do." Uncle Wong and the two children were stunned. After a long while, Uncle Wong replied awkwardly, "Okay." Usually, no matter how busy I am, I always take care of my children by myself. I am used to handling everything because I always want to be a qualified father. But at this moment, I decided to shift my focus away from my children and back to myself. Now that I no longer have responsibilities, I feel like I can finally have some time for myself. I went back to the company to handle official business and didn't go home until dinner time. To my surprise, Maria went home earlier than me. When she saw me, she frowned and said with a hint of blame, "Where have you been all day? Don't you care about the children?" I calmly sat down to eat with them, only picking up food for Sam, and said in a cold tone, "I'm not a babysitter. Do I have to do these things? Can't you do it yourself?" Maria's face suddenly darkened. Sam gently pulled my sleeve and pleaded in a low voice, "Dad, don't quarrel with Mom." I stroked his head and said in a gentle tone, "Stop arguing and eat first." I had no intention of arguing with Maria. She was not worth my time at all. After dinner, I called her to the study and handed her the divorce agreement drafted by the lawyer. "Take a look at it. If there's no problem, sign it and find a time to get the divorce certificate." I looked at her reaction, and my heart was already as cold as stone. When she saw the words on the divorce agreement, her pupils trembled and her emotions instantly went out of control. Without saying a word, she tore the agreement into pieces and angrily threw them into the trash can. Our two families are closely connected, so we can't just divorce casually. Maria's voice was full of strong dissatisfaction. She obviously felt that my decision was too rash. "Ethan, can you use your brain before making a decision? If we suddenly divorce, how will the two elders explain it?" Facing her excitement, I seemed unusually calm, almost aloof. "It's nothing to worry about. I'll talk to the elders." I looked at her and continued calmly. "As for the marriage, you don't have to worry. Back then, it was your Liu family that needed the help of our Jiang family. This marriage is essentially a cooperation." Maria's face became uglier, but I remained calm. "And the Liu family has grown stronger in the past few years and no longer needs to rely on the Jiang family. What's more, divorce will not affect the cooperation between the two families. After all, in the business world, profit comes first, and I believe the elders in the family know this very well." I smiled slightly. "So the situation you're worried about does not exist? I will print another copy. You sign it quickly." Maria's face was extremely ugly, but I still sat at the desk and slowly reprinted a divorce agreement. My calmness and determination made her completely unable to hold back, and she finally understood that I was not losing my temper, but had made up my mind to divorce. She suddenly grabbed the mouse from my hand and looked at me with gritted teeth. "Do you really want a divorce?" Her eyes were full of anger. "Ethan, you have to think it over carefully. Once I agree, you will never regret it." I raised my head. My eyes were cold and firm, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Ethan, never regret anything I do." After that, I pressed the mouse without hesitation, and the sound of the printer starting to work drowned out her next words. Her face was gloomy, and she finally let go of my hand and sneered. "Okay, if you want a divorce so much, then I will grant your wish. Don't act like I can't live without you." She paused, and her tone became tougher. "But I don't agree with what you said yesterday. You should redraft the divorce agreement, and the custody of both children will belong to me." There was a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. "After all, you are going to find another woman. I'm afraid that if I have a stepmother, I will have a stepfather." As she spoke, her eyes swept over me, as if looking for the fluctuations in my emotions. "Sam has always been well-behaved and sensible, but I'm worried that he has been wronged by you and won't tell me. I won't abandon my child." Her tone was filled with dissatisfaction, as if she was the mother who really cared about the child. I couldn't help but smile bitterly, feeling mixed emotions. Usually, she always used work as an excuse and almost never spent time paying attention to the growth of the two children. If I hadn't done it myself, I'm afraid the children would have been raised by a nanny. Now, she has remembered her responsibility to educate her children. However, since we have come to this point, I don't want to make the atmosphere more awkward. Although I feel a little uncomfortable, I still decide to respond calmly. "You can rest assured that I have no plans to remarry in the short term." I paused. "Even if I get married in the future, I will not abuse my children. After all, blood is thicker than water." The topic paused slightly at this moment, and I couldn't help but remind her. On the contrary, George, the child is not his own. Even if he treats the child well now, he may not always be like this in the future. I looked at her, my tone unconsciously becoming a little provocative. "Men know men best. Few men can treat other people's children as their own. Moreover, George knew that you were married and had children, but he still chose to interfere in other people's marriages. How kind can you expect a man who doesn't even have the most basic morals to be?" As soon as I finished speaking, Maria immediately refuted me. "You don't know Au at all. What right do you have to speculate about him so maliciously?" Her tone was full of protection, as if George was really her savior. Even if everyone in the world changes, AU will definitely be the one who remains the same. I was stunned. I didn't expect Maria to trust George so unconditionally. Although I felt a little unwilling, I didn't say much. I just hoped that she would not be disappointed at the last moment. After all, if George really changed his mind one day, it would be my own son who would suffer. Maria was apparently unaware of my mixed emotions and continued to stand her ground. Maria supported George so much that I didn't want to say anything more. I said simply, in that case, let's do as we said before. I'll take one child each. I only want Sam. If you don't agree, then I can only take legal action. After saying that, I handed her the printed divorce agreement and a pen and asked her to sign. I was prepared and felt that she would definitely sign. After all, Maria and George's relationship was now well known. Once it went to court, it would definitely be exposed by the media. By that time, public opinion would be against her. She would become a cheater in the eyes of the public. George also went from being a sought-after idol to being a third party. The wisest thing for them to do was to quickly deal with the matter and sign the contract. Maria's hand tightly grasped the pen as if she wanted to crush it, and her face was full of anger. However, she finally signed her name on the agreement. After signing, she slammed the pen on the table, glared at me, and threatened, "Ethan, you will regret what you did today." I looked down at the signed agreement, and a smile rose unconsciously. I suddenly felt relieved. What price can I pay? For me, the biggest price is to get a divorce certificate. When Maria was about to slam the door and leave, I stopped her and said, "Do you have time tomorrow? Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. After all, the cool-off period for divorce will end soon, and the sooner you go, the sooner you can get the certificate." Maria responded angrily, "Are you really in such a hurry? If you are willing, see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." I said calmly that I'd already made up my mind that I must put an end to all this tomorrow. Maria, in the divorce agreement. It was not suitable for me to stay here any longer, so I packed up all my important belongings and moved them to a large flat in my name that night. Sam saw me packing my things, his eyes full of confusion. He came over and asked me in a crying voice, "Dad, are you really going to divorce Mom? What about me and my brother?" Since divorce is an inevitable fact, there's no need to hide it from them anymore. I touched Sam's head and comforted him. "You will live with me. Dad will take care of you. Don't worry. As for your brother, he likes George so much. He will definitely be happier to live with George in the future." March was standing at the door. He frowned when he heard what I said. "You just ignore me? I like Uncle George. Isn't it because he plays with me? What about you? You are an irresponsible father. I will go to Grandpa to complain." He was so angry that he put his hands on his hips. Normally, when I saw his expression like this, I would try to comfort him, but now I know I won't do that anymore. I looked at him coldly and said, "Then let Uncle George play with you. No one will take care of your homework anyway." March was choked and speechless. He was stunned for a moment, then roared, "You are a bad guy." He ran away after cursing. I didn't chase him, but asked Sam to get what he needed. Sam was reluctant. He still did it. He said he wanted to stay here for one last night, and I agreed. After all, it does take some time for children to adapt to the separation. Maria has agreed. I stood at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, watching everyone coming in and out. Some were smiling and happy, while others were worried and had complicated expressions. I didn't know what expression I would have when I came out, but I knew in my heart that no matter what, I would not regret it. At 10 o'clock, Maria came late. She was wearing a black business suit with delicate and capable makeup, as if she was going to attend an important meeting. "Let's go," she said coldly, without even looking at me. We walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau side by side, but kept a subtle distance. We used to walk side by side like this, but at that time our hands were always tightly held. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was the end of our 5-year marriage. The divorce process was surprisingly smooth, as if there were no obstacles at all. Maybe we were all ready, or maybe we were impatient to end it all. When the staff asked us if we needed to reconsider, Maria said without hesitation, "No, we have already thought it through." I just looked at her silently and said nothing. I knew she was angry, but I didn't want to dwell on these trivial matters anymore. The moment I received the divorce certificate, I felt an unprecedented sense of relief. 5 years of marriage was finally over. We walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The sunlight outside hurt our eyes. Maria stood on the steps and suddenly turned to me and said, "Ethan, do you really not regret it?" I stared at her and shook my head gently. No regrets, Maria. Maybe we should all move on. A trace of emotion flashed in her eyes that I couldn't interpret, but she quickly regained her composure. Well, in that case, if you have any questions in the future, just contact my assistant directly. After saying that, she turned and left, the footsteps of her high heels echoing on the stairs, gradually getting farther and farther away. I stood there, watching her disappear in the crowd. When I got home, Sam was already sitting on the sofa waiting for me. When he saw me come in, he immediately ran over, his eyes full of expectation. Dad, have you reconciled with Mom? I squatted down, looked into his clear eyes, and whispered, Sam, Dad and Mom are divorced. From today on, you will live with Dad, okay? Sam's eyes turned red instantly, and he shook his head vigorously. No, I don't want you to get divorced. I want Mom and Dad to live together. I hugged him in my arms and felt his little body trembling. I know this is a huge blow to him, but I have no choice. Sam, the adult world is complicated. There are some things you may not understand now, but you must remember that no matter whether Mom and Dad are together or not, we will always love you very much. Sam cried in my arms for a long time until he fell asleep from exhaustion. I gently put him on the bed and kissed his forehead. Looking at him sleeping, my heart was filled with deep guilt and heartache. I walked out of the room and ran into Mark's standing at the door with a look of disdain on his face. He had obviously heard our conversation. What? You want to coax me now? He said in a cold tone with a hint of rebellion. I squatted down and tried to look him in the eye. Mark's dad knows you. Don't give me that. He interrupted me mercilessly. Didn't you always want to push me to Mom? Are you happy now? My heart tightened, and I tried to suppress my emotions. Marks, I know you like Uncle George more, but no matter what, I will always be your dad. He sneered. Who cares? Uncle George is 100 times better than you. His words were like cold arrows piercing my heart, hurting me so much that I could hardly breathe. I wanted to say something, but seeing his disdainful look, I said nothing. Sam, I whispered to him, would you like to go out for dinner? Sam raised his head, his eyes full of fatigue and loss, and said in a low voice, Dad, I miss Mom and Mark so much. His voice was choked with sobs, which made my heart ache. I walked over gently, sat next to him, and gently put my arm around his shoulders. How about this? Tomorrow is the weekend. Let's go see Mom and Mark's, okay? I tried my best to comfort him in a relaxed tone. Sam nodded, but his eyes were still lifeless, as if he was suffocated by some invisible pressure. Seeing his appearance, I felt a sharp pain in my heart. The consequences of divorce are far more serious than I thought, especially for children. The damage is much greater than I thought. Just then, my cell phone rang suddenly. I looked at the caller ID, and it was Maria calling. Hello. I answered the phone, trying to keep my voice calm. Maria's voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding a little impatient. Ethan, Mark said he wants to see Sam. Bring him over now. I was stunned for a moment and frowned slightly. Now, we had just settled down. Sam is still adapting. Before I finished my sentence, she interrupted me. Ethan, her voice became a little excited. Can you stop being so selfish? You've already taken Sam away. Can't you even see him? I took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in my heart. Okay, I'll take him there now. After hanging up the phone, I turned to look at Sam and tried my best to smile. Sam, let's go find Mom and brother now, okay? His eyes lit up instantly, and he nodded quickly. Half an hour later, we arrived at Maria's house. As soon as the door opened, Marks rushed out like an arrow. He jumped directly into Sam's arms. Brother, you're finally here. His voice was full of joy. Uncle George brought a lot of fun things. Let's go in and play. Marks excitedly pulled Sam's hand and ran into the house impatiently. I stood at the door, watching the two children run in excitedly, and I couldn't help feeling a mix of emotions. Maria came out of the house, gave me a cold look, and said in a somewhat distant tone, Come in. Sam will go back with you in a while anyway. I followed her into the living room and saw George sitting on the sofa, watching the two children playing with a gentle smile. He looked up and saw me. His smile faded slightly. He stood up and extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Jeong. I shook his hand calmly and said nothing more. The atmosphere became somewhat silent. Mark suddenly ran over, took George's hand, and said coquettishly, Uncle George, you promised to teach me to play the guitar. Shall we start now? George smiled and patted his head. Of course, but you have to ask your father if he agrees first. Marks curled his lips impatiently and turned to look at me. Dad, please stop caring about me. Okay? You only care about my brother anyway. These words hit me like a hammer, hitting the softest part of my heart. Yes, I have made mistakes, But how can I not care about him? Just as I was about to speak, Maria quickly interrupted. Marks, don't talk to your father like that. Her tone was stern but full of care. When she turned to me, her tone was still cold. Ethan, just let Marks learn from AU. Children should always have some interests and hobbies. You can't just force them to study. Don't you think this is not good for them? I try to suppress my anger and stay calm. Maria, can we talk alone? I said with a hint of pleading. She frowned slightly, obviously reluctant, but agreed and took me to the balcony. The air on the balcony was slightly cool. She stood still and said coldly, if you have anything to say, please tell me quickly. I have a video conference later. I looked at her in different expression and suddenly felt deeply exhausted. My heart was heavy. Do we really have to be like this? For the sake of the children, can't we just get along well? She sneered, her eyes full of sarcasm. Ethan, stop pretending. It was you who wanted a divorce, and now you're telling me this? I was silent for a moment, and a feeling of powerlessness began to spread inside me. But the words had already been spoken, and all emotions became blurred in the suppression. I want a divorce because you betrayed me, I said coldly, trying to suppress my inner anger. I took a deep breath and tried to keep my tone calm. But this does not mean we have to become enemies. The children still need us. Maria interrupted me abruptly. That's enough, she said in a cold voice. Ethan, stop using the children as an excuse. We're divorced. Sam is yours and Mark's is mine. Let's stop interacting with each other, okay? Her words hit me like a hammer, and suddenly I realized how deep the rift between us was. To me, Marks will always be my child, and even if he follows her, he will always be someone I can't let go of. But Maria seemed to no longer have any feelings for Sam. I smiled wryly and shook my head. Okay, if that's what you want. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the living room, followed by Sam's crying. Maria and I rushed over and saw Sam curled up on the ground with a broken vase next to him. Mark stood aside, looking innocent. I didn't push him, he fell down by himself. George was about to help Sam, but I stepped forward quickly and held him in my arms without hesitation, feeling his trembling body. Sam grabbed my clothes tightly and cried even harder. What's going on? I demanded, my eyes scanning everyone present. Marks curled his lips with disdain. My brother is stingy and won't let me play with his toys. I wanted to grab them, but he fell down to protect them. It's useless. I frowned and looked at George. You just stood there and watched? Don't you know how to stop them? George smiled helplessly and said lightly, it's normal for children to have some disputes. I don't think we should be too nervous. Excessive intervention will affect their ability to solve problems by themselves. Nervous? I couldn't help but interrupt him. What if something happened to Sam? Would you take it seriously only if he got hurt and had a bloody head? Maria came over and looked at me with disapproval. Ethan, don't make a big deal out of it. George is right. It's normal for children to have some conflicts. I raised my voice in anger. Normal? Is this how you take care of children? Leave them to fend for themselves. Maria's face suddenly turned gloomy. What do you mean? Are you questioning my way of education? I sneered. My eyes turned cold. If it was before, I wouldn't care about your educational philosophy. After all, you never cared about the children. But now, Marks, he's no longer the child he was back then. That's enough, Maria suddenly shouted. Ethan, your old-fashioned way of education is outdated. She gritted her teeth and continued. Look at Marks, he's so lively and cheerful. And then look at Sam, who's always sullen. Is this what you achieved? At that moment, I felt a sharp pain. We were once in love, but now we had become so strange. She was easily provoked by George and quarreled endlessly. I sighed softly. Well, if you think so, let's meet less often. Sam, who was still sobbing, and turned to leave. The moment I turned around, Mark suddenly shouted, Dad, are you just leaving like this? Don't you care about me anymore? I looked back at him and saw the tears flashing his eyes for a moment, and my heart softened instantly. But at this moment, George came over and gently hugged Mark's shoulders. Marks, don't be sad. Uncle will play with you. Seeing this scene, I felt a surge of sadness in my heart. I realized that from now on, I might never be as close to Marks as before. Left Maria's house with Sam, my heart grew heavier. The pain of divorce was not only heartbreaking for me, but also for my children. However, I had no choice. I could no longer endure this marriage without love and trust. Chapter 15. You really like me more. Back at our new home, I gave Sam a bath and checked his injuries. Fortunately, it was just some minor injuries and no major problems. Dad, Sam asked me quietly while lying on the bed, will we still be a family with Mom? I sat on the bed and stroked his hair gently. Sam, no matter what happens, you will always be your parents' favorite son. We will always be a family. Sam nodded, his eyes slowly closing. I sat there, looking at his sleeping face, feeling a mixture of emotions. I took out my phone, hesitated for a moment, and sent a message to Maria. I reflected on what happened today and realized that my attitude was not good. I will pay more attention to it in the future. Also, Mark seems to be a bit rebellious recently, so you should pay attention to him. After sending the message, I kept staring at the phone screen, but I didn't receive a reply until I went to bed. The next morning, I took Sam to school as usual. At the school gate, we met Maria and Marks. Mark saw us and immediately rushed over to Sam. Brother, he said excitedly, Uncle George said he would take us to the amusement park tonight. You should come too. I looked at Maria. She avoided my gaze and just said calmly, if you are free, please send Sam over. I was about to speak when Sam pulled my hand and said, Dad, can I go? Looking at my son's expectant eyes, I forced a smile and said, of course, Dad will take you there in the evening. After watching the two children enter the school, I turned around and prepared to leave. Maria called me. Ethan, wait a minute. I stopped but didn't turn around. Anything else? My tone was calm and emotionless. Maria walked up to me and said awkwardly, do you want to come to the amusement park tonight? I sneered and finally looked at her. Why? Are you worried that George can't handle two children? She frowned. Ethan, could you please stop having that attitude? I'm doing this for the kid's sake. For the good of the child, I repeated softly, with a mocking look in my eyes, if you really want the best for the children, you won't separate them. Maria, don't be so hypocritical. I will get Sam there on time, that's all. After saying that, I turned and left without giving her a chance to respond. Sitting in the car, I took a deep breath and tried to calm my inner turmoil. After my divorce, I had to force myself to remain calm every time I saw Maria. It's not because I still have feelings for my child, but because I don't want to lose my composure in front of my child. In the afternoon, I suddenly received a call from Sam's class teacher. Mr. Jiang, is it convenient for you to come to school? Sam cried in class today, and we couldn't comfort him no matter what we did. Sam has always been sensible. Although he is young, he is very smart. Even when I was a kid, I rarely cried. Hearing this, my heart immediately lifted. I immediately put down the work in my hands and rushed to school. In the classroom, I saw Sam curled up in the corner with tears on his face. Mark stood nearby, looking nonchalant. What happened? I squatted down and asked Sam softly. He sobbed and said, Mark said my mother didn't want me anymore, that I was an unwanted child. I stood up suddenly and glared at Marks. Why do you say that about your brother? Marks curled his lips. I'm not wrong. My mother does like me more. Besides, it's not me who has to be separated from my brother. Chapter 16, he doesn't think so. When I heard this, I was immediately furious. This child's worldview has been distorted beyond recognition by Maria and George. Marks, I said coldly, remember this, no matter what happens between your mother and me, you will always be brothers. When you hurt your brother like this, you are hurting your own family, understand? Marks snorted disdainfully and turned away. I shook my head and picked up Sam. Dad, can we go home? I don't want to go to the amusement park anymore. Sam whispered. I kissed his forehead and said, okay, let's go home. I communicated with the teacher and then took my son home. When I got home, I sent Maria a message, briefly explaining the situation and saying that I would not be bringing Sam over tonight. She quickly responded, whatever you want. Looking at this indifferent reply, I smiled bitterly and shook my head. Once upon a time, I thought we could form a happy family, but now it seems ridiculous. In the evening, I played with building blocks with Sam for a while and then told him a bedtime story. Watching him fall asleep peacefully, I breathed a sigh of relief. I walked out of the room and called my eldest brother Jiang Tian. Brother, I said, are you free? I want to talk to you. Jiang Tian seemed to hear the fatigue in my tone. What's wrong, Xiaoxian? Did you encounter any difficulties? I smiled bitterly and said, divorce is much more complicated than I thought. I've said it before, Jiang Tian sighed. Divorce is not a good way to solve the problem, especially for the children. Brother, I interrupted him. I know you're doing this for my own good, but there's really no going back for Maria and me. What I'm most worried about now is the children. I told Jiang Tian what happened today. He was silent for a while, then said, Xiaoxian, you have to be strong. For Sam, you have to bear the pressure. As for Marks, we have to find a way to get in touch with him more. We can't let him be led astray by Maria. I nodded, I understand. It's just, sometimes I really feel powerless. Ethan, Remember, you are from the Jiang family. Jiang Tian's voice became serious. We in the Jiang family will never be defeated by difficulties. Your responsibility now is to take good care of Sam and give him a healthy and happy environment to grow up. As for the rest, don't think too much. After hanging up the phone, I stood on the balcony and looked at the city lights in the distance. Jiang Tian's words gave me some strength, but the emptiness in my heart still lingered. The next day, I sent my son to school as usual. As expected, I met Maria and Marx at the school gate. I squatted down and said to my son beside me, "Go ahead and study hard. Dad will pick you up after school." Sam nodded, timidly greeted Maria, and walked quickly into the school. I stood up and was about to leave when Maria called me. "Ethan," she said, "I need to tell you something." I turned around and looked at her expressionlessly. "What?" Maria frowned and said, "Don't you think you are too cold to Marx? After all, he is your son." I sneered. "He doesn't think so." Maria's face didn't look good. "Ethan, you've changed. You weren't like this before." I looked at her and suddenly felt tired. Chapter 17, does this explanation make sense? Yeah, I've changed. Because I finally saw a lot of things clearly. Maria, let's just leave it at that and take care of our own children. If you have any questions, please ask the assistant to contact you. After saying that, I turned around and left. Back at the company, I threw myself into work, trying to forget the unpleasantness of the morning. The ringing of the phone in the afternoon broke my peace. The 3 words George appeared on the screen, and a surge of anger instantly surged in my heart. "Mr. Jiang," he said modestly, with a hint of caution, "I hope to talk to you. There are some things that I think need to be explained in person. When would it be convenient for you?" I was silent for a moment and said in a cold tone, "Mr. Lin, with all due respect, there is nothing to discuss between us." He seemed to have expected this and chuckled. "Mr. Jiang, I understand that you have a prejudice against me, but I hope you can give me a chance to explain. Maria and I were just ordinary friends until you got divorced." I interrupted him with a sneer. "Mr. Lin, stop being so hypocritical. Do you think this explanation makes sense?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, followed by a sigh. "I know it sounds far-fetched, but I really hope we can have a healthy relationship. After all, we are all adults and should have a more mature way of dealing with things." I took a deep breath and tried to suppress my anger. "Mr. Lin, do you think it is appropriate to interfere in other people's marriages and then say that you want to establish a healthy relationship?" "Mr. Jiang, I know my actions have caused you harm." George's voice became a little anxious. "But now that things have come to this, I sincerely hope that we can be friends. This will be better for everyone." "George," I said in a cold, firm voice, "I don't think there's anything to discuss between us. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up now." "Wait, Mr. Jiang." He wanted to say something else, but I hung up the phone without hesitation. I know, this might not be the smartest thing to do, but facing the culprit who destroyed my family with his own hands, I really couldn't suppress my inner disgust and anger, let alone talk to him calmly. Sam from school in the evening, I saw that he looked depressed and my heart tightened. "What's wrong, Sam? Did anything happen at school today?" I asked softly. Sam shook his head and whispered, "Dad, Mark said they had a lot of fun at the amusement park yesterday. He also said Uncle George is better than you and will play with him." My heart sank, but I tried to remain calm. "Sam, everyone has a different way of living. Dad may not be able to play with you all the time, but Dad will do his best to give you the best life." Sam nodded, but the disappointment in his eyes broke my heart. I knew I had to do something and not let my child grow up in pain. Sam to sleep. I sat in the study and began to think about how to deal with the current situation. The moonlight from outside the window poured in, casting a faint silver glow on the study. I picked up the photo frame on the table, which contained a photo of me and my 2 sons. That was taken before the divorce. Sam and Marx were both smiling so happily. Looking back now, it seems like a lifetime ago. Just as I was lost in thought, my cell phone suddenly vibrated. Chapter 18 is for this business cooperation. It's my dad calling. "Xiao Xian," my father's voice sounded a little tired. "Your mother hasn't been sleeping well these days, and she's been worrying about you all day. When will you come home?" I sighed. "Dad, I know you're worried about me, but the situation is a bit complicated now. I'm afraid." "What are you afraid of?" My father interrupted me and said sternly, "You are the son of the Jiang family. What is there to be afraid of? You must come back for dinner tomorrow night. Take Sam with you." I knew my father's temper, so I could only agree. After hanging up the phone, I rubbed my temples, feeling that tomorrow's family dinner might not be very peaceful. Sam to school as usual. At the school gate, We met Maria and Marx again. Mark saw us and curled his lips with a look of disdain. I squatted down and said to Sam, "Study hard. Dad will pick you up after school." Sam nodded, hesitated for a moment, and walked towards Marx. I saw the two children whispering something and then walked into the school together. Maria walked over to me and whispered, "Ethan, the teacher said Sam hasn't been paying attention in class lately. Do you know what's going on?" I glanced at her indifferently and said in a cold tone, "I will take care of Sam's affairs, so you don't have to worry about it." Maria frowned, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. "What's your attitude? Although we are divorced, we still have to deal with the children's affairs together." I sneered, "Maria, stop pretending. When have you ever really cared about the children? Now you're asking me in a hypocritical way. Did George teach you that?" Maria's face flashed with anger. "Ethan, you are too much. How can I not care about my own children?" I sneered and looked at her sharply. "Really? Then can you tell me what Mark's homework was yesterday? Or how did their class do on the midterm exam last week?" Seeing Maria speechless, I shook my head and said, "Stop pretending, Ms. Liu. Just take care of Mark's. You don't have to worry about Sam." After saying that, I turned and left, ignoring her calls behind me. Not long after I arrived at the company, the secretary came in to report that there was an emergency meeting. In the conference room, I saw an unexpected person, George. Mr. Jiang. He stood up, stretched out his hand, with a gentle smile on his face. "Long time no see." I stared at his hand and didn't reach out to respond. "Mr. Lin, what are you doing in my company?" George took his hand back, and the smile on his face was a little awkward. "It's like this, I have a new project that I want to cooperate with Jiang's." I interrupted him coldly. "I'm sorry. Our company does not cooperate with people with bad morals. If you have nothing else, please leave." George frowned. "Mr. Jiang, I know you have a prejudice against me. But business is business. Why bring personal grudges into it?" I stood up and looked down at him. "Mr. Lin, I'll say it again. Please leave. Otherwise, I can only call security." George looked at me deeply, then turned and left. As I watched this scene, I suddenly understood why he called me before. It was probably because of this business cooperation. Chapter 19. Do you really not consider reconciliation? In the afternoon, just as I was about to pick up Sam from school, I received a call from the school teacher. "Mr. Jiang." The teacher's voice sounded a little anxious. "Please come to school soon." Sam and Marx got into a fight. My heart sank, and I rushed to school. In the office, I saw Sam and Mark sitting on either side, both injured. Maria was already there, talking to the teacher with a frown on her face. "What's going on?" I walked in and asked. The teacher sighed and said, "It's like this. In the physical education class today, Marx brought some classmates to bully Sam. Sam couldn't stand it anymore, so he fought with Marx." I looked at Marx and asked, "Why are you bullying your brother?" Marx curled his lips. "Who made him so useless? He can't even play ball. He caused our class to lose the game." I was about to speak when Maria interrupted. "Marx, don't talk about your brother like that. Apologize quickly." Marx turned his head away stubbornly and refused to speak. I squatted down and looked Sam in the eye. "Sam, tell Dad what's going on." Sam wiped his tears and choked up and said, "Marx said that Dad divorced Mom because I was too stupid and useless, and that I was a burden. I just couldn't help it, so I did it." When I heard this, my heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Maria, coldly, "Is this how you educate your children?" Maria's face turned pale. "Ethan, don't get me wrong. I never taught Marx that way." I sneered. "Really? Then why would he say such a thing?" "Maria, I warn you, since Marx is with you, you must teach him well, otherwise I will take legal action." After saying that, I picked up Sam and turned away. Maria's voice came from behind. "Ethan, wait a minute." I left the school without looking back. In the car, Sam leaned in my arms and whispered, "Dad, I'm sorry, I shouldn't hit you." I stroked his hair gently. "Sam, you're not wrong. Remember, no matter what happens, Dad will always love you and stand by you." When I got home, I gave Sam a bath and applied medicine to him. Looking at the bruises on his body, I felt so heartbroken that I could hardly speak. "Dad," Sam said suddenly, "are we going to Grandpa and Grandma's house tonight?" I was stunned for a moment, then I remembered what my father said. I checked my watch and sighed. We need to get ready to go. When I arrived at my parents' house, I smelled the familiar aroma of food as soon as I entered the door. The mother came out of the kitchen and saw the wound on Sam's face. She immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God, what happened to Sam?" I briefly explained the situation, and the mother hugged Sam with heartache, her eyes red. My father came out of the study and saw this scene. His face immediately darkened. "What's going on? Was it Maria's doing? I shook my head. Dad, don't mention this. Let's eat first. The atmosphere at the dinner table was a bit heavy. My father kept asking about our post-divorce arrangements, and I tried to answer simply, not wanting to say too much in front of Sam. After dinner, my mother took Sam to watch TV, and my father called me to the study. Xiao Xian, my father looked at me seriously. Are you really not going to consider getting back together? Chapter 20. This is your private matter. I smiled bitterly. Dad, now that things have come to this, there's no turning back. Besides, Maria is not worth turning back. The father sighed. So what are you going to do? Just raise the child separately from Maria? I nodded. This is all we can do for now. I will do my best to give Sam the best life possible. The father was silent for a while, then said, Xiao Xian, you must remember that no matter what happens, you will always be the son of the Jiang family. Your mother and I will always stand by you. If you need help, please let us know at any time. I looked at my father with emotion. Thank you, Dad. I will. It was already late when we left my parents' house. Sam fell asleep in the car, so I gently carried him home and put him on the bed. I walked out of the room quietly, sat on the sofa in the living room, and turned on my cell phone. Several push notifications suddenly popped up on the screen, all of which were news about George. I frowned and clicked on one of them. Shocking. Movie star George secretly met with a mysterious beauty late at night, and his suspected new relationship was exposed. The accompanying picture was a blurry photo of George and a woman dining at a high-end restaurant. Although the photo was not clear, I recognized at a glance that the mysterious beauty was Maria. I sneered and continued to scroll down the comments. Netizens have various speculations. Some people recognize Maria as identity, but more people are still guessing who this mysterious woman is. Just as I was about to turn off my phone, a new push notification caught my attention. Exclusive, George and Lou Group President Maria make their relationship public. The two of them appeared hand in hand at the charity dinner. My heart sank, and I quickly clicked on the news. In the accompanying picture, George and Maria appeared on the red carpet arm in evening gowns. Maria had the happiest smile I had ever seen on her face, while George had a doting expression on his face. News reports said the two publicly admitted their relationship at the dinner and revealed that they were actually college sweethearts. Now, after reuniting, they find that they still love each other deeply. I stared at the photo for a long time until the phone screen went black. The next day, when Mark saw us at the school gate, he ran over excitedly and said, Dad, did you see the news? Mom and Uncle George are together. They are so handsome. I suppressed my inner discomfort and said calmly, Yeah, I saw it. Maria came over and said calmly, Ethan, about what happened last night. I interrupted her and said, No need to explain. This is your private matter. I just hope you can consider the impact on the children. Maria was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I understand. We will handle it properly. I didn't say anything else. I just squatted down and said to Sam, Go ahead and listen to the class carefully. Sam nodded, hesitated for a moment, and followed Marks into the school. I stood up, without even looking at Maria, and walked away. When I got back to the company and just sat down, my secretary rushed in. Boss Jiang, she said breathlessly, there are reporters outside asking about your relationship with Boss Liu. They said. I raised my hand to interrupt her. Don't worry about it. We will not respond to any media inquiries. The secretary nodded and stepped out. I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes. Chapter 21, Maybe we can cooperate. I know this storm has just begun. I have been dealing with various urgent matters all morning. It was lunchtime, and I was about to go out when my cell phone rang. It's the eldest brother Jiang Chun. Xiao Xian. The eldest brother's voice sounded a little anxious. Have you watched the news? My parents are going crazy. I sighed, I know. Please help me comfort them. I will take some time to go back in the next few days. After hanging up the phone, I suddenly lost my appetite. I know that the days ahead will be even more difficult. In the afternoon, I went to pick up Sam from school. At the school gate, I saw a group of excited parents and students surrounding a luxury car. George got out of the car, causing a commotion. Sam saw me and ran over quickly. I squatted down and asked softly, How was school today? He lowered his head and whispered, It's okay, but many classmates have been asking Marks about Uncle George. I nodded. It's okay. They're just curious. You don't have to pay attention to them. On the way home, Sam suddenly said, Dad, I don't like Uncle George. I was stunned for a moment and looked at my son's figure in the rearview mirror. Why? Sam lowered his head and whispered, Because Marx is always showing off how great Uncle George is, as if we can't compare to them in anything. I looked at my son calmly, But in my heart, I was thinking about how to deal with this situation. Sam, you don't need to compare yourself to anyone. We have our lives, and they have theirs. What's important is that you be the best version of yourself. Sam raised her head, tears in her eyes. But Dad, many of my female classmates say Uncle George is a big star and they want to marry him when they grow up. I feel very sad. I ruffle my son's hair gently. Sam, let me tell you a secret. Do you know why Dad is so successful in business? Sam looked at me curiously and shook his head. Because Dad never cared what others thought and only focused on his own goals. I smiled and said, you should do the same. Don't care about what others say and focus on what you like. For example, haven't you always liked painting? Sam's eyes lit up. Yeah, I drew a picture recently and the teacher said it was great. That's it, I said with a smile. How about we go buy some new painting tools this weekend? Great. Thanks, Dad, Sam said excitedly. The next day, I received an unexpected call. It was Li Ming, my college classmate whom I hadn't contacted for many years. Ethan, long time no see. Li Ming's voice was full of enthusiasm. I heard that you have encountered some troubles recently. Do you need help? I was a little surprised. How did you know? Li Ming smiled and said, don't forget, I am now the editor-in-chief of Business Weekly. Well informed. I was silent for a moment, then said, thank you for your concern, but I can handle it. Don't be so formal. Li Ming said, I heard that you're planning a new project recently. Are you interested in talking to me? Maybe we can cooperate. I thought about it and agreed. Okay, let's find a time to meet and discuss in detail. After hanging up the phone, I started to organize recent project materials. Chapter 22, it's definitely not your fault. This new project is an education investment plan that I have been planning for a long time, with the goal of providing better learning environment and opportunities for children in mountainous areas. A few days later, I met Li Ming in a quiet cafe. After the pleasantries, we quickly got down to business. Ethan, your idea for this educational project is very interesting, Li Ming said seriously, but have you ever thought that it might cause some controversy? I raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Li Ming put down his coffee cup and explained, you see, society now has some prejudice against rich people doing charity. Some people may question your motives and say you're putting on a show or whitewashing yourself. I smiled and said, Li Ming, I am not doing this project to please anyone. I just think that every child should have a fair chance. If anyone wants to question it, let them question it. You're right. Li Ming nodded thoughtfully. However, I have a suggestion. Why don't you consider turning this project into a foundation? This will make it more transparent and attract more social resources to participate. My eyes lit up. That's a good idea. It's definitely worth considering. Just then, my cell phone suddenly rang. It's Sam's school calling. Mr. Jiang, the teacher said, sounding somewhat troubled. Could you please come to school? We need to talk to you in person about Sam. I felt helpless and could only rush to school. In the principal's office, I saw Sam sitting aside with his head down, while the principal and the head teacher had serious expressions. Mr. Jiang, the principal began, we've noticed that Sam's mood has been a little unstable recently. He often stays alone and rarely communicates with his classmates. We're worried that this may affect his learning and growth. I took a deep breath and looked at Sam. Sam, is that so? Sam looked up and said, Dad, I just don't know how to get along with him. They always ask about my mom, and I don't know how to answer. I patted his shoulder and said, Sam, I'm sorry you've gone through this. But remember, you did nothing wrong. We are a family, even if it's just the two of us. I turned to the principal and the teacher and said, thank you for your concern. I will have a good talk with Sam, and I hope the school can give some support and guidance. The principal nodded. Of course, we will arrange for the psychological counselor to communicate more with Sam. If necessary, we can also organize some team activities to help him better integrate into the group. After leaving school, I took Sam to the park we often go to. Sitting on a bench by the lake, I asked softly, Sam, have you been worried about anything lately? Sam was silent for a moment, then whispered, Dad, am I causing you any trouble? I was stunned for a moment, then I hugged him in my arms. How could it be? You are Daddy's most precious baby and will never be a problem. Sam raised his head and said aggrievedly, but my brother always said that if it weren't for me, you and Mom wouldn't have divorced. I suddenly felt angry. Why is Marx still spreading rumors? I squatted down, looked into Sam's eyes, and said earnestly, Sam, listen to Dad. You have nothing to do with this matter. Adult things are complicated, but it's definitely not your fault. No matter what happens, Mom and Dad love you. As my son gradually calmed down, an idea suddenly occurred to me, and I said with a smile, Sam, Daddy is doing something very meaningful recently, which is to help some children from poor families. Do you want to go with Daddy to see them? We can go together to give them school supplies and chat with them. How about it? Chapter 23, Helping Others Together. Sam's eyes lit up. Really, Dad? Can I go with you to help others? I smiled and nodded. Of course. This will not only help others, but also allow you to see a different side of the world. What do you think? Okay, Sam said excitedly. I want to go. I want to go. Seeing the smile on my son's face again, I felt a little relieved. Maybe this experience will make him stronger. The next day, I took Sam to a primary school in the suburbs. Most of the children here come from poor families, and the school facilities are quite simple. When we walked into the classroom, the children's curious eyes immediately turned to us. Sam hid behind me nervously. I patted his shoulder gently and signaled him to relax. Hello, everyone, I said with a smile. I'm Uncle Jiang, and this is my son, Sam. We came here today to make friends with you and bring you some school supplies. I nodded to the teacher next to me, and the teacher began to organize the children to line up. Together, we distributed brand new school bags, pencil cases, notebooks, and other school supplies to each child. The children's eyes lit up when they received the gifts, but they were still a little reserved, and no one spoke. At this time, Sam suddenly stepped forward, took out a few new picture books and crayons from his backpack, and said shyly, I really like drawing. Anyone want to draw with me? A little girl raised her hand timidly. I like painting too. Sam smiled and walked over to the little girl and started talking to her. Soon, other children gathered around, and the classroom was filled with laughter. The children took their new stationery, showed them to each other, and discussed them. Some of the children had already started writing and drawing in their new notebooks. Watching this scene, a warm feeling surged in my heart. Sam, he's finally no longer the child who hides behind me and looks at the world timidly. He is reaching out to the world in his own way, clumsy but sincere. When leaving school, Sam said goodbye to his new friends reluctantly. On the way home, he excitedly shared his experience of the day with me. Dad, he said suddenly, can we come and see them more often? I want to teach Xiaoyu how to draw. She is really talented. I nodded with relief. Of course. But you have to remember, we're not there just to play. We're there to help them. Sam nodded seriously. I understand, Dad. I like to bring them some of my toys and books. Is that okay? That's a great thought. I patted his head. Dad is proud of you. After returning home, I was about to make dinner when my cell phone rang. It's Maria. Ethan, she said, sounding anxious. Where did you take Sam today? Mark said he saw you guys getting on a school bus. I frowned and said unhappily, Maria, do I need to report to you where I take the child? There was silence on the other end of the phone, and then George's voice came. Mr. Jiang, Maria is just concerned about the children. I sneered, Mr. Lin, please don't interfere in our affairs. If there is nothing else, I will hang up now. Chapter 24, A Speech. After hanging up the phone, I took a deep breath and tried to calm down. I know that in the days to come, there will be more and more conflicts like this. A few days later, I received a call from Li Ming. He said excitedly, Ethan, I just received news that a charity dinner heard about your project, and they want to invite you to give a speech. Are you interested? I hesitated. Giving a speech at a dinner party? Wouldn't that be too high profile? Li Ming smiled and said, this is a good opportunity. You can use this opportunity to explain your ideas and perhaps attract more supporters. And he paused. I heard Maria and George will be there too. I was silent for a moment. Then I said, okay, I'll go. On the day of the dinner, I put on a suit that I hadn't worn for many years and stood in front of the mirror adjusting my tie. Sam looked at me curiously. Dad, are you going to the party? I nodded. Yes, Dad is going to attend a very important event. Sam blinked. Well, can I go with you? I was stunned for a moment, looked at him and said, Sam, this activity may be boring and there will be some complicated situations. Are you sure you want to go? Sam nodded firmly. I want to be with Dad, and I want others to know that we are a complete family. Hearing this, I felt a pang of sadness in my heart. I hugged my son tightly and said, okay, let's go together. When we arrived at the dinner, many guests were already there. I held Sam's hand and felt his nervousness. Don't be afraid, I whispered. Remember, you are Daddy's proudest son. As we entered the hall, we heard a commotion. Following the sound, I saw Maria walking in gracefully holding George's hand. George wore a high-end suit and Maria wore a red dress. They both looked radiant. Sam saw them and subconsciously hid behind me. I patted his head and comforted him. It's okay, let's go find Uncle Lee. Just as we were about to leave, George noticed us. He walked over with a smile. and Maria followed him. Hello, Mr. Jiang. George extended his hand. I heard about your charity project. It's really admirable. I shook his hand calmly. Mr. Lin, you are too polite. Maria noticed Sam at this time, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Sam, why are you here? Sam grabbed my hand tightly and whispered, I want to come with Daddy. Maria's expression was a little unnatural, but she still forced a smile. That's good. By the way, Marx is here too. He's playing with other kids over there. Do you want to go find him? Sam shook his head and said nothing. George seemed to sense the awkwardness of the atmosphere and said with a smile, Mr. Jiang, I heard that you're going to give a speech later. I'm really looking forward to hearing your thoughts. I nodded. Yes, I hope I won't disappoint everyone. At this time, the host announced the official start of the dinner. I took Sam to find our seat, which was a few tables away from Maria and her family. Halfway through the dinner, it was my turn to give a speech. I took a deep breath and stood up. Come on, Dad, Sam whispered. Chapter 25. People always change. I smiled at him and walked onto the stage. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I looked around the venue and said, Today, I want to share a dream with you. This dream stems from the purest desire in each of our hearts to give the next generation a better future. I began to talk about my education project and what I had seen and heard in that mountain elementary school. When I talked about the children's eyes eager for knowledge, I noticed that some people in the audience had tears in their eyes. I believe that education should not be a privilege for a few, but a right for every child. My voice became firm. Each of us has a responsibility to create a fair starting point for these children and give them the opportunity to pursue their dreams. At the end of the speech, there was warm applause in the venue. I breathed a sigh of relief, walked off the stage, and returned to my seat. Sam hugged me excitedly. Dad, you are awesome. Everyone is applauding you. I smiled and touched his head. Thank you, Sam. This is also because you are supporting Daddy. After the dinner, many people came to talk to me and express their support for the project. I responded one by one, but I felt a little tired. Just as I was about to take Sam away, Maria came over. Ethan, she said in a complicated tone, your speech was very moving. I didn't expect you to do such a thing. I looked at her and said calmly, People change all the time, don't they? Maria opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just sighed. Ethan, I hope we can have a good talk. For the children. I was silent for a while, then said, Okay, let's make an appointment another day. With Sam, the night breeze blew on our faces. I looked down at my son and suddenly felt relieved. No matter what the future holds, at least at this moment, we, father and son, are together and dependent on each other. This is all I have, and it's what I value most. The next morning, I received a call from Li Ming. Ethan, you're hot. Li Ming said excitedly. The video of your speech last night went viral online, and everyone was moved by your sincerity. There are many companies that want to participate in your project now. I was a little surprised. So fast? Li Ming smiled and said, This is the power of public opinion. By the way, our magazine wants to do an interview with you. When do you think you are free? I thought about it and said, This Saturday, I happen to be going to that mountain elementary school. You can go along. Maybe you can take some interesting photos. Very good. Li Ming said, See you on Saturday. After hanging up the phone, I walked out of the study and saw Sam drawing in the living room. Sam, I called him softly. We're going to go see those kids again this Saturday. Do you want to come? Sam looked up, his eyes sparkling. Really? That's great. I have something ready to give them. Seeing my son's excitement, I felt warm in my heart. During this period of time, I have clearly felt that Sam has become more cheerful and confident. Saturday is here soon. Sam and I brought the prepared supplies and went to the mountain primary school with Li Ming's interview team. As soon as I got off the bus, several children ran over excitedly. Uncle Jiang, Sam, you are here. Sam greeted them with a smile and then began to distribute the school supplies and toys they had brought. Chapter 26. Ordinary Father. Watching the children cheering and jumping for joy, I felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Li Ming walked up to me and whispered, Ethan, you know what? You are now more like an ordinary father than a powerful entrepreneur. I was stunned for a moment, then smiled with relief. Maybe, but this is the real me. The interview went smoothly. I took the reporters to visit the school and introduced our renovation plan. When they saw the children studying hard in the simple classroom, they all showed moved expressions. Just as we were about to leave, a luxury car stopped at the school gate. The car door opened and George and Maria got out. I frowned and walked forward. Why are you here? George smiled and said, "We heard that you were coming here today, so we wanted to come and see you and do something for these children." I looked at them coldly. "We don't need you to put on a show here." Maria frowned and asked, "Ethan, what do you mean? We really want to help these children." Just then, Marks jumped out of the car and shouted excitedly, "Uncle George, Mom, it's so fun here." I noticed that Sam's expression suddenly became tense, so I quickly walked over to him and gently put my arm around his shoulders. George squatted down and said to Marks gently, "Marks, go play with those kids. Remember to be friendly." Marks nodded and skipped off to the playground. Li Ming noticed the awkward atmosphere and quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Oh, I didn't expect Mr. Lin and Mr. Liu to care so much about charity. Why don't we take a tour of the school together?" Hearing this, I frowned slightly. Staying in the same space with this couple for even one more second would be physically disgusting to me. But just when I was about to refuse, Sam gently pulled the corner of my clothes and whispered, "Dad, it's okay. Let's go together." I was a little silent. The child was still young and didn't understand what divorce meant. He just simply wanted his parents to stay with him for a while longer. Was unhappy about Maria's presence. I couldn't get angry with the child. "All right." During the visit, George behaved politely and asked about the school situation and need from time to time. Maria looked at Sam from time to time, with a complicated look in her eyes. When we arrived at a classroom, a little girl suddenly ran up to Sam and said excitedly, "Brother Sam, come and see. I drew a picture according to the method you taught me." Sam had a big smile on his face and ran over to look at the little girl's painting carefully. I noticed that Maria's eyes suddenly softened, and she asked softly, "Sam, do you teach them to draw?" Sam nodded a little embarrassedly. "Well, when I came here last time, I found that Xiao Yu likes painting very much. I taught her some simple techniques." Maria's eyes flashed with surprise, and then she whispered, "That's amazing. Mom is proud of you." Hearing this, Sam looked up at Maria, then lowered his head again. Just then, there was a sudden noise outside. We ran out quickly and saw Marks arguing with a local kid. "This is my toy. Why are you taking it?" Marks shouted. The local child said aggrievedly, "I just want to take a look, not to steal it." I frowned and looked at Maria and George, who looked a little embarrassed. Chapter 27, You Don't Deserve It. George hurried forward to try to persuade him, but Marks pushed him away. "Uncle George, don't worry about it. This is my stuff. They can't touch it." I took a deep breath and walked forward. "Marks, didn't your father teach you to share with others? Or has your Uncle George spoiled you so much that you don't know what manners are?" Mark stared at me and said stubbornly, "You don't want me anymore. Why do you care about me?" As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became quiet. I felt a pang of heartache, but then, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off my shoulders, my words unconsciously became a little colder. "Okay, then don't call me Dad from now on, and I won't care about you anymore." Marks heard what I said. His eyes widened, as if he had never expected that his father, who had always compromised, would say such a thing. The already disharmonious atmosphere became even more depressing. Li Ming saw that the situation seemed a little wrong and hurriedly suggested, "It's getting late. Shouldn't we prepare to go back?" I nodded gently and was about to speak my mind when George suddenly interrupted my thoughts. He said with a hint of expectation, "Mr. Jiang, since we are all here, why don't we find a place to have dinner together? This way we can also chat about our views on this school. After all, educating children is a topic that we all care about." I frowned slightly, feeling unhappy in my heart, and refused coldly. "I'm not interested. Please do as you please." After that, I pulled Jiang Jichin and turned around to leave this place that made me feel unhappy. "Ethan!" Maria suddenly grabbed me from behind. She looked a little unnatural, as if she had something difficult to say. I stopped, turned around, looked at her coldly, and waited for her next words. "It's not going to work this way. We have to talk about the children," Maria finally said, mustering up the courage. I frowned, with a hint of impatience in my tone. "What is there to discuss? The custody of the children has been divided. Sam is mine, and Mark's is yours. We've already divorced, so we have to be careful about the impact. I don't want to be photographed by some paparazzi when we're together and ruin your future relationship with Mr. Lin," I said jokingly, trying to hide my inner unhappiness with a relaxed tone. Maria's face looked as if she had eaten a fly. She knew that I was mocking her past with George, all those scandals and rumors. "Can I even treat you to a meal now?" Maria asked through gritted teeth, with a hint of unwillingness in her voice. "I'm sorry. I don't want to have dinner with you after the divorce. If you really want me to say it clearly, I paused and a smile appeared at the corner of my mouth, but there was a hint of coldness in that smile. You don't deserve it. I said this calmly, and every word was like a cold blade piercing Maria's heart. Why are you talking to Maria like that? George protected Maria behind him and said righteously, as a grown man, is it appropriate for you to target a girl like this? George's tone was full of blame and dissatisfaction. George, who was like a clown in front of me. I sneered and didn't bother to argue with him. I also said something light but powerful. I hope Mr. Lin and Ms. Liu, who is getting married for the second time, can get married soon. When the time comes, I will definitely give a generous gift as a gift. I said sarcastically, with a hint of mockery in my tone. After all, I heard that Mr. Lin had deep feelings for Ms. Liu long before I got married. But even so, he was still willing to give Ms. Liu to me. I continued, with a hint of teasing in my voice. And in the end, he was still willing to help me raise my son. It was really a great favor. I deliberately emphasized the tone to make the sentence sound more ironic. You. George's face flushed, and he was too angry to speak. Chapter 28, I appreciate Mr. Lin's kindness. Looking at this couple in front of me, I found it more and more amusing, so I just moved closer to George and whispered in his ear. Isn't that a coincidence? When I got tired of playing, someone came to take over and even help me raise my son. It's impossible to say that he is not the reincarnation of a living Buddha. I said softly, my tone full of sarcasm. I patted his shoulder, turned to Sam, and said with a smile, Son, it's time for us to go too. I try to make my voice sound lighthearted and cheerful, not wanting Sam to feel the tense atmosphere here. You still have to go to school tomorrow. I reminded Sam. He nodded, stood up obediently, and followed me out of this unpleasant occasion. After I left, George stood there with a gloomy expression. It took him a while to suppress his anger, and he forced a smile to Maria behind him. Since Mr. Jiang doesn't really welcome me, let's go. George, I don't know what's wrong with Ethan today. He wasn't like this before. Maria frowned, very confused. But George didn't say much. He turned around, hailed a taxi, and took Maria away. Naturally, I don't know what happened after I left, and I don't want to know. After I said those words today that had been pent up in my heart for a long time, I felt as if I had become full of energy and was more energetic in doing anything. Even my son seemed to notice that I was so happy today, and he joked with me about going out for a meal. Naturally, I agreed with pleasure. Sam, I asked quietly when we got to the restaurant, how did you like today's activities? Sam put down his chopsticks and said seriously, I'm very happy, Dad. Seeing the smiles on the faces of the children when they received their new school supplies was very meaningful to me. Really? That's great. I responded with a smile, but at this moment my cell phone rang. It was Maria calling. What can I do for you? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then he spoke in a relaxed manner. When are you going to deliver Mark's toys? The child has been clamoring for them. I answered casually, this weekend. I'll send you the list, and you can check if there's anything missing. Good. That's it. If you don't have anything to say, don't call me. I'm hanging up. When I returned to the company, not long after I sat down, the secretary came in and reported, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Lin is here to visit. I frowned. Again? Let him in. George pushed the door open and walked in, with his usual smile on his face. Mr. Jiang, sorry to bother you. I gestured for him to sit down in surprise. What can I do for you, Mr. Lin? He smiled and said, Well, I have a suggestion. I recently accepted a charity endorsement and would like to invite you to participate. This should help with your charity projects. I sneered. Mr. Lin, my project does not need to rely on anyone's fame. If you really want to help those children, you can donate directly. George's smile froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Mr. Jiang, I understand your concerns. But for the sake of the children, shouldn't we put aside our prejudices and work together? I looked him straight in the eye and said, Mr. Lin, please forgive me for being frank. There is nothing to cooperate between us. You are a star, and I am a philanthropist. We have nothing to do with each other. George sighed. Mr. Jiang, I know you have a prejudice against me. However, I hope you can consider the feelings of the children, especially Mark's. He wanted very much. I interrupted him and said, Mr. Lin, please don't use the child as an excuse. Mark's is with Maria now, and I'm sure she will take good care of him. As for Sam, you don't have to worry about him. George was silent for a while, then stood up. Well, since Mr. Jiang said so, I can't say anything more. I hope we can become friends one day. I chuckled and shook my head. Oh, okay, then I'll wait and see. Seeing George off, I breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little tired. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. It was Li Ming calling. Ethan, great news. Chapter 29, Real Life. Li Ming said excitedly, your charity project has attracted a lot of attention. Several large companies have expressed interest in participating. Would you be interested in meeting them? I thought about it and said, okay, let's arrange a time. But it has to be kept low-key. I don't want this to become a show. Li Ming agreed and chatted for a few more words before hanging up the phone. I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes. This project went more smoothly than I expected, but I knew that the more this happened, the more I had to stay sober. In the afternoon, I went to pick up my son. The two brothers walked out of the school together. Mark saw me, curled his lips, and said nothing. Maria said coldly, Mark's, get in the car. Mark walked quickly towards Maria's car without looking back or even saying hello. I wasn't surprised. I just watched him leave calmly. Then I squatted down and looked at Sam. How was school today? Sam smiled. It's fine, Dad. The teacher praised me for my great progress in drawing. I nodded, a hint of pride on my face. It's good. How about we go buy some new painting tools this weekend? Sam's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. As he was talking, Maria came over. Ethan, when you bring the toys over this weekend, let Sam come and play with them too. I was stunned. I didn't expect her to make this request. I glanced down at Sam and saw that he looked a little nervous. I whispered, Sam, do you want to go? Sam hesitated, then shook his head. Dad, I want to paint with you at home. I breathed a sigh of relief and said to Maria, you heard me. I'll deliver Mark's stuff, but Sam won't go. Maria frowned. You're just going to separate the children like this? Don't you think they should have more contact? I was about to retort when I felt a severe headache come over me. I subconsciously held my forehead and my vision went dark. Ethan, Maria's voice suddenly became distant. What's wrong with you? I wanted to say it was okay, but the words came out of my mouth as a groan. The next second, I felt myself lose my balance and fall backwards. When I woke up, I found myself lying in a hospital bed. Sam was holding my hand, his eyes red. Dad! When he saw me open my eyes, he immediately shouted, You're finally awake. I tried to sit up, but was stopped by the doctor next to me. Mr. Jiang, please don't move. You need a rest. I looked around in confusion. Then I noticed that there were other people in the room. My parents, my oldest brother Jiang Chun, and even Maria. What's going on? I asked, my voice a little hoarse. The eldest brother Jiang Chun came forward and said, Xiao Xian, you suddenly fainted. The doctor said you had a severe cerebral hemorrhage. Fortunately, you were sent to the hospital in time. I was stunned. Cerebral hemorrhage? I always thought I was healthy. How come I suddenly... The doctor explained my condition in detail. It turned out that my long-term excessive work pressure, coupled with various recent events, finally led to this accident. Mr. Jiang, the doctor said seriously, you must rest well for a while. Otherwise, the consequences could be serious. I looked at Sam, and the worry in his eyes made me feel heartbroken. I forced a smile. Don't worry, Dad is fine. At this time, Maria suddenly said, Ethan, you can't do anything if you lie here. Sam, I'll arrange for someone to take care of him. When I heard this, I sneered and said, Don't worry about it. I'll contact the person later. Maria frowned when she saw this. Okay, I'm asking for trouble. In the following days, I had to stay in the hospital for treatment. Sam would come to accompany me every day after school, and sometimes he would bring his paintings to show me. To my surprise, Marks also came. But after sitting beside my bed for a while reluctantly, he started clamoring to play games and then clamored to go home. Just then, George pushed the door open. Marks, it's time to go. He said gently, then turned to me. Mr. Jiang, I wish you a speedy recovery. I nodded coolly and watched them leave. During the hospitalization, the company's affairs were mainly handled by his eldest brother Jiang Chun. But even so, I still received some important emails and documents from time to time. One day, I was looking at documents when Maria came to visit unexpectedly. Chapter 30. The waves are not over yet. Why are you here? I was a little surprised. She was silent for a moment. Then she said, Ethan, there's something I think I should tell you. I put down the documents in my hand and motioned for her to continue. Mark got into a fight at school the other day. She said, the reason is a classmate said he has no father. I acted calmly. And then, Maria sighed. I wanted to handle it myself, but I found that. I really didn't know how to communicate with him. Ethan, I know I'm not a good mother, but I hope. Can you please help me? I looked at her, and for the first time I saw a trace of confusion and helplessness on her face. I laughed. Since you knew this day would come, why did you do those things that were unfair to the child? Or have you always regarded my kindness towards you as weakness? She was stunned and opened her mouth several times, but stopped herself from speaking. Since you have done something wrong, you must bear the consequences. Besides, don't you still have Mr. Lin? Ask him to go. I stood up and said coldly, I have to go see Sam off. You can take care of yourself. Maria grabbed my sleeve and seemed to want to say something else. But I pushed her away without mercy, opened the door, and walked straight out of the company. By the time I sent the child back to the company, it was almost 9 o'clock. Not long after I sat down, the secretary knocked on the door and came in. Mr. Jiang, the president wants to see you. I nodded, let him in. Not long after, eldest brother Jiang Chun pushed the door open and walked in. He is 5 years older than me, is the president of the company, and is a steady and reliable person. Xiao Xian, has your work been going well recently? Jiang Chun asked with concern. I smiled and said, not bad, big brother. What's up? Jiang Chun sat down on the chair opposite me and said hesitantly, it's like this, Xiao Xian. As you know, I've been worried about you since you and Maria divorced. My heart sank, and I vaguely guessed what he was going to say. Sure enough, Jiang Chun continued, I know a friend who has a younger sister who is 28 years old and works in an advertising company. She's a nice person, beautiful, and has a good personality. I think you two are a good match. Do you want to meet? I smiled bitterly and shook my head. Brother, I really don't have the mood for this right now. I have to take care of Sam, and I have work to do. Jiang Chun interrupted me. Xiao Xian, I know you are worried about Sam, but you also have to think about yourself. You're still young. You can't live alone your whole life, right? Besides, it's good for Sam to have someone to keep him company. I was silent. What Jiang Chun said does make sense, but I still feel a little resistant. Seeing that I didn't say anything, Jiang Chun continued to persuade me. How about this? Let's have lunch together at noon today and meet the girl by the way. If it's not appropriate, forget it. What do you think? I hesitated for a while, but finally nodded and agreed. Okay, let's meet. Jiang Chun smiled with satisfaction. Great. Let's go together at noon. I've already made an appointment. It's at the coffee shop near the company. After seeing Jiang Chun off, I breathed a sigh of relief and began to deal with the documents piled up on my desk. Although I agreed to meet, I was still a little nervous. It was soon noon. I followed Jiang Chun to the agreed coffee shop and saw a young woman sitting by the window from distance. As I got closer, I could see her clearly. She was wearing a light blue dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders and a pretty face, giving people a gentle feeling. Xiao Xian, this is Miss Lin. Xiao Lin, this is my brother Ethan. Jiang Chun introduced enthusiastically. Miss Lin stood up and extended her hand to me with a smile. Hello, Mr. Jiang. My name is Lin Yuqing. I shook her hand politely. Hello, Miss Lin. After we sat down, the waiter came over to take our order. Lin Yuqing ordered a latte, and Jiang Chun and I each ordered an American coffee. Mr. Jiang is usually very busy with work, right? Lin Yuqing asked softly, breaking the brief silence. I nodded. Yes, I'm very busy. How about you? Working in an advertising company must be very hard, right? Lin Yuqing smiled and said, it's okay. Although I have to work overtime sometimes, the work is very interesting and I could get in touch with many new things. We started chatting about our respective jobs. Lin Yuqing is well-spoken and intelligent. I have to admit that she is indeed a nice girl. As we chatted, the topic turned to hobbies. Mr. Jiang, do you like reading? Lin Yuqing asked. I nodded. Yes, I usually read some books after work. Recently, I'm reading a book about educational psychology. Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up. Wow, that sounds very professional. Is it because of work requirements? Chapter 31. She's not a bad person. I smiled and said, not entirely. Mainly to educate my son better. When mentioning her son, I saw a hint of surprise in Lin Yuqing's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. It turns out Mr. Jiang has a child. She whispered, can you tell me about your children? I hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. His name is Sam. He is 9 years old. He is a very sensible child. Lin Yuqing smiled and nodded. It sounds like a very cute child. Mr. Jiang must be a good father. We chatted for a while, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Lin Yuqing is a very good chatterbox and can always find interesting topics. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. Jiang Chun looked at his watch and said, it's getting late. We should go back to the company. We stood up and prepared to leave. Lin Yuqing said to me, Mr. Jiang, nice to meet you. If you don't mind, we can keep in touch. I hesitated for a moment, but nodded in agreement. Okay, let's add WeChat. We added each other as WeChat friends. When we walked out of the cafe, Jiang Chun patted my shoulder and said, "How is it? Miss Lin is a nice person, right?" I said calmly, "Well, she's a good girl." Jiang Chun smiled. "Then try to get in touch with them more. Maybe there will be good results." I didn't answer, but just walked toward my car silently. After returning to the company, I sat in the office with my thoughts a little confused. Lin Yuqing is indeed a very nice girl, but I'm not sure if I'm ready to start a new relationship. Just as I was daydreaming, my cell phone rang. It was Sam's homeroom teacher calling. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Sam accidentally fell while visiting the Science and Technology Museum and scraped his knee. "It's not a big deal, but we thought we should let you know." Hearing this, I immediately stood up. "Okay, thank you for letting me know. I'll pick him up now." After hanging up the phone, I quickly packed my things and went to Jiangshan to ask for leave. "Brother, Sam fell and got hurt at school. I have to pick him up." I explained simply. Jiangshan nodded. "Go ahead, don't worry about this place. Tell me if you need any help." I looked at my brother with gratitude and hurriedly left the company. I felt very nervous while driving. Although the head teacher said it was not a big deal, I still couldn't help but worry. After arriving at the school, I walked quickly to the infirmary. I opened the door and saw Sam sitting on the bed with a piece of gauze on his knee. "Dad!" Sam's eyes lit up when he saw me. I walked quickly to his side and carefully checked his injuries. "Are you okay? Does it hurt?" Sam shook his head. "It doesn't hurt, Dad. I just fell accidentally. I'm sorry for causing you trouble." I hugged him gently. "Silly boy, there is nothing to apologize for. I'm glad you're okay." After completing the relevant formalities, I took Sam and left the school. "Dad, are we going home now?" Sam asked. I thought about it and said, "Don't rush home. Daddy will take you to eat something delicious, and then we will go buy some new toys, okay?" Sam's eyes lit up. "Really? That's great." Seeing my son happy, I felt a warm feeling in my heart. At this moment, I suddenly realized that perhaps what I need most right now is to focus on taking good care of this little guy. New relationship? Maybe later. Now, I just want to be a good father. Let's go eat hot pot. Yeah. We chatted and laughed all the way and finally sat down in the store. But just as we were about to start eating, I suddenly saw a familiar figure. Lin Yuqing and a young man walked in. Lin Yuqing also saw me and came over to greet me with a smile. "Mr. Jiang, what a coincidence." I nodded politely. "Yeah, what a coincidence." Lin Yuqing looked at Sam and said gently, "Is this Mr. Jiang's son? He's so cute." Sam lowered his head shyly. "Hello." Lin Yuqing smiled and introduced the man next to her. "This is my brother, Lin Yang." Lin Yang extended his hand. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I often hear my sister mention you, saying that you are very insightful in investment." I shook hands with Lin Yang, feeling a little confused. Lin Yuqing often mentions me? After a few pleasantries, Lin Yuqing and Lin Yang went to their seats. I looked at my son and found that he was looking at Lin Yuqing curiously. "Dad, who is that sister?" Sam asked. I smiled and said, "It's a friend of Dad's." Sam nodded thoughtfully, then said, "She looks very gentle." I didn't respond and just focused on picking up food for my son. After eating hot pot, I prepared to leave with Sam. As soon as I reached the door, Lin Yuqing caught up with me. "Mr. Jiang," she said a little awkwardly, "my brother said he is very interested in investment and wants to ask you some questions. I wonder when you are free. Can we have dinner together?" I hesitated and was about to speak when Sam suddenly said, "Dad, can we invite them to our house for dinner? I want Xiaohua to meet new friends." I looked at my son, then at Lin Yuqing's expectant eyes, and finally nodded. "Okay, then let's do it this weekend. Are you free on Saturday night?" Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up. "I'm free." It's settled then. On the way home, I felt a little complicated. I wasn't sure if it was the right thing for me to do, but when I saw my son happy, I thought maybe there was nothing wrong in giving myself a chance. Saturday is here soon. Sam and I started preparing early in the morning. We go to the supermarket to buy groceries together, and then go home to clean a house. Sam helped enthusiastically, and even Xiaohua seemed to sense our excitement and ran around the house. In the afternoon, I started preparing dinner. I decided to make some home-cooked dishes including braised pork, steamed fish, stir-fried vegetables, and a soup. Sam was helping to wash and cut vegetables, and we, father and son, worked together very well. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the doorbell rang. I went to open the door and saw Lin Yuqing and Lin Yang standing outside with gifts in their hands. "Come in," I said. "You are very polite and bring gifts." Lin Yuqing walked in, looked around, and then said with a smile, "Mr. Zhang's home is really warm." Sam ran out of the kitchen and said excitedly, "Hello, Annie Lin. Hello, Uncle George." Chapter 32. Preliminary Understanding. Lin Yuching squatted down and said gently, "Hello, Sam. I brought you a gift." Sam's eyes lit up, but he still looked at me politely. "Dad, can I accept it?" I nodded. "Of course. What do you want to say?" "Thank you, Aunt Lin," Sam said happily. The dinner went very pleasantly. Lin Yang was indeed very interested in investment and kept asking me various questions. Lin Yuching had a very happy chat with Sam and even taught him how to play with Xiaohua. After the meal, Lin Yuching offered to help clean up the dishes. I wanted to refuse, but Lin Yuching insisted on helping. So I washed the dishes and Lin Yuching dried them beside me. "Mr. Jiang," Lin Yuching said softly, "thank you for your hospitality today. I haven't felt such a warm family atmosphere for a long time." I glanced at her and found that her eyes were a little complicated. I hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "Your family?" Lin Yuching smiled, but there was a hint of bitterness in her smile. "My parents divorced very early. I have been dependent on my brother since I was a child. So seeing you and Sam getting along so well, I'm really envious." I didn't know what to say, so I just whispered, "I'm sorry." Lin Yuching shook her head. "There's nothing to be sorry about. Everyone has their own way of life. She paused. "I just hope that one day I can have such a loving family." I looked at Lin Yuching's profile and suddenly felt heartbroken. I wanted to say something to comfort her, but I didn't know what. Just then, Sam ran over. "Dad, Aunt Lin, what are you talking about? Can I join in?" Lin Yuching immediately smiled brightly. "Of course. We are discussing how delicious today's dinner is." Sam said proudly, "I made this with my dad." Looking at my son's innocent look, a warm feeling welled up in my heart. I suddenly realized that no matter how difficult life is, as long as there is love, we can create a warm home. After seeing Lin Yuching and Lin Yang off, I sat on the sofa and fell into deep thought. I don't know what the future holds, but I know that no matter what happens, I will do my best to create a loving home for Sam. However, life is always full of surprises. Just when I thought everything was going in the right direction, an unexpected phone call broke the peace. "Hello, Ethan?" Maria's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Something happened to Marks." My heart sank, and I sat up straight immediately. "What's going on?" "Marks had a fight with his classmates and is now in the hospital. Please come over soon." Maria's voice was filled with anxiety and uneasiness, and she was quite emotional. I was silent for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll be right there." Sam, who was sleeping soundly, hesitated for a moment and decided to wake him up. "Sam, wake up." I gently rocked my son. "Dad is going to go out for a while. Will you come with me?" Sam opened his eyes blearily. "Dad? What happened?" "Something happened to your brother. We need to go to the hospital." I explained simply. 20 minutes later, I rushed to the hospital with Sam. As soon as I walked into the emergency room, I saw Maria and George standing there. Maria came over immediately when she saw us. I was the first to ask, "How's Marks? Where's he hurt?" Maria was obviously hesitant and stammered for a long time without being able to explain herself clearly. Seeing her like this, I simply opened the door of the ward and went in to ask some questions. But the scene after entering the door made me feel angry and funny. Marks was seen leaning on the hospital bed, playing with his mobile phone, with only his left little finger bandaged. Until this point, I still thought that Marks' injuries were caused by something else, so I went to ask the doctor. But the doctor told me the patient only had a scratch on his left little finger. Please inform other family members to pay the fee as soon as possible after the bandage is done. When I heard what the doctor said, I was speechless. Was even too lazy to argue with Maria for making a fuss. He just went to the front desk to pay the fee and then took Jiachin home. Maria called me many times since then, but I never answered any of them. Just replied briefly on the message. Chapter 33 Concert. On the other hand, the relationship between Lin Yuching and I has also made some progress. There's a concert next weekend. Are you interested in going? Sure, I'd love to. Is it just the two of us this time? Seeing this reply, I took a deep breath and replied, "Yes, if you don't mind." "Not all. I'm looking forward to it." I spent the next week in a state of wonderful anticipation. Work seemed less boring, and I couldn't help but smile every night when reading with Sam. The weekend is here soon. I put on a suit that I hadn't worn for a long time and went to the concert. The moment I saw Lin Yuching, I felt my breathing stop for a moment. She was wearing an elegant black long dress, looking dignified and beautiful. "Mr. Jiang, you are here." She walked towards me with a smile. "Yuching, you look very beautiful today. I say this from the bottom of my heart." She blushed slightly. "Thank you. You're very handsome, too." The concert was wonderful, but I found that my attention was always unconsciously attracted by Lin Yuqing beside me. Amid the melodious music, we exchanged glances from time to time, and that tacit understanding filled my heart with warmth. After the concert, we decided to sit in a nearby cafe. Under the soft light, we talked about a lot, from work to life, from the past to the future. Before I knew it, I found myself saying a lot of things from my heart that I had never said to anyone before. Lin Yuqing listened quietly and gave me some advice and encouragement from time to time. Mr. Jiang, Lin Yuqing said suddenly, I am very grateful that you trust me so much and share this with me. I looked into her sincere eyes and felt a warmth welling up in my heart. Under the soft light of the cafe, Lin Yuqing's face looked particularly gentle. I took a sip of coffee, letting the bitter taste spread on the tip of my tongue, and then said slowly, Yuqing, I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for your support during this period, I might still be hesitating here. Lin Yuqing smiled and shook her head. Everyone needs time to heal. The important thing is that you have taken an important step now. We smiled at each other. Just then, my cell phone suddenly vibrated. I took a look, and it was a call from my eldest brother Jiang Chan. Sorry, it's my eldest brother calling. I smiled apologetically at Lin Yuqing and picked up the phone. Hey, big brother. Xiao Xian. Jiang Chen's voice came from the other end of the phone. Where are you now? I just finished a meeting and wanted to talk to you. I hesitated for a moment, glanced at Lin Yuqing across from me, and then answered. I'm in the coffee shop in the west of the city with Lin Yuqing. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a second, and then Jiang Chan said, Oh, that's great. I'm not far from there. I'll come see you later. After hanging up the phone, I explained to Lin Yuqing awkwardly. My eldest brother said he was coming over. Lin Yuqing smiled and said, It's okay. Mr. Jiang and I are friends. After a while, Jiang Chan pushed the door and walked in. When he saw us, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Xiaoxian, Yuqing, he walked over to our table. I didn't expect you two to get along so well. I stood up and offered my brother a seat. Brother, please sit down. Do you want something to drink? Jiang Chun waved his hand and sat down. No need, I'm just passing by and came to see you. Chapter 34 I won't bother you anymore. His eyes flickered back and forth between me and Lin Yuqing. It seems my introduction was quite successful. I felt a little uncomfortable, but Lin Yuqing took over the topic naturally. Mr. Jiang, thank you for introducing me to Mr. Jiang. We have been getting along very well during this period. Jiang Chen smiled and said, That's good. Xiaoxian is sometimes too rigid and needs some guidance. Yuqing, please take care of him. I looked at my eldest brother helplessly. Brother, what are you talking about? Jiang Chun patted my shoulder and said, Okay, I won't bother you anymore. By the way, Xiaoxian, come to the company tomorrow. There is a project that needs your attention. After saying that, Jiang Chun stood up and left. The cafe returned to its previous tranquility, but I felt a sense of inexplicable tension. Lin Yuqing seemed to notice my mood changes and asked softly, Mr. Jiang, are you okay? I took a deep breath and forced a smile. It's okay, it's just... Big brother doesn't usually ask about my personal affairs. I'm a little surprised that he did this today. Lin Yuqing nodded thoughtfully. I can understand. Family care can sometimes make people feel stressed. But Mr. Jiang should really care about you. I nodded, but I still felt a little complicated. We chatted for a while, and the atmosphere slowly returned to its previous relaxed state. It was already dark when we left the cafe. I insisted on sending Lin Yuqing home, and she didn't refuse. Walking on the street, the cool night breeze blows on our faces. Lin Yuqing suddenly stopped and turned to face me. Mr. Jiang, I had a great time tonight. I looked into her bright eyes, and my heart beat faster unconsciously. Me too, Yuqing. Thank you for your company. We stood facing each other, and the noise around us seemed to disappear. Just then, a sharp brake sound broke this beautiful moment. We looked back at the same time and saw a car almost hit a delivery man riding an electric scooter. Lin Yuqing exclaimed and subconsciously grabbed my arm. I felt her nervousness and patted the back of her hand gently. It's okay. Luckily, there was no collision. This little episode made us all sober up a little. We continued walking and soon arrived at Lin Yuqing's apartment building. Mr. Jiang, Lin Yuqing hesitated for a moment, then said, Thank you for taking me home. Good night. Watching Lin Yuqing disappear into the apartment building, I turned and walked towards the parking lot. On the way home, my mind kept replaying every detail of tonight, and the corners of my mouth unconsciously rose. The next morning, I arrived at the company on time. Not long after I sat down, Jiang Shun came in my office. Xiao Xian, He said straight to the point, I saw you and Yuching getting along well last night. Is there any progress? I was a little surprised at his directness, but still shook my head. Brother, we are just friends. Jiangchen looked at me meaningfully. Really? I don't think the atmosphere between you two is like that of ordinary friends. I didn't know how to answer, so I could only remain silent. Jiang Chun sighed and sat on the chair opposite me. Xiao Xian, I know you've been through an unhappy marriage, but you should also think about your own happiness. Yuqing is a good girl. I introduced her to you because I hope you can start over. When I heard what my brother said, I felt mixed emotions. Chapter 35. Happiness needs to be fought for by oneself. I knew he meant well, but I still felt a little uncomfortable. Brother, thank you for your concern, but I'm still unsure about my feelings. Besides, I have to take care of Sam. Jiang Chun interrupted me. Sam also needs a complete family environment. You can't always use children as an excuse to avoid your emotional problems. I was silent. Although my brother's words were a bit harsh, they made sense. I looked up at Jiang Chun and said, Brother, I know you are doing this for my own good. Give me some time, okay? I will seriously consider it. Jiang Chun patted my shoulder and smiled with satisfaction. Okay, think about it carefully. Remember, happiness needs to be fought for by yourself. After seeing my brother off, I sat in the office with a lot of thoughts in my mind. I know my brother means well, but matters of the heart are never that simple. I shook my head and decided to focus on work first. It was time to get off work, so I packed up and prepared to leave. As soon as I walked out of the company gate, I saw Lin Yuqing standing on the roadside waiting for a car. She saw me, smiled, and waved. Mr. Jiang, are you off work? I walked over and nodded. Well, did you just get off work too? Lin Yuqing smiled and said, Yeah, I worked a little late today. I looked at my watch and it was almost 7 o'clock. It's so late. Have you eaten yet? She shook her head. Not yet. I plan to go home and cook something. I hesitated for a moment and said, Would you like to have dinner together? I know a nice little restaurant nearby. Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up. Okay, I don't want to cook either. We walked to a nearby small restaurant and ordered a few home-cooked dishes. While waiting for the food, we talked about work. The company recently took on a new project, Lin Yuqing said, and I may need to work overtime for a while. I nodded to show my understanding. New projects are always busy, but make sure to rest and don't overwork yourself. Lin Yuqing smiled, yeah. By the way, how is Sam doing recently? When I mentioned my son, my eyes softened unconsciously. He's doing fine. He's recently become obsessed with painting, and he paints with a brush every day after school. That's great, Lin Yuqing said. Art can cultivate children's creativity. If there's a chance, I can teach him some painting techniques. I was a little surprised. You can also draw? Lin Yuqing smiled and nodded. I studied it for a while in college. Although I'm not proficient in it, it should be no problem to teach the children. I said sincerely, that's great. I'll bring Sam to learn from you some other time. After dinner, we took a walk together to help digest the food. As the night deepened, the street lights lit up, casting a soft glow over the entire city. Mr. Jiang, Lin Yuqing suddenly said, Have you ever thought about taking Sam out for a trip when he grows up? I was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, To be honest, I haven't really thought about it. I'm usually too busy with work and always feel like I don't have the time. Lin Yuqing turned her head and looked at me, with a hint of reproach in her eyes. Work is important, but spending time with your family is also important. Especially for children, these experiences will become their most precious memories. I was silent for a moment, then nodded. You're right. Maybe I should plan it out and take Sam out to see the world. Chapter 36. Aunt Lin is such a nice person. Lin Yuqing smiled. That's great. If you need help planning your trip, feel free to ask me. I'm pretty good at arranging trips. I looked at her gratefully and said, Okay, I'll find you then. On the way to send Lin Yuqing home, we talked a lot. I found that when I was with her, I could always relax and find a long-lost sense of ease. The next day was the weekend, and I got up in the morning and made a hearty breakfast. Dad, Sam asked as they ate, Where are we going today? I smiled and patted his head. How about we go to Central Park? Sam's eyes lit up. Great. Can I borrow my sketch pad? Sure. I said, By the way, Aunt Lin said she can draw. We can ask her to teach you someday. When talking about Lin Yuqing, Sam seemed very excited. Really? Aunt Lin is so nice. Arriving at the park, Sam couldn't wait to take out his drawing board and start painting. I sat on the bench next to him, looking at him and thinking about what Lin Yuqing said yesterday. Maybe I should really spend more time with Sam. Work is important, but children only have one childhood. Thinking of this, I took out my cell phone and started looking up some information about parent-child travel. Just as I was concentrating on the phone screen, I suddenly heard Sam's surprised voice. Auntie Lin. I looked up and saw Lin Yuqing walking towards us. She was wearing casual clothes and carrying a picnic basket. Sam, Mr. Jiang, she said with a smile. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. I stood up, a little surprised. Yuqing, why are you here? Lin Yuqing shook the picnic basket in her hand. The weather is so nice, I want to go out for a picnic. I didn't expect to meet you, what a coincidence. Sam excitedly pulled Lin Yuqing's hand. Aunt Lin, you came at the right time. Can you take a look at the painting I drew? Lin Yuqing smiled gently. Of course, let me see what you drew. Looking at Lin Yuqing and Sam discussing the painting seriously, a wonderful feeling suddenly surged in my heart. The picture looks so harmonious, as if we were a family. Lin Yuqing gave Sam some painting advice, then turned to me. Mr. Jiang, since we've met, why don't we have a picnic together? The food I brought is enough for 3 people. I hesitated for a moment, but seeing Sam's expectant look, I nodded in agreement. We found a spot under the shade of a tree and spread out our picnic mat. The food that Lin Yuqing brought was very rich, including sandwiches, fruit salad, small cakes, and fresh juice. Sam enjoyed the meal very much and kept praising Lin Yuqing's cooking skills. Lin Yuqing smiled and said, If you like, Annie can do it for you often in the future. When I heard this, my heart moved. I looked at Lin Yuqing's gentle smile and suddenly realized that she seemed to have quietly integrated into Sam's and my lives. After the picnic, we took a walk together. Sam walked in front, turning back from time to time to show us interesting things he found. As the sun sets, we end this pleasant picnic day. Sam was tired from playing and fell asleep on my shoulder on the way home. When we got home, I gently carried Sam to bed. Just as I was about to leave the room, Sam suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 37, I can help you plan your itinerary. Dad, he said dazedly, when can we play with Aunt Lin again? I was stunned for a moment. Then I said gently, when Aunt Lin is free, let's make an appointment with her, okay? Sam nodded and closed his eyes again. I closed the door gently, walked into the living room, and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. I walked to open the door in confusion and found it was my neighbor's Sister Wang. Mr. Jiang, Sister Wang said anxiously, my pet is sick, and now all the veterinary hospitals are closed. I remember you have a car. Can you help take us to the 24-hour veterinary hospital? I agreed without hesitation. Hurriedly left a note for Sam and drove Sister Wang and her family to the pet hospital. By the time I got home after dealing with this matter, it was already late at night. I sat on the sofa tiredly and suddenly remembered today's picnic. Lin Yuqing's smile, Sam's laughter, and that delicious picnic. These images kept flashing in my mind. I took out my phone, hesitated for a moment, and sent a message to Lin Yuqing. Thank you for the picnic today. Sam is very happy. By the way, I'm thinking of taking Sam on a trip to the beach. Do you have any suggestions? After sending the message, I put down my phone and went to take a shower. When I came out, I found that the phone screen was on. Lin Yuqing replied, You're welcome. I'm happy too. Traveling to the seaside is a good idea. I can help you plan your trip, if you don't mind. I was about to reply when another message came, but it's the peak tourist season now, so booking tickets might be a little troublesome. Would you like me to help you? I have a friend who works for a travel agency and might be able to help. I thought about it and replied, That's great. Thank you for your help. By the way, do you like the beach? Unexpectedly, Lin Yuqing replied immediately. I like it very much, especially at sunrise and sunset. The scenery at the seaside is beautiful. We chatted about everything from travel plans to our childhood memories, and before we knew it, 2 hours had passed. Just as we were chatting excitedly, I suddenly heard a noise coming from Sam's room. I quickly said goodnight to Lin Yuqing and ran to check what was going on. It turned out that Sam was having a nightmare. I hugged him gently and soothed him to sleep. Looking at my son's peaceful sleeping face, I suddenly realized that maybe it's time to inject some new elements into our lives. The next morning, I received a message from Lin Yuqing as soon as I got up. She not only helped me book the air tickets and hotels, but also listed a detailed travel guide. I was about to reply to her when I heard the doorbell. I opened the door and was surprised to find Lin Yuqing standing at the door with 3 breakfasts in her hands. Good morning, Mr. Jiang, she said with a smile. I thought you might not have time to prepare breakfast, so I brought some over. I hope I didn't disturb you. I was touched and quickly invited her in. How could that be? Thank you so much. Please come in. Sam heard the noise and ran out. Seeing Lin Yuqing, he shouted happily, Auntie Lin. The 3 of us sat around the dining table and enjoyed this unexpected breakfast. Looking at Lin Yuqing and Sam talking and laughing, a wonderful feeling surged in my heart. Maybe this is what home feels like. After breakfast, Lin Yuqing offered to help clean up. We worked together in the kitchen, laughing over little things. After finishing her work, Lin Yuqing turned around and looked at me seriously. Mr. Jiang, I was wondering, if you don't mind, can I go to the beach with you guys? I was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Chapter 38, Traveling Together. Dad. Sam gently tugged at the corner of my clothes, his eyes full of anticipation. Sam, do you mind if Annie Lin goes with you? Lin Yuqing knows how to please children, and she understands children's minds very well. Sometimes I really want to ask her if she studied child psychology. Sam looked up at me, bit his lip, and nodded. I know he is afraid that I will be angry and think he is immature. Sam is such a pitiful person. I couldn't help but touch his head. Then let's do it together. I couldn't say no to Sam. As a father, I cannot give him a complete family and a biological mother, so I can only try my best to satisfy him in other places. But the plane tickets. At first, I only wanted to go alone, but I didn't expect Lin Yuqing to suddenly propose it. Forgot to bring a share. I bought it. Lin Yuqing smiled sweetly, as if a little embarrassed. I bought the tickets together. Prepared soy milk for Sam naturally. If you don't take me, I'll go by myself. I won't leave Aunt Lin alone. Sam pulled her hand and shook it gently, which made Lin Yuqing smile happily. No, I won't take you without me. I scratched my head in embarrassment and looked at Lin Yuqing with a silly smile. At this moment, I seemed to be back to the time when I was in love, young and ignorant, but with a little more hope. On the day of departure, Lin Yuqing came to our house specifically to help my father and me pack our supplies. I can do it myself. She had a headache looking at all that pile of underwear, and I felt even more embarrassed. I'm a married man with children, so it doesn't matter if I am thick-skinned. Lin Yuqing's face turned visibly red. I said I would help you. She hadn't finished her next words yet, with a newly opened pair of panties still hanging on her thumb. You've helped a lot. If you're worried, why don't you go help Sam? I found an excuse to get her out of the way. Lin Yuqing had already become a cooked shrimp and was walking down the slope. I'll go now. The moment she left, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. When she packed her luggage, she left some space for underwear, otherwise I really don't know how I would have stuffed all these pairs of panties in there. I didn't tell anyone about what happened between Lin Yuqing and I. I just want to be friends. Maria, also carrying a suitcase when I boarded the plane. Why is she here? Xiao Xian, are you really on this flight? Real? Did she know that she was going to travel? I looked down at Sam, and he looked guilty. He explained quietly, not daring to raise his head. Dad, I'm sorry, my brother asked me, and I accidentally let it slip. What's wrong? The beach is yours? You're the only one allowed to go there, and not us. Marx is still so rude and arrogant, like a proud peacock. You can go if you want. I glanced at him. He was clearly my son, and I clearly wanted to get close to him. But every time I see Marx's attitude, my heart feels like a fire is burning patience and affection to ashes. You can't control me anyway. Maria's eyes lingered on Marx and Sam, feeling a little embarrassed and ashamed. Sam has become more polite and understanding lately. One cannot help but admire how good Ethan's teaching is. When I read Marx, I found him arrogant and conceited. It makes her look like a low-quality mother. Xiao Xian, actually I didn't plan to go to the beach, Chapter 39, Ex-Wife and Current Wife. I'm back. A sweet female voice interrupted Maria. Ethan's eyes. Lin Yuqing was a very sensible person. There was no way she hadn't seen Maria. Maria felt uneasy and had a bad feeling. Ex-wife. Hello. Lin Yuqing acted like a mistress and took the initiative to extend her hand to show her goodwill. You two are together about this? Maria's eyes flashed with sarcasm. She also said she was fast, and Ethan was never idle either. No. Ethan immediately denied it. Maria was so angry that her face turned blue and her eyebrows jumped together. If you marry a wife at this time, what will happen to the children? That's my business. It has nothing to do with you. Ethan turned and left, plane ticket in hand. No matter how Maria stood behind him and called him, he remained motionless. I never expected that Maria would actually follow me. She's like a plaster that can't be shaken off. She goes wherever I go. Which one of you is not here today? I'm taking her myself this time. I was a little surprised because she had never raised a child by herself. Does this count as a decline in quality of life? I remember when I was with him, I couldn't even bear to let him take them up. I have to learn to take care of the kids myself. Yes, after all, George likes housewives. I deliberately mocked her, and seeing Maria feel uncomfortable, I felt a sense of pleasure in my heart. Let's go in. Lin Yuqing acted as a peacemaker and pulled me by the shoulder and left. Maria's face turned pale as she watched them getting farther and farther away. Mars looked into her eyes and couldn't help but complain, "Go after her if you want to." Maria froze in place and patted his head. "Forget it. She already has George. Why would she take this risk?" She got on the plane, and when she turned around, a trace of loneliness flashed in Marx's eyes. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but their seats were very close to me, especially Mark's. The gap between father and son was not so easy to bridge. We looked at each other for less than a second before we both turned our heads away. Half an hour later, Ethan was drowsy. In the car, Marx was awakened by the sound. He looked up and around, muttering, "It's so noisy." He is really spoiled. Look at Sam again. Although he is pale with fright, he still looks well-behaved and doesn't make any noise. Traveling with kids was easier than I thought, and as originally planned, they would arrive in the afternoon. "Dad, is Mom coming with us?" Sam's eyes, but I couldn't tell whether he was worried or inviting. "Mom, he doesn't." "Sam, do you want Mom to come along?" Maria was sitting next to me, one seat away from Lin Yuqing. When she knew I refused, she immediately interrupted me. "I want to, but Aunt Lin." He dreamed of being a family, but they brought Aunt Lin with them. If his mother came too, Aunt Lin would definitely be sad. "We don't welcome you. George is so confident in letting you come, but we are worried." He noticed out of the corner of his eye that Lin Yuqing was secretly looking at him. "You probably want to hear what I have to say." I patted Sam. "Be good. We'll be there when you wake up." "Good." Sam really closed his eyes and fell asleep soon after. While he was asleep, I had the chance to remind Maria, "Don't forget, you are George's woman now. It's not appropriate for you to be so close to me. Be careful if George sees you and gets angry again." Chapter 40, No Place to Live. Maria's expression instantly darkened. I knew what she was going to say, so I looked at Marx before she did. "It's even less likely that your son would want to go with me. Marx had a lot of grievances against me before we divorced, so it was even more unlikely that he would be willing to go to the beach with me." "What do you mean by your son? Am I not your son?" Marx's voice rose so high that Sam almost woke up. "Keep your voice down. Your brother's about to wake up." "Humph, what's wrong with me speaking? If you're so protective of him, why did you give birth to me?" Marx's voice attracted the attention of everyone around him. I frowned, looking at Marx, who was becoming more and more outrageous, and my heart was full of resentment. How could such a good child be raised like this by Maria? Isn't it because you don't care about him that Marx is so excited? Maria also realized how noisy they were. Her face flushed, and she forced an excuse. "Why don't you know why I don't look at him? Every time I went to see the kids, she would ask George to follow me, as if I were a human trafficker. I look after my own children very carefully. And Marx, he doesn't recognize me as his father. So why should he care who I support?" Maria's face turned red, and I saw her eyes widen in disbelief. One hand was shaking as he pointed at me. "Xiao Xian, why are you talking so harshly?" Maria's words were full of meaning. She glanced at Lin Yuqing beside her while speaking. "Why are you becoming unreasonable just because we're getting a divorce?" "Am I being unreasonable? I was like this before the divorce, but I spoiled you at that time. I took you seriously when we got married. Now that we're divorced, do you still want to control me? There is no such good thing." I didn't want to say anything more. I watched Maria's eyes gradually cool down. "Take good care of Marx. Don't let him be too willful. Marx is someone else's child now, so I can't say much. As a father, I hope he can have a noble character. At least don't become a bully. Who wants you to care? Just take care of your Sam." Marx rolled his eyes at me, but I was too lazy to pay attention to him and just turned my head to the side and took a nap. Maria was no longer trying to embarrass herself, but I could clearly feel her eyes on me, with a hint of hatred in them. After finally arriving at the destination, Maria suddenly said that she had not booked a room. "Why don't you book a room before you go out to play? Where do they live on the streets?" We left in a hurry, and the rooms were full. I thought he was joking until Marx walked up to Sam and said, "Brother, can I live with you?" Sam is too kind to just ignore it. Feeling his questioning gaze, I didn't have time to answer before Marx interrupted me. "Why are you looking at him? That's your room. This brat is clearly disobedient. That's the room I booked." "What do you mean?" I clenched my fists. If this wasn't my son, I would really want to throw this kid into the sea to feed the fish. "Sam, would you?" I certainly couldn't just sit there and watch Marx have nowhere to live and do nothing about it. "Dad, let my brother live with me." Sam is a well-behaved and sensible person. He also knew that I couldn't bear it, so he made the decision for me. Although I was reluctant, I had to agree. If only Marks would behave himself. You can move in, but you are not allowed to bully your brother. I bullied him? Am I crazy? Marks crossed his hands on his chest, and he looked very mature. I don't know who he learned this from. Chapter 41. One Maria left. Considering what he had done before, I felt a little uneasy. His problem was solved, and there was Maria. Don't look at me. There's no way I'm letting you live with me. As for Lin Yuqing, an impossible. Why should they live with a stranger? It's okay. I can live anywhere. Maria looked nonchalant and turned away. Mom, where are you going? Marks was just a kid who didn't get along with me. When he saw his mother was leaving, he trotted after her. What are you doing? You want to sleep on the streets too? Let me go. I don't want you to care. Marks was a very strong boy. He slapped me in the face, and I clenched my lips in pain. Dad, are you okay? Sam was so scared that his face turned red. He couldn't help but hold Marks's struggling hands. Marks, stop it. You hit Dad. I hit him, this wicked guy. What did you say? I have no conscience. I have no conscience, but I can still take him in? Who did you learn this from? Is it George? Or is it Maria? Maria was clearly at fault, but it was me that Marks hated. How can this make sense? Don't worry about it. Just give me back my mother. Marks's eyes were red. He usually acted like a little adult, but now that he couldn't see the person he had been relying on, he couldn't help but break down. It's not like I drove him away. I couldn't help but teach Marks a lesson, but Lin Yuqing suddenly held my hand and said, let her come back. What? I thought I had heard it wrong and asked again. Let him come back and live in my room. She knew Ethan was doing this for her consideration. He must be afraid of getting angry, right? He and Maria are already husband and wife, so there will be no problem for them to live together. No, I don't want to let Lin Yuqing down. We are husband and wife, and I don't want to see Maria living outside. I was planning to give up my room and squeeze in on the sofa outside the hotel. They booked a suite, and since Sam was still young, it was impossible for him to be separated from her. As long as there are 2 rooms, they can accommodate us. How do people live there? Lin Yuqing's eyes were a little evasive, and she hesitated for a long time before speaking. How about you live with me? There was no way she could live with Maria, but it wasn't unacceptable if it was Ethan. You and me? I was a little surprised. Even though I already have 2 children, I still feel a little embarrassed. Isn't this a bit bad? We are a single man and a single woman in the same room, and we don't have a pure relationship. What if I can't control myself? I looked up at Lin Yuqing. No, this would harm a girl. What are you going to do? Lin Yuqing frowned, and a trace of sadness appeared on her pretty face. Yeah, what should I do? I want to know too. I don't know what's wrong with Maria that she would come on this trip at such a whim. Can't you come another day? I can't help but blame Marks. What's it to you? Marks' arrogant look is not used in the right place. He slowly calmed down and bit my arm. Little bastard. I let go and saw him turn and run. Maria had disappeared long ago. Where could he find her? Return. I was so scared that I was sweating all over. Fortunately, Lin Yuqing was quick and grabbed Marks. Marks, don't be willful. What's it to you? Let me go, you ugly bastard. Marks refused to obey and struggled to bite Lin Yuqing. Marks, stop messing around. Chapter 42. Making people laugh at each other. I was startled and quickly took the person over. He could do whatever he wants with me, but what's the matter with bringing Lin Yuqing to justice? Fortunately, Lin Yuqing was gentler than I thought. It's okay, kid. Her smile was so gentle that it made me feel a little embarrassed. It's really hard to come out and have fun, but now I have to make fun of you. Marks curled his lips in disdain. Be honest. I patted his butt and waited until he calmed down before calling Maria. It's not safe for him as a woman in this unfamiliar place, and the only solution currently available is what Lin Yuqing mentioned. Mark saw me holding my phone and stood nearby in protest. I won't allow you to live with this woman. I looked at this little adult-like child and couldn't help laughing. Why do you care about me? I responded in his usual tone, and seeing him standing there in a daze, I couldn't help but laugh at him. Are you not scared? I'm not scared. Don't be so proud. Marks looked unyielding and pulled Sam over, plotting something. Maria's phone call was answered quickly, and her cold voice came from the other end. What? It's not enough for you to be with your little lover, and you come to me? She said this as if I was doing something else on purpose. I'll give you 3 minutes. Go back to the hotel, and I'll send you the location later. It was outrageous that this woman just threw Marks to me and walked away. Do you really think of me as free labor? It was clearly agreed that we would give each of you 1 child. Marks was raised to be like this by her. Now he throws the mess to me, and he feels so relaxed. Why are you so mean to her? Lin Yuqing had a smile on her face. Although she didn't say a word, I could feel that she was very satisfied with what I had done just now. That's just politeness. I was too polite before, which gave him the opportunity to hurt me. It's different now. I will arm myself so that she will never have the chance to hurt me again. Maria arrived late at the hotel entrance. Half an hour? You're really fast. I couldn't help but mock her. From the moment we got on the plane until now, I have never been satisfied with him. Can't this woman have a little self-awareness? Marks has you, I put down. I'm worried. You're handing Marks over to me. Does that mean you don't want custody of him anymore? Sure enough, when the issue of custody was brought up, Maria's face instantly darkened. Do you really have to force me like this? Her reaction was bigger than I expected. It seems that he doesn't completely ignore the child. If you really love the child, you shouldn't just throw the child to me. She obviously knew that it was inconvenient for me. Maria shrugged and laughed sarcastically. I see. You're worried that I'll affect your date. Her eyes wandered over Lin Yuqing, and there seemed to be some ill intent in them. Don't add drama to your own drama. Each child has one, and each person is responsible for disciplining him or her. Marks didn't listen to him at all, and he didn't bother to care. I didn't want to waste time with him, so I gave him the room key. It's just this room. You and the child can live in it. Maria was a little surprised. She paused and looked puzzled. What do you mean? Isn't it right to find you a place to live? You really don't know what's good for you. Where do you live then? Otherwise, why do people say that women's sixth sense is so accurate? She looked at Lin Yuqing with hostility in her eyes. Chapter 43, Living with Lin Yuqing. What are you looking at him for? I pulled Lin Yuqing behind me, and the moment I touched her hands, I could clearly feel Lin Yuqing's body tremble. You guys live together? Yes, what's the problem? I didn't want to say so much, but she kept going on and on. Shut up if you have any opinions. I have no obligation to explain to him. I took Lin Yuqing with me and glanced at Marks before leaving. Anyway, this kid doesn't like me, so just let him stay with his mother. When I reached the door of the room, I felt my steps become heavy. Lin Yuqing's room and mine are adjacent. As I was about to reach Lin Yuqing's door, my heart suddenly started beating violently. Very nervous. Should I stop at the door of his room on my own initiative or wait for Lin Yuqing to call me? What if she forgets me? But if I bring this up on my own initiative, will it make her feel anxious? My hand was shaking as I held Sam's. My palms are full of sweat. Dad, Sam, are you hungry? I guess what Sam was going to say and stopped him before he could say it. No, that. Then we'll go out for dinner later. I blinked at Sam. Although he didn't understand what I meant, he nodded cooperatively. It's almost here. It's almost here. I gritted my teeth nervously and stepped into Lin Yuqing's room. Ethan, oh, what's wrong? I stood still and turned around stiffly. Lin Yuqing looked at me and couldn't help laughing. You're not coming to my place? Yes, of course. I had no idea what I was doing and just kept nodding. I'll go back and get my clothes first. I have 2 room cards, one for Maria. Then get up quickly. I'll wait for you. As she spoke, she entered the room on her left. I looked at her in the door, and my heart, which had been pounding with excitement, finally settled down. It was like falling from a great height and landing on a soft cushion. Dad, what's wrong with you? Sam was acutely aware of my discomfort. That was nervousness. I felt nervous when I thought about entering Lin Yuqing's room next. Dad is fine. Dad is just a little upset. What should we do then? Sam has a small face and looks at me innocently. It will be fine in a moment. I took Sam into the room and grabbed a pair of underwear and pajamas. I can't keep staying at Lin Yuqing's place forever. I plan to go check out the rooms tomorrow. Maybe there will be a vacancy. It's better to stay away so as not to run into Maria all the time. While I was packing my things, Sam held his little face in his hands and looked at me, as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. What do you want to say? Sam's eyes sparkled with admiration. Dad, how did you know I was going to talk? Because I'm your father. I sat next to Sam and held him in my arms. Miss your brother? His eyes can't hide the truth from me. This child is kind and innocent. Marks played him as if he were a mouse. I don't want them to be together because I'm afraid Sam will suffer. When will my brothers come back? In the end, I'm still worried about Marks. What children fear most is not having playmates, especially since Marks is so smart. He knew exactly how to make Sam dependent on him. Brother and the others will be back soon. Better not to come back. I thought so in my heart, but I couldn't bear to tell Sam. Chapter 44, Because he is my brother. I touched his head and asked him tentatively, Sam, why you care so much about your brother? Doesn't he always bully you? I swear I really didn't mean to sow discord between the 2 children. I just wanted Sam to be more cautious. He is my brother. Just this reason? I wanted to ask a few more questions, but was scared off by the enthusiasm in Sam's eyes. My son is such a kind person. No matter how others treat him, he will never play tricks on others like Marks did. They are both my children, so why is Marks such a headache? The door opened, and Maria slowly approached with a child. I saw in the mirror that the mother and son were cuddling together, and Marks's eyes were red, as if he had just cried. You're back pretty soon? I didn't want to be too disrespectful to them in front of Sam. Sam definitely doesn't want his parents to quarrel every time they meet. I'm doing this for Sam. Are you packing? Maria and I have lived together for so long that she knows my habits very well. You can tell at a glance what I'm doing. It has nothing to do with you. I didn't bother to pay attention to her, so I picked up my clothes and left. As I passed by the two of them, I couldn't help but remind Maria, don't let Marks bully his brother. Sam has a soft personality and always tolerates things, but as a father, I will not turn a blind eye to it. Maria raised her eyebrows. You care so much about Sam. Have you ever considered Marks' feelings? I followed her gaze and saw that Marks' eyes were even redder. I don't know if it's because the sad feeling hasn't passed yet, or because of what he said. It must be the former. I didn't care at all. I laughed so hard that my shoulders shook. Marks doesn't like me that much. I'm too self-aware. He has always liked George. You're right, I just don't like you. What's wrong? Marks yelled at me with all his strength, his body turning red with excitement and anger. Okay, I won't bother you. Why should I bother with a child? Leaving the room, I leaned against the wall and sighed. Marks was wasted. I was filled with rage. George, how could you have raised my son like this? He's like a dandy boy, but he doesn't have the family conditions for a dandy boy. What should I do when I enter society in the future? I couldn't help but have wild thoughts. More than 10 minutes passed, but I still didn't have the courage to knock on Lin Yuqing's door. It's useless. I couldn't help but slap myself. Didn't we agree on this? But when I saw the closed door, I still didn't have the courage to knock on it. Otherwise, forget it. I was just about to ask the front desk if there was a suitable room. Any warehouse will do. Just find a place to live. I heard a creaking sound behind me. How long have you been standing there? Lin Yuqing is more natural than I thought. She looked like she had just taken a shower, with a pink towel wrapped around her and a slight blush on her face. The moment I turned around, the water vapor from her body hit my nose and made me stagger. I heard you close the door a long time ago. Why didn't you come in? Did he hear it? Did he also hear what he said to me, Maria? The soundproofing in this house is not very good. I scratched my head in embarrassment. Before I kissed her, I promised her that there would be no trouble in the future. Now, look what happens. The relationship isn't confirmed yet, and the ex-wife comes looking for him first. You don't have to be embarrassed. I understand. He is indeed a college student. Chapter 45, Forgot to Take Underwear. I clench my fists. I am easy to talk to and considerate. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Before she could finish her words, Lin Yuqing moved aside to make way for her. Come in and talk. The room Lin Yuqing booked was not small, and there were 2 beds in the room. I am confident that I can control myself, and there will be no accidental discharge of the weapon. But having said that, when we were actually in the same room together, I still couldn't help but feel nervous. This bed is quite soft. I pinched the bed, and the stiff movement made Lin Yuqing laugh. Why are you so nervous? Are you afraid that I will do something to you? She has always been quiet and gentle, and this is the first time she has told such a joke. No, how could you possibly do that to me? I explained lamely, and with her joke, the atmosphere between us eased a little. It's not that embarrassing. Lin Yuqing glanced at the bathroom and asked, do you want to take a shower? There should be hot water now. Oh, okay. After a day of hard work, I smell of sweat. I had been planning to come back after taking a shower before Maria came back. I didn't expect Maria to come before I even entered. This matter has been delayed until now. The bathroom is filled with the scent of shower gel. The light aroma fills the entire room, but is not overpowering. I have smelled this scent on Lin Yuqing before, and I thought it was perfume, but I didn't expect it to be the smell of shower gel. Just like her, gentle and sweet. I washed myself with the smell of shower gel, and halfway through I realized I didn't have any underwear on. Oh my God, what should I do? How could I make such a stupid mistake? I looked in the mirror and saw myself looking a little tired after just one day's hard work. Fight on both sides. Just go out like this? That's a vacuum. Will Lin Yuqing think I'm being a hooligan when she sees me? Ask her to help me get it? Will this make her think I did it on purpose? Nothing works. I clearly remembered taking the underwear, but as soon as Maria came back, I forgot everything. Damn it. I couldn't help but push the mirror. Maybe the sound was too loud, So Lin Yuqing trotted to the bathroom door. What's wrong? Is there no hot water? Lin Yuqing took a very slow shower, and when Ethan came in, she was worried that he would not fall asleep in the middle of the shower. No, it's still hot. I've finished washing it, too. The sound of water disappeared, and I couldn't help but speak. Just a little trouble. What's the trouble? Can I help? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yuqing's face turned red. I don't know how to react. Let her help me get my underwear? Lin Yuqing probably just said it casually. She is so kind and must be used to helping. Yes, that must be the case. I'm taking a shower. How can she help me? I cleared my throat, tried to ease the embarrassment. No need for help. Did you forget to bring your pajamas? If it still doesn't come out after washing, there is only one possibility. I felt like there was something stuck in my throat, and I couldn't utter a word. If I told Lin Yuqing myself, it might seem more natural. But I always feel weird letting Lin Yuqing guess it herself. What happened? Lin Yuqing asked outside. The voice was trembling and full of concern. I am. Really want to say it? Really want to say it? I closed my eyes and made up my mind. I forgot to bring my underwear. Lin Yuqing was obviously a little confused. After not hearing her voice for a long time, I tried to excuse myself awkwardly. I didn't forget to bring it on purpose. I really forgot to bring it. Oops. Chapter 46, I'll get it for you. I couldn't help scratching my head. Even though I knew Lin Yuqing couldn't see it, my face still blushed. I haven't felt the feeling of love for a long time. So this is what love is like. Shy? I'm a grown man. What should I be shy about? Actually, haha, why are you so cute? Lin Yuqing's laughter came through the bathroom door. I'm a little embarrassed. It's our first time living together, and I didn't know what to say after that. Luckily, Lin Yuqing understood. It's just underwear. Maybe I'll forget to bring clothes tomorrow. I'll get it for you. I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I heard the footsteps outside the door getting smaller and smaller. She means we have to live together tomorrow, too? I won't have to live with her until the end of the trip, right? I don't mind. She's just a girl. It wouldn't be good if it got out. Given Maria's personality, it was even more impossible for her to not say a word to others. At the door of the next room, Lin Yuqing's knocking sound was getting louder and louder. I don't know what's going on inside. It's very noisy. Is anyone there? I need to get something. It was Maria who opened the door. She looked Lin Yuqing up and down with a frown. Where's Xiaoxian? Even though they are divorced, she still calls me so affectionately. He forgot to bring his clothes. Underwear. Maria's generous look made people uncomfortable. Sam stood beside her and tugged at his shirt, gently reminding her to be more polite. He didn't understand anything. He just felt that his mother's tone was not very good. This was usually how she acted when she blamed herself. Let him get himself, etc. Lin Yuqing held the door he was about to close with one hand. He just asked me to come because it was inconvenient. She smiled politely. Give it to me. Maria must have put the things away. She couldn't have gone in and looked through them. What is your relationship? Ethan's absence. Maria seemed to be questioning her husband's mistress. Although Lin Yuqing didn't say anything, she was not someone to be trifled with. If I remember correctly, you should have been divorced? Maria, questioning her here? Yes, but if you want to be with Xiao Xian, it means you will be the stepmother of my child. I have an obligation to test your character. Maria spoke in a high-sounding manner, as if she was very responsible. It's obvious that she was the one who cheated on her husband and ignored the children, and now she's calling an inspection. If Lin Yuqing hadn't known about the development of their relationship, she would have thought it was Ethan's fault when they divorced. He sneered and was about to retort when he heard a sharp question from behind him. Did I test you? Ethan found a pair of pants from somewhere and put them on, then walked towards them with a cold face. Dad. Sam saw Ethan. He rushed over and hugged her legs. Dad, Mom is so fierce. He had been waiting for too long and couldn't help but come out to take a look. Although he had thought that Maria might make things difficult for Lin Yuqing, he had never thought that the two of them would be so tense. And Maria, how did he brazenly say she was Sam's mother? After we divorced, you didn't seem to ask Sam much. She is completely in a hands-off state. If I hadn't suggested that Marks follow him, I think Marks would have been awarded to me as well. I really wanted 2 children at that time. If Marks hadn't liked his Uncle George so much. I shook my head, not wanting to keep the unpleasant things in my mind. Chapter 47. You are not qualified to discipline me. You don't have to be so pompous. I couldn't help but mock her. We are divorced. I am free to do whatever I want. What qualifications do you have to supervise me? I watched Maria's face slowly turn blue, but I didn't react at all. I used to spoil her to the skies, and whenever she frowned, I would want to pluck the stars from the sky and give them to her. What's the result? What did I get? Cheating, betrayal. I really don't have the patience to be sentimental with her right now. Sam, can you bring Dad some clean clothes? Sam and I depend on each other. Although we are two old men, we could take good care of each other. Sam is sensible and sometimes helps me with some simple housework. Helping to get clothes was a piece of cake for him. Okay, Dad, wait for me. Sam blushed and agreed obediently. She was glad to help her father. As soon as he turned around, Marks ran out from somewhere with the clothes I had just taken out in his hand. Is this it? He was as cold as a little president. Yes. Even Maria was surprised. Marks, did you get the clothes for Dad? Marks and Maria were always polite when they were together. This is also the reason why I have never interfered with his education. At least Marks didn't really become an ungrateful person, and he still knew how to be nice to his mother. If he just holds a grudge against me, that's fine. Anyway, they will never have any intersection in the future. Marks, you are really capable. Actually, you miss your dad too, right? Maria sounded like she was playing the emotional card. I was a little resistant to it because she had done this before and it never worked for me. Thank you. After all, he is my own child. Even though he is a little naughty, I still can't help but feel soft-hearted. You can even forget your own clothes. You are such a loser. He looked polite just now, but just a few minutes later, he showed his fangs again. Marks, how do you talk to Dad? Maria was also a little embarrassed and said a few words to him. He's already this grown up, and he still forgot to take his clothes. What else could he be but a waste? Marks's words became more and more outrageous. You and George talk like that when you're together? I gave this little bastard his life, and he talks to me like this? No manners at all. Marks felt a little guilty about the article, and his round eyes darted around. What does it have to do with you? Well, it's better not to talk like that. I patted her head. I'm the only one who tolerates you. After I said this, I looked at Maria and couldn't hold back any longer. I think we need to talk about Marks' education when we have a chance. Marks in this way. She doesn't care. Marks will suffer a great loss in the future. I have one tonight. I don't have time. I glanced at Lin Yuqing. He had been waiting for a long time and was gradually becoming unable to stand. Wait for me to contact you. It is true that this matter is imminent, but there is no rush. If I go there now, what will Lin Yuqing think of me? Two timing? We're still in touch with his ex-wife. Maria, isn't this purely harming me? I really didn't want to see Maria looking aggrieved. She bit her lower lip tightly, as if I was the one at fault. It was obviously her who cheated. Dad, can I live with you? Chapter 48, Living Together. Hearing Sam's pleading voice, I paused. Sam did. I feel sorry for Sam for putting him in such a stressful environment when we go out to play. The room is big enough. Lin Yuqing, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. I was a little surprised and looked up in a daze. Is this convenient? Not only do I have to live in someone else's room, but I also have to take care of a child. Sam is well behaved. He is still a child after all, so it is inevitable that he will cry, especially since he is in an unfamiliar environment. Sam also realized that he had gone a little too far. He lowered his head cautiously, but couldn't help but reveal an expectant look. I really can't bear to see my child so troubled. At his age, he should be able to get whatever he wants without any worries. It's okay. I like Sam too. I looked at Lin Yuqing, and then my eyes changed direction and fell on Maria. The main reason is that I am worried. There was something sinister in her words. It was the first time I saw Lin Yuqing being so rude. I was a little surprised, but I felt warm inside. She didn't have to do this, but she broke her bottom line again and again for me. Is this what love is? She likes me too. I couldn't help but speculate in my mind, and when I realized that Maria came up to beat people, it was too late. Mother, Sam's voice woke me up from my daze. I didn't have time to stop Maria, so I had to turn around and protect Lin Yuqing behind me. I watched Maria's slap fall on my face. Her nails scratched my cheek, blood oozed out, and I trembled in pain. What did George teach you? Beating people, slandering, what else have I not seen? I couldn't help but feel disappointed. How could Maria become like this? Her eyes were bloodshot, her hands clenched into fists, placed on both sides of her trouser legs and trembling slightly. I am Sam's mother. Don't think about taking my place. Maria looked like a woman who had lost her child. Everyone in the hotel went to sleep, and they were the only ones standing in the corridor shouting. Inevitably, some people who were curious about the situation opened the door and looked out. Maria, don't go too far. Didn't I say nothing when you brought Marks to meet George? I'm divorced from you, so it's normal for me to fall in love. She also wants me to hang myself on a tree? That's too selfish. I picked up Sam and ignored this crazy woman. I don't want to embarrass her in front of the children. But if she keeps pestering me like this, I won't be polite either. Following Lin Yuqing back to his room, I felt a little awkward. But luckily Sam was there, so the atmosphere between us wasn't as awkward as it was at the beginning. Do you want to take Sam for a bath? Lin Yuqing knew that I was embarrassed, so she sat at the head of the bed very considerately, looking down at something. I'll go now, please. I don't remember how many times I said sorry, but Lin Yuqing was smiling the whole time. I don't know if it's just out of kindness, or if it's because of me. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. I shook my head, feeling like my brain was almost shaking, but I still couldn't come up with an answer. Sam was sitting in the bathtub looking at me. His timid eyes were heartbreaking. How's it been being in the same room with Mom? I knew the answer without asking. Maria is not a caring woman. My mother ignored me, and my brother ignored me too. Sam felt a little lonely. He was very happy to see his mother. Although he felt a little sorry for Aunt Lynn, he really hadn't seen his mother for a long time. And my brother, he would be happier if they could travel together. However, they don't seem to like themselves very much. Chapter 49, Am I Really Hateful? Sam raised his head, and I heard his babyish voice, carefully asking me, Dad, am I really that annoying? My heart shrank, as if someone had squeezed it into a ball. Sam is the best baby in the world. No one will hate you. Then why Mom? Sam closed his mouth mid-sentence and covered his mouth with his two small hands. Will Aunt Lynn be unhappy? The bathroom door was closed tightly, but Sam was still worried that the sound might leak out. How could anyone not like such a well-behaved and sensible child? I patted Sam's shoulder and patiently advised him. There are bound to be people in this world who don't like you. You don't need to care. Some people are not worthy of being your mother. Sam seemed to understand, but at his age, he didn't understand what it meant to be unworthy. All he knew was that his sense of security was gone by half. Watching him nod innocently and obediently, I felt like my heart was about to jump out. How could I throw him to Maria? Endless guilt spread from the bottom of my heart. Lin Yuqing knocked on the door many times, but I didn't hear it. I'm coming in. She thought the father and son had fainted in the bathroom, and they didn't respond no matter how she called them. We'll be out right away. Thinking she needed the bathroom, I gave Sam a quick rinse and grabbed a towel. Don't worry, I was just worried that you two might have fainted in the bathroom. Lin Yuqing held 2 bottles of mineral water in her hand and placed them on the shelf. Her soothing smile made all my embarrassment disappear. Take your time washing, I'm not in a hurry. There were 3 of them in one room, so I had to tidy up Sam first. Half an hour later, they finally came out. The bed in the bedroom was not big, and Sam had no place to live. I decisively chose to sleep on the floor. You guys sleep on the bed, I'll stay on the floor. Fortunately, the weather is hot now, otherwise I really don't know how I would spend this night. When Lin Yuqing wanted to take a shower, Sam lay on the bed and looked at me with sparkling eyes. Dad, will you marry Aunt Lynn? Why do you ask? Kids nowadays know too much. I wonder if he heard some rumors from his mother. Mom said if you like someone, you should marry him. She likes Dad. When I heard the last few words, my heart was gripped. Sam is silly. He never asked me about my affairs. Maria could only have said these words to him on purpose. What did she mean by that? Was she trying to make peace with me? Did you hear what your mother said? As I was talking, I seemed to hear the door opening. I subconsciously glanced at the bathroom door. Fortunately, Lin Yuqing had not come back yet. I heard it from my brother. Elder brother? Mars looked like he wanted to kick him every time he saw him. So, would he say something like this? I thought about it, but I still couldn't accept that this sentence came from Marx's mouth. Does Dad still like Mom? Don't ask so many questions, kid. Go to sleep. Sam pursed his lips angrily and closed his eyes obediently. Chapter 50 seems to have missed something. Lin Yuqing came out of the shower and found Sam sleeping soundly. There were the only 2 people still awake in a huge room, which made people feel nervous for no reason. Did you finish washing? Lin Yuqing was only wearing a bathrobe, which was not from the hotel. It looked like she had brought it herself. I looked away. As a normal man, this showed respect. The moment I tilted my head, I heard a chuckle. When I raised my head, Lin Yuqing found a medicine box from somewhere. Half kneeling in front of me. Apply some medicine. Maria's hit had just touched the water, and now, after his reminder, it really hurt and burned. That might be troublesome for you. I can't see it myself, so I can't get on. Lin Yuqing's movements were lighter than I expected. I could even feel that her breathing rate had slowed down. Don't be so nervous. It really doesn't hurt. We have to go out and play tomorrow, and I'm worried that Lin Yuqing won't be able to handle it if she stays up too late. If you don't apply the medicine properly, it will leave scars. Lin Yuqing was obviously more nervous than me, the person involved. After she had finally treated her wound, a trace of sleepiness came over me. I wanted to maintain my image, but I couldn't help yawning. How about going to bed? I found a quilt and spread it on the floor while she was taking a shower to avoid being embarrassed when she came out, and I had to start looking for it. You, sleeping on the floor? I glanced at the bed that Sam had half occupied. Yeah. How can I, a man, squeeze with him? Go to sleep and ask if there's a vacant room tomorrow morning. I turned my back. I was really tired. I didn't see the flash of disappointment in Lin Yuqing's eyes. I slept with back pain that night. I have an early habit, so I went downstairs early to bring up their breakfast. Maria is still here, and I'm afraid that if we go down together, we'll attract unnecessary attention. It's really hard to sleep in this crappy place. With a click, I heard the sound of a lock being locked next door. Turning around, I saw Mark standing at the door with a frown on his face, looking distressed. What's wrong? I certainly couldn't turn a blind eye to it. Mark looked up at me and said nothing. I was used to his attitude and didn't take it seriously. But after all, he was my son. Judging from his appearance, he must have forgotten to bring his keys when he went out this morning. Maria just let you come out alone like this. Is it your business? Mark's face flushed, and he pursed his lips in anger, which was not natural. How could he possibly tell Ethan that he came out just to see if they had left him and sneaked out to play? Although he was with his mother, he would never allow these people to leave him alone to go out and play. Why are you carrying so many things? Aren't you afraid of getting full? Mark was obviously hungry, drooling at the food in my hand. Let's eat together. He is so young, and I don't want to deal with Maria, so I just leave him with Lin Yuqing. Although Lin Yuqing didn't say anything, I still felt a little guilty. This child. Let's eat together. Chapter 51. Extremely poor upbringing. Lin Yuqing looked easygoing. Ethan when she got up just now. It was only after Sam reminded her that she realized that he might have gone downstairs to get breakfast. Sam said that when they went out to play before, Ethan would go downstairs and bring them breakfast so that they could sleep a little longer. What a nice person. Why is Maria just not satisfied? Lin Yuqing watched Ethan place breakfast on the table one by one, and then took the two children into the bathroom to wash their faces, with a smile on her lips. The two children were not well taken care of, and when I took Mark's out, my upper body and half sleeves were wet. Why are you so dishonest? It's really frustrating that I get myself wet just by washing my face. It's because your skills are not good enough. Mark was already extremely hungry. He rushed to the table and looked at the dazzling array of food with his eyes shining. I looked at him with some concern. You'd better take what you can eat, and don't take what you can't finish. Before I could finish my words, Mark took a piece of bread, took a bite, and threw it on the plate the next second. What is this? It tastes so bad. Mark's. Did he forget that this was in someone else's room? Do you have any qualities? I couldn't stand it any longer, so I picked up Mark's and said, how are we going to eat if you only take a bite like this? I haven't bitten it yet. Mark's body was suspended in the air, his arms and legs flailing in the air. Let me go, you bastard. With a loud slap, Mark received a heavy blow on his buttocks. Who did you learn these words from? The child is a bad boy and keeps swearing. Ethan, forget it. Mark's is his son. His guardian is Maria, after all. Be angry if she knew that Mark's was beaten in this room. No, I have to discipline him. I don't know how. Leave me alone. Why should you care about me? You only care about Sam. Leave me alone. Put me down, you lunatic. Mark was just a kid after all, and he became jealous after just a few words. His voice was choked, and he struggled with all his might like a caught rabbit, afraid that he would miss the chance to escape. You want me to take care of you? I looked at the tears hanging from the corners of Mark's eyes and wiped them with my fingers. Say, I am rarely mean to my children, and the times when I'm truly angry are very rare. Even when Maria cheated on me, I never thought of getting mad at her. I'm a very Buddhist person. When it comes to love, if we can be together, we stay together. If not, we break up. Don't delay anyone. But Mark's was different. He absolutely could not watch this child go astray. How does Maria usually teach you? Why do you care how she taught me? You never taught me anyway. I was scolded before I even had breakfast in the morning. Mark felt very unbalanced, especially when he saw Lin Yuqing and Sam drinking milk one sip after another. He felt extremely aggrieved. His tears flowed down, and he couldn't stop crying. Let me go, you bad guy. Let me go quickly, you are biased. I was originally planning to throw the person into the corner, but when I heard the last few words, my body instantly stiffened. What did you say? Am I partial? The child support I give him every month has only increased and never decreased. Every time I wanted to see him, Maria would refuse with various reasons. I don't know what happened to them this time, but they suddenly wanted to travel together. For him, my own room was occupied, and I had to share a room with a girl. Am I biased? Tell me, how am I biased? My tone wasn't right, and even though I was trying to control it, it still scared Marks. Chapter 52. What a good way to recognize a thief as your father. After all, he was just a child. When he heard the adult's tone change, he immediately quieted down and didn't dare to make a noise. Ah, Mark sniffed, but I didn't want to let him go. Who told you I'm biased? What can he tell at such a young age? Unless someone keeps drumming this idea into his ears. Maria? Or George? You are not allowed to talk about Uncle George. Uncle George? What a shame. He likes Uncle George so much. Why doesn't he go out and play with his Uncle George? Your Uncle George hasn't come to see you yet. I'm afraid he has forgotten you. I couldn't help but scare Marks, and looking at his red face, I couldn't help but curl the corners of my mouth. The next second, he pouted and burst into tears. Ethan, don't scare the kids. Lin Yuqing was trying to smooth things over. Although she didn't like this impolite child very much, she could see that he actually longed for Ethan. He's still young. Still young? Sam is sensible enough, but he is still acting like a kid. If they didn't care, what about others? How could those people outside not annoy him? If this continues, Mars will inevitably receive a lesson outside. I have a headache. This child is more unruly than I thought. George probably can't control him. After all, he is not his biological son. I feel anxious when I think about how arrogant he is in front of George. He now needs to curry favor with Maria to be so nice to Marks. Marks' fate be if one day he didn't need to do this? After all, he is not his biological father. I flicked Marks' forehead and warned him with a smile. Next time you do this, I will definitely not be polite to you, understand? I watched Marks nod with tears in his eyes, and I felt a little relieved. Just as I put the person down, I heard a hurried knock on the door. Xian, open the door. Have you seen Marks? Have you seen him? Maria's anxious, crying voice came from outside the door. Marks could stop crying. He choked out, Mom. The hotel's soundproofing wasn't that good, and Maria's voice instantly deflated. Marks, are you in there? Why are you still crying? Open the door for Mom. I felt a headache watching the mother and son, one outside and the other inside, acting out their affection. Now that the door is opened, I wonder what kind of scene Maria will imagine. I glanced at Lin Yuqing, my eyes full of guilt. I'll open the door. Lin Yuqing didn't mind at all. She was even a little happy and took this opportunity to get to know Ethan better. Ethan, these words. There was no need to tell him. As soon as the door opened, Maria saw Marks standing inside. She glanced around the room. The table was a mess, and it looked like someone had just eaten. Marks's eyes were red, and it was obvious that he had cried. Marks, what brings you here? Have you eaten? No. Marks has a dandy and unruly personality, and he is also an expert at playing the victim. He bit his lips, and his body trembled from time to time. Before I could react, he pointed at me and said, You don't even say Dad? I watched him grunt for a long time without being able to utter a word, so I simply told him the whole story. Mark's a lesson in the room. I don't know whether it is lucky or unfortunate that this child has been raised like this by you. What do you mean? Chapter 53. Your taunts are harmless. Maria heard the sarcasm in my words and couldn't help but fight back. You think you raise him well, right? He won't even kiss me when he sees me. At least I didn't stir up trouble between you, Maria. Don't you feel guilty for doing these things? Maria's face suddenly changed. I guess she guessed what I heard from Marks. I don't know what you two are up to, but listen carefully. From now on, I will go to see the child every week. If Marks doesn't get better, but gets worse, I will definitely take action. I wasn't going to endure it any longer. I let Marks follow them because I thought he liked George. Maria's personality would never allow me to take both children away. Now it seems that my choice was the most wrong one in the world. How can I let a stepfather take care of Marks? What are you up to? Maria also values her children more than her own life. I watched her holding Marks tightly behind her, her face livid. Don't try to take my child away from me. If you don't want me to take him away, educate him well. I looked at the time. We planned to go to the beach for a barbecue today. It's still early and we would get sunburned if we went. I took a step towards Maria. It just so happens that I'm free today. Can we chat? Maria had agreed to it yesterday, but suddenly changed her mind. What to talk about? I have nothing to say to you. When will George come? I looked at Maria's eyes that widened instantly and explained without any patience. Don't think too much. I don't have time to monitor you. With the way they are acting so affectionately. How could George let me travel with Maria? Even if you have work to do, you have to rush back. I don't want to explore why he was so nice to a married woman with children. The only thing I care about is Mark's education. Let's go. I didn't bring Marks with me. This kid is not as rough-minded as I thought. I looked at Lin Yuqing with a hint of pleading in my eyes. Yuqing, please. Go ahead and don't worry. Lin Yuqing is more considerate than any other woman. I was touched. How could I meet such a good woman? Or second marriage? My eyes are drawn. How shameless. Found Maria's sarcasm funny. If we really compare shamelessness, who can be more shameless than her? What's she doing with this look on her face now? Is it to prove that she still has feelings for me? So she is jealous when she sees me interacting with other women? I stopped in a corner, which was a blind spot for surveillance, and the location was also very remote. What are you going to say? Maria looked at me as if she had done nothing wrong. This conversation was bound to be tense from the start. It's not about what I want to do, but what you want to do with Marks. I often wonder, can such a selfish woman really love her son? Marks was not a good boy, and in her eyes, he was even more naughty. She really good at Marks? That's my son. How could I possibly take advantage of him? Maria was so angry that her face turned blue, her fists were clenched, and her whole body was shaking with excitement. I don't know, but from my perspective, Marks is not happy at all, even a little angry. Why is that? Chapter 54, I will take him away. He's just a kid. He doesn't know what happiness is. Don't think there's something wrong with my education just because he's unhappy. Ethan, ask yourself, don't you owe Marks anything? Maria's questioning in return was exactly what I wanted. I just feel like I owe him something, so I'm talking to you calmly here. Otherwise, do you think I would waste my time on you? What did you say? Maria had never seen Ethan like this before. He was not gentle and smiling, but full of thorns, as if he would not stop until he stabbed himself. Ethan, you're being really sarcastic right now. Exactly the same as that woman. Thinking of that woman, Maria's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Don't lead Sam astray. I should have told you this. Just by looking at the comparison, you can see how big the gap is between these two children. Maria has never changed her habit of being the first to complain. I spoiled you when we were married, and now we're divorced, and you still want me to swallow my anger? Maria, I don't want to argue with you because you are the child's mother, and I don't want to deal with you as a woman. It will not look good if the quarrel gets out of hand. But listen to me, if I find that Marks still has this character and temper, I will definitely take him in. This is my bottom line, and the last bit of kindness I give to Maria. Ethan, are you trying to take the baby away from me? Maria's voice came from behind. Even though the weather was so hot that it made people sweat, I didn't feel any heat at all. Instead, there is a hint of coolness. Are you angry already? I turned around and saw that Maria was frowning, with the corners of her mouth drooping and the left side bulging with her tongue sticking out. This is her usual habit, and she does it every time she is angry. There was a hint of fear in her expression. Was she also afraid of losing Marks? If you don't want Marks to leave you, think carefully about what I said. It's not like I'm incapable of raising a child. If I didn't want to fight, both children would be mine. Maria watched his back as he left, sliding down the wall. I don't want to see how sad the people behind me are. The words have already been said, and it's useless to say more. Just as I was thinking about how to find an excuse to go in and fool the two children, Lin Yuqing suddenly came out of the room and looked me in the eye. Why did you come out? The child is in there. This sounded like a question, so I quickly explained. Don't get me wrong, I'm not blaming you. I know, they're eating. You just scare Marks, so they're just starting to eat now. He didn't say anything to you. It's amazing that Marks could eat in his room so quietly. The sun rises from the west. No, you think he's too disobedient. In fact, after Ethan left, Marks also calmed down. That was completely different from the arrogance and domineering behavior at the beginning. Then I'll go in later. I guess Marks will be defeated again when he sees me. Although I don't know why this guy hates me so much, I'll just wait until he finishes eating. Lin Yuqing didn't go in either, but leaned against the wall, only 20 or 30 centimeters away from me. Actually, I think Marks is a nice kid. You really think so? Was prejudiced against Marks like everyone else. She actually said Marks was good? Chapter 55, Ugly Face. I was a little excited. There is nothing more gratifying than seeing your child being recognized. Just don't hate him. How could that be? He's so cute. Thinking of Marks, Lin Yuqing felt helpless. He probably just wants to get your attention. She was just guessing, and she was not a professional child psychologist, but from Marks's various behaviors, it seemed that he loved his father very much. It would be nice if that were the case. Maria could have trained him to be like this, just to stab me in the back. I don't want to discuss this anymore, and there's no way Maria will hand Marks over to me. I just hope that next time we meet, Marks will have changed. Sensing my depression, Lin Yuqing's hand suddenly fell on my shoulder. He patted her gently like he was coaxing a child. I couldn't help laughing. Are they treating me like a child? How did you? Where's Maria? George suddenly appeared in front of me, and I was stunned for a moment. Until he asked again, I couldn't help showing a look of disgust. Go find it yourself. I called her, and she kept crying and wouldn't talk. George clenched his fists, veins popping out on the back of his hands, and he looked really angry. Ethan, if you have any complaints, just come to me. Why are you getting mad at a child and a woman? George looked thinner than before. Although he exuded a dignified demeanor, it looked like he couldn't withstand 2 punches from me. What are you coming for? Beat you up. I didn't want to talk too much with such a person, so I pulled Lin Yuqing and was about to leave. The moment he opened the door, George's eyes lit up, and he saw Marks, who had just jumped down from the chair through the crack in the door. You took the child away. He kept pushing the door with one hand to prevent them from closing it, and squeezed in through the crack with his other hand to pull Marks's hand away. No wonder Maria cried so sadly. How could you be so cruel and not even give her a thought? George's questioning made me feel as if I was the most unforgivable criminal. It's obvious that one of them is a mistress and the other is cheating on his wife. Who are you to judge me here? Are you planning on having kids? George was stunned for a few seconds, obviously frightened by me. He spoke unnaturally. Why are you asking this? If you're going to have kids, would you keep Marks? I just don't believe this man can treat Marks well. He is Maria's son, and naturally my son as well. George, stop pretending to be noble here. If he hadn't been pursuing Maria, how could he have tried to please Marks? Now that they are married and their goal has been achieved, he will definitely find a way to have his own child. Maria loved him to death and would not refuse either. What about Marks? Left behind children? I sneered and exposed his hypocritical mask without hesitation. It's only a matter of time. No man will truly accept his wife's child, especially since this child was born to another man. So I want the child back. What's the problem? You actually went to have a child. Maria had discussed this issue with him before. She had been worried that Ethan would take Marks away. I didn't expect he really had this idea. Are you scared? I looked at George's distorted facial features and sneered. If you're scared, just be quiet and don't have any inappropriate thoughts. Chapter 56 Marks is missing. These 2 times I also got to know their personalities. Each one is softer than the other, and George is the kind of person who won't explode unless pushed to the extreme. Maria and I would quarrel and take the child back. You are totally unreasonable. George looked at him and shook his head. His eyes fell on Marks. Marks, come out. Let's go find Mom. Marks was standing beside the bed, looking at Sam with his hands on his hips, not knowing what he was telling him to do. When he heard George's words, there was a moment of dissatisfaction in his eyes. But she still walked over obediently. Uncle George. These 3 words are really annoying. I couldn't help but tap his forehead. Why don't you talk to me like this? You don't deserve it. Marks is still like a kitten with its fur standing on end, just like before. He cannot be teased and will go crazy if teased. He has a bad temper. I had no reason to keep Marks, so I let George take him away. I closed the door only after they both disappeared from my sight. Dad, is my brother gone? Sam's face. He hadn't seen his brother for a long time. I really missed him a little. My younger brother didn't bully him today, and they had a good time playing together. Dad, when will my brother come back? When I heard these words, my face turned a little ugly. I stammered and didn't know how to respond to him. Sam, Dad can't promise you this, but Dad swears that he will take you to see your brother when he is free. Okay? Sam was so kind that it made people feel distressed. He nodded obediently and took a glass of milk from the table. It was still a little cold, but fortunately it was summer and it didn't matter. Dad, eat. My eyes felt a little sore. I wish Marks could be as well behaved as him, but I don't want him to be too obedient. Sam is too sensible and suppresses his emotions. I'm really afraid that one day he will not be able to hold it back and suddenly explode. Thumb. Dad. Sam turned around confused and saw him tapping his forehead seriously. No matter what happens in the future, you must tell Dad the first time, okay? No. Sam subconsciously wanted to ask, couldn't Mom tell him? He saw Lin Yuqing smiling from the corner of his eye and close his mouth. Aunt Lin wouldn't like it, so he'd better not say it. After a whole morning of hard work, we finally had dinner. I don't know if George found the person. There was no sound of opening or closing the door next door. I don't know where this family of 3 went. Worry. Lin Yuqing seemed to have X-ray vision and understood me better than the worms in my stomach. I'm worried about George. Marks seemed to like him. The way a child treats someone they like is to have a nice attitude. But she felt that Marks also liked Ethan, the kind of love that was not concealed at all. Unlike with George, it was more like worship and restraint. I hope it's okay. Who knows if George and Liu will find new ways to torture Marks, or teach him something not so good. Every time I just think about it, I feel like my head is going to explode. But all this disappeared as we reached the beach. After much thought, I sent Maria a text message. Protect Marks. George has taken him away. George was now his legal father, and he was just a stranger. If he encountered danger, he hoped that George would act like a man instead of ignoring Marks, just because he was not his son. Maria didn't reply, and I didn't think it was strange until she called me that afternoon. Chapter 57, Stripping His Skin. What's up? Her voice sounded much calmer than I expected. What did you tell George? What did you say? I didn't say anything. What did he tell you? Exaggerating? Complaining? Don't worry about it. Anyway, don't interfere in my love life anymore. Maria suddenly shouted this, and I was stunned. What does it mean to interfere? Don't forget, that's my son. Maria, and I had a bad feeling. 3 minutes. I want to see Mark's latest photo. I hung up the phone after saying the last word. Maria sounded as if George was very angry and had done something not very nice. If that were the case, I would kill George and never let him get close to Marks again. The 3 minutes passed quickly, and Maria's voice sounded very familiar. The voice on the phone sounded a little tired, but it didn't affect my judgment that Maria was crying. Can you hear me? The point. Maria, trying to do? Marks is gone. I don't know where he went. What? I felt the phone fall from my palm, and I felt like I was frozen into ice. Mark's gone? Lin Yuqing shouted beside me for a long time before waking me up. I came back to my senses and took the phone she handed me. When did this happen? Why are you telling me now? The beach is so big. No, this place is so big. The hotel they are staying in alone has more than 70 floors. How can I find it? And George. I ran on the beach breathlessly. Didn't he take the child away? How come he disappeared? That guy, did he do it on purpose? I heard the snapping sound of my fingers, which represented my anger. I don't know. When he came to look for me, he was in a panic. When I asked him, he said that you were missing. Just now? In other words, he didn't tell Maria right away? Maria, listen to me. This was the first time I warned her with such harsh words, and I could clearly hear the gasps coming from the other side. She was scared, and I was too lazy to pay attention to her. If anything happens to Marks, I will never let you go. I don't want to find out why Marks was missing. I just hope he is safe. As long as he is safe, he can have anything he wants. I asked Lin Yuqing to watch Sam. I don't know when he ran over and tugged at my shorts. Dad, what happened to my brother? He is young, but he can understand what his father says. My brother is missing? How come he disappeared? Sam remembered that his eyes were red. Dad, my brother is not lost. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He curled up into a ball and cried softly. Brother, can I still see my brother? I squatted down and touched his head, my distressed tone trembling. Dad will definitely find my brother. Do you believe, Dad? Sam raised his head, a tear still hanging from the tip of his nose. I believe, Dad. Chapter 58, It's All Your Fault. After comforting Sam, George slowly walked over from the beach not far away, without a trace of guilt on his face. Where are the children? I didn't care that there were people on the beach. I grabbed his collar and pulled him in front of me. His bland expression seemed like a challenge, and no matter how good-tempered I was, I would not allow him to take advantage of my child. Child? You still dare to ask me? George threw his head back and laughed, like a soulless puppet. Don't go crazy here. Talk to me properly. I don't have time to guess his wordplay here. Every minute of delay would put Marks in more danger. What a filial child Marks is. He wants your love, but you don't give it to him, so he begs me to pretend to be his dad and play games with him. George's voice was neither hurried nor slow. He raised his eyebrows and looked at me with disdain. You don't deserve such a good son. Marks begged him to play games? Is that why you got lost? I looked down at George's empty hands and sneered. What game? It can't be a human trafficking game after playing it so far. Lying has to be reasonable. George is such a grown man, but he still makes such a lame excuse? Don't mistrust people. Okay, I don't have the patience to listen to you. The beach is so big, it's not easy to find someone. If I get lost and go out to play, it's fine, but if I fall into the sea, I couldn't bear to imagine the consequences, and a cold sweat broke out on my back. What are you still doing here? Don't you want to go find someone? I rarely lose my temper with Maria and George, that couple. Even if they treat me badly, I don't care. But Marks is my child. After I find him this time, I will definitely not hand him over to those two people. Dad, I'll go look for it too. Sam's little hand tugged at my wrist, and I had a headache. You're helping Dad by protecting yourself. But, good, I just don't have the energy to take care of another child. The moment I looked up again, I saw Lin Yuqing's eyes full of worry. It's okay, kid. I'll leave it to you first. I can't take the kids with me. Don't worry. Lin Yuqing glanced at the people around her and said, I'll look around here. I've looked for everyone I could find, and the police will be here for at least 30 minutes. Far water cannot quench a nearby fire. There are so many people on the beach. If only I could ask them to join me in the search. Everyone, I want to ask for a favor. My son, Marx, is missing. Please help me find him. I have booked all the rooms in the hotel here. I watched the people on the beach swarming up, one after another expressing their loyalty. Don't worry. We will definitely help you find the child. Don't worry. They're only people on vacation here. No human traffickers. It's better not to say this. The corners of my mouth twitched, and I forced a smile. Then I'll trouble you all. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and still no sign of Marx. Where are you? On the other side of the beach, Sam was also looking for someone while holding Lin Yuqing's hand. Aunt Lin, let's go over there and take a look. Sam was pointing at an old, rather dilapidated house, which was probably where the fishermen who used to live here lived. It looks dilapidated and like a dangerous building. It's too dangerous. Can we go together when Dad comes back? She herself didn't care, but she had a child and had to be cautious. When we used to play hide and seek, this was Marx's favorite place to hide. Chapter 59, Found. Sam bit his lower lip and insisted on going over to take a look. Lin Yuqing was a little embarrassed, but had a compromise under his insistence. Then we'll just watch from a distance outside. Lin Yuqing remembered that an old man with mental problems seemed to have appeared here a few days ago, so she didn't dare to move forward rashly. Good. Sam frowned, looking mature despite his young age. But the steps he took were unusually firm, just like his father. Lin Yuqing and Sam stopped outside the door. Sam was small, and even if he stood on tiptoe, he couldn't see what was inside. Aunt Lin, can you see if my brother is in there? Lin Yuqing was also confused. The window was too dark, and she couldn't see anything. I'll call your dad. As soon as Lin Yuqing finished speaking, she felt Sam pulling her wrist. Auntie, there's someone. He stood in front of Lin Yuqing before the man rushed out. His two small arms contained great strength. Don't hurt Aunt Lin. He looks so stubborn, like a little hero. Lin Yuqing picked him up and looked at the old man with a dirty face in front of him. Who are you? Is there a child inside? What child? The man looked mentally unwell, but was able to carry on a normal conversation. I heard from people here that he hangs out outside during the day and only comes back at night. How could such an excellent scenic spot allow such a person to live here? Lin Yuqing frowned and stepped back, becoming suspicious when she saw his defensive look. Maybe Marx is really in there. Before she could come up with a plan, Ethan's voice rang out from the other side. Yuqing? Is that you? Have you found someone? I listened to the silence on the other end, feeling a little worried. Yuqing, where are you? I'll come find you now. Could it be that something happened to them? Could it be that Marx didn't get lost on his own, but was kidnapped? I didn't dare to waste a moment until I heard a strange voice. The child is not in there. Get out. Isn't that the one, bum? I remember they said before that this guy had a problem with his brain. Where do they go? You guys go quickly. I'll be there soon. I don't know if Lin Yuqing heard me or not. My chest hurt from running so much. Finally, I saw two people, one big and one small, winning not far away. Their backs looked so tough, neither humble nor arrogant. Yuqing. The old tramp's face turned red, and he kept stamping his feet. What's going on? I doubt the child is in there. Lin Yuqing pointed to the door opposite. Marx is in this shabby house. My brows were furrowed, and I wished I could tear this old guy in half. Is the child in there? I couldn't wait to hear his answer and walked in. The old guy seemed to have suddenly come to his senses. As if he understood what I meant, he blocked the door and shouted, "The child is not here." There doesn't seem to be any major problem with his intelligence. It's probably mainly related to his speech and personality. I'll just take a look. I won't hurt you. I gradually lost my patience, and all my energy was tense. It may break at any time. If you don't let me in, I don't know what I will do. I raised my fist, hoping to scare him. I don't think your house is that strong. I can raise a small building to the ground if I want to. The old man obviously understood what I said and actually stretched out his hand and twisted it. Money. You want money? Chapter 60, Need money? I was a little surprised that this guy really knows how to seek benefits for himself. If that's the case, it means the child is indeed inside. How much do you want? He tilted his head. I couldn't wait any longer, so I pushed him aside and rushed in, talked to my assistant. I have to see the baby now. I kicked open his door, which was already flimsy to begin with. The old man heard a loud noise and started screaming. House, my house up. His harsh voice lingered in my ears, making me feel annoyed. There were 3 rooms inside. I searched one by one and saw Marks leaning against the wall in the last room, soaking wet. Marks, how did he become like this? Are you really playing games? Would George abuse him again? I checked his body as I walked, and there were no injuries. I guess George is not so bold as to start abusing the child outside. The dazzling sunlight shone on Marks's face. He frowned and moaned, "Uncle George." These three words hit my heart like a bolt of lightning. I stood there, staring at the unconscious Marks. "Ethan." Lin Yuqing put her hand on my arm. She didn't say a word, but she provided great comfort to me. "It's okay as long as he's safe. It doesn't matter whose name is called or who you are waiting for." I brushed away the strands of hair on his forehead with heartache, hoping that he would get better soon and tell me the truth. The hospital here is too far from the hotel, so I had to call a private doctor over. As for those who helped find the children, I asked my assistant to count them and waive their hotel expenses. Mars woke up once when George came over. When she saw it was me, she pouted even though she didn't say anything offensive. Obviously unhappy. "Missing your Uncle George?" I acted very calmly, but I couldn't help but raise my voice a few degrees. Marks was a little surprised, and for the first time ever, he said nothing. He turned sideways, not knowing what he was thinking. Marks said his head when I heard a knock on the door. I felt his body stiffen. It has been a long time since my father and I have had such a loving gesture. I didn't expect it to be so easy to do. "Wait until Dad comes back." George revealed a guilty expression and acted completely. His eyes were red, and he looked tired. Maria was wrapped around his arm, as if it was George who had been missing for hours. "Don't pretend in front of me." This kind of hypocritical acting can only fool Marks. "Xian, you can't say that. George suffered a lot of injuries in his search for someone. He deserves it. There must be a price to pay for losing his son. It's a good coincidence that you're here. Let's find a lawyer. There's no way I'm going to let this go." "What do you mean? Are you going to sue me?" George opened his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. "I'll keep you. Keep him around to continue hurting Marks? It's just a dream. I'll give you two choices." This was said to Maria. "Divorce him and give me Marks." Both choices were fatal blows to him. Whether he accepts it or not, I will enforce it. "You can't do this to me. You're too cruel." Maria was crying hysterically outside the door, but her tears were worthless, and she could stay if she was told to. Even when they separated, Maria cried for a long time. "Why bother? I'm too lazy to watch you two perform. Give me your answer tomorrow." Chapter 61 Apology. I turned and pushed the door open. George suddenly grabbed my wrist and said, "Maria can't live without Marks." His face was livid, and he looked as if he hadn't slept in a week. "So what? We're getting divorced." Maria's head shot up. She was more surprised than I was. "You want to divorce me?" This blow seemed a bit too great for her. She stumbled and removed her hand from George. "How could you say such a thing?" "For him. She gave up her good family and lost a son. He actually said break up so easily." "Then what do you want me to do? Am I going to watch you and the child separated?" George was hysterical and looked extremely painful, with his facial features twisted. But, I stood aside with my arms crossed over my chest. It's a shame not to watch it. These two guys are really good at acting. In the ward, Sam sneaked in after Ethan left. He was small and no one noticed. "Marks, why are you in that house?" When they were talking last night, they mentioned where they would go if they played hide and seek. He remembered Uncle George saying that if it were him, he would go to that house. "None of your business." Marks is, the truth cannot be told to him. It was Uncle George who wanted to play hide and seek with him, and he said he wanted to bring his dad along. He believed it. He thought that if he hid well, his father might look at him with new eyes. I didn't go in. He wanted to hide behind the house, but he was discovered by the old man and was directly caught and taken into the house. "Why didn't you ask for help?" "I lost my watch. He has no contact information at all, but I believe Uncle George will come to see me. He is like an omnipotent hero who always appears when he is in danger. But it was Dad who saved you this time." Sam looked up innocently. "You called Uncle George's name when you came out. Dad is not very happy." "Real." Marks was still afraid that Ethan hated him. "Uncle George he is not his father. But if he didn't hate me, why didn't he want him? You should apologize to your father." Sam knew his brother didn't want to make his father sad. He grabbed Marks' hand. "Dad is easy to coax." Marks' eyes flickered, and he was moved for a moment, and worriedly shook him off after hearing the voice coming from the door. Who wants to apologize to him? He didn't want to apologize to the person who abandoned him. "But Dad saved you." "Did I ask him to save me?" I happened to hear these words clearly. "You didn't want me to save you? You're such an ungrateful person. So, you have a way to get out by yourself?" To deal with a kid like Marks, the first thing to do is to dampen his arrogance. I didn't, but I believed Uncle George would come and rescue me. He told you he would go? I felt uncomfortable seeing my son so dependent on another man. Marks, you're not young anymore. You should consider the consequences before doing anything. This is what I found. What if I didn't find it? What if that old lunatic doesn't want money? Marks's face turned red at what he said. His only remaining self-esteem made him raise his head with some difficulty and ask, "How did you bring me out? Give me some money." There is no need to make this clear to Marks. He just needs to understand that this kind of thing cannot be done. Next time I know you'd be reluctant to spend money on me. Marks was upset because his mother said that he stopped spending money on her after she broke up with him. I just can't bear to do that. What did you say? I don't want to spend money. I was afraid that Maria would mistreat him and give him more or less child support. He spends more than Sam does. I looked at Marks's stubborn little face. It seemed that there was a lot of misunderstanding between us. I rubbed Sam's head and said, "Go out first. I'll talk to my brother for a while." But Sam was thoughtful and probably worried that I would teach Marks a lesson, so he whispered in my ear before leaving, "Dad, Marks is actually a lot like you." Dad knows. I didn't want to make Sam worry, so I glanced at Lin Yuqing outside the door and said, "Yuqing, help me take Sam out." Sam looked back every few steps, and it took him almost half an hour to walk the dozen steps. Marks and I were the only ones left in the ward, and I looked into his eyes, found that he was dodging all the time. "Why don't you dare look at me?" "Who said I don't dare?" Marks always thought of himself as a little man. "In that case, let's change the way we talk." "Marks, I understand that you are resentful towards me, but you should not care about your own life." I don't know why he ran to that place, but he succeeded. He succeeded in irritating me. Do you know how I would live if something happened to you? This was the first time I analyzed my inner self in front of my son. I gave him to Maria because he liked George. Now it seems that my decision was extremely wrong. Will you still care about me? Marks tried hard to hold back the tears in his eyes, and I could sense the grievance and accusation in his voice. "You only care about your brother. Even if we get divorced, you will take your brother with you." He couldn't help crying when he thought of what the man said that day. Chapter 62. Put the blame on someone. "You don't like me at all." The needle in his hand was a little off, bringing out a little bit of blood. "Uncle George is the only one who likes me. He took himself to play, and he actually had his own reasons for being with his father, but he didn't see how difficult it was for his father. His company is so good, and he has so much time every day, but he just refuses to come and see me. I don't need you to teach me. Go away. I hate you." Marks fluttered his feet, and no matter how ugly Ethan's face was, he stubbornly told him to get out of the ward. "Marks, don't think I won't get mad just because you're sick now. Am I being too indulgent with him? This child is even more disobedient than I thought. Then you get angry and hit me." Marks raised his face, but did not wait for the slap to come. He cautiously opened his eyes and saw his father pacing in the room. "Marks, I didn't want to tell you this so soon, but you're like this. I have to let you know that I am your father. I don't want to drag it on, for I'm afraid that if I continue like this, Marks will hate me even more. I have discussed with your mother and brought you here." "What did you say?" Marks blinked his big eyes, and his face looked so innocent that people wanted to pinch his face. "From today on, I am your legal guardian." You want to take me away?" Mark still couldn't get over this sentence. I looked at him with his mouth open in a daze, and just assumed that he was unwilling. But now it seems that it doesn't matter whether he is willing or not. "You take a rest first. I'll come see you later." After closing the door of the ward, I saw Maria sitting in the lounge. Her eyes were red, and she was trembling as she looked at me. I knew she would definitely not get a divorce, and I had already made preparations for it. "I'll file a lawsuit when I get back. I'm going to get a divorce." Maria's voice was so trembling that she seemed to be speaking with her tongue, forcing it out. "I will never let you take the child away from me." She seemed to be looking at her enemy. "You are a devil. You will not be satisfied until I have nothing." I left her with nothing. "You were the one who got the divorce. You cheated on me, and you took a child away. What are you accusing me of? Is this woman reasonable?" I sat in front of her cross-legged. "I want to save some face for you." The evidence I collected of her cheating was not made public. Even the elders on both sides don't know why we are getting divorced. I hid everything just to make you look decent. I leaned forward and looked in her eyes. "But you are shameless. I definitely can't tolerate anyone touching my son. Whether you get a divorce or not, I'm going to have this child. Find a lawyer yourself. If not, the court can award it to him." "Ethan, you can't be so cruel. You can't." Maria's voice lingered behind me, but I felt sick to my stomach. This trip is destined to be a bad one. Even a usually cheerful Sam seemed unhappy. He looked at the person in the mirror and couldn't stop sighing. You have so many worries at such a young age. I couldn't help teasing him, knowing that he was worried about Marks. Dad, Mom said you were going to send her to jail. I frowned, and when I saw Sam take a breath, I quickly explained, but I believe you. He tugged at my sleeve and expressed his thoughts carefully. Dad, I don't like Uncle George. Real. I looked at his well-behaved and sensible appearance, and my heart trembled. Then, Dad, can you bring your brother back? He will definitely be happy. Sure enough, Sam's eyes sparkled, and he tightened his grip on my hand. Really? Is your brother really coming back? When did Dad ever lie to you? This journey may end here. After we got off the plane, I held Sam, who was soundly asleep, in my arms and said goodbye to Lin Yuqing. I'm so sorry for making a fool of myself. I didn't get to have fun and had to fly back early. It's okay. The child matter is more important. Lin Yuqing was still so considerate, and from beginning to end, she never showed any impatience. It must be very happy to marry such a person. Then I'll take you back. No, someone is here to pick me up. You still have to go to the court. Maria is the legal mother and can support the child, so this lawsuit is definitely not as easy as they imagined. I really need to go there. He went to make a statement, and the people there said that the more evidence, the better. Chapter 63, Lawsuit. When I heard the news, I just wanted to laugh. It's not like they're catching any criminals, so how can more the better? Then go quickly, don't delay. Lin Yuqing didn't even let me see her off to the car and just turned and left. I settled Sam down and went straight to the court. Director Zhang was waiting at the door early with worry in his eyes. Why did you come just now? After hearing what he said, I felt that something was wrong, and it might be more serious than I thought. What's wrong? Maria is suing you for using all your strength to threaten her to hand over the child. It's difficult for us to handle this. What do you mean by difficult? I wasn't in the mood for his charades. Just tell me the result. Director Zhang hesitated to speak, looking very embarrassed. Director Zhang, I'm handing this matter over to you because I trust you. I folded my hands on the table and leaned over to look at his face. Don't let me down. Marks, I'm determined. I'm definitely going to give my all. Director Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead. He knew Ethan's methods better than anyone else. If this thing fails, will he still have a place to stay here? But now I need evidence that Maria really didn't continue to raise Marks. He also follows the rules and would not force anyone to buy or sell something. Do you have any evidence here? For example, a history of mental illness, abuse, or something like that. He had thought about letting Marks make his own choice, but Ethan rejected it outright. What he meant was that Mark's kid wouldn't choose him. Now, this is the only solution left. Psychosis. Maria was in very good spirits and was able to talk back to me. How about you ask a friend to make one? Director Zhang was rubbing his hands, eager to try. I have one here. Breaking the law, knowingly? Director Zhang, you are really capable. I glanced at him. Director Zhang is very capable, but his methods are not very clean. Have you forgotten my request? I haven't forgotten. I want Maria to be unable to refute a single word and to willingly hand over Marks to me. But if you want to talk about abuse, I can start with George. I didn't have time to linger in the courthouse any longer and let him continue his efforts, so I turned around and left. If George had a criminal record, things would be much easier. I picked up the phone and was about to call Xiao Lu when the word grandma came into my sight. Why are they calling me for no reason? Grandmother? I heard you want to steal the child. What child are you robbing? I'm totally confused. When did this crime get added? Just as I was about to ask, I suddenly heard a familiar voice. Oh, it turns out someone filed the complaint first. Wait for me half an hour. I drove back to the old house. The old house is still as quiet as before, and no one comes here except during festivals. Maria and I were still married. She often came to visit Grandma. So even though we divorced, Grandma still had a very good impression of her, even still so biased towards her. Grandma, who are you supporting? You're still smiling here. Maria leaning on Grandma's shoulder and almost couldn't breathe. Aunt Zhang, who let her in? Aunt Zhang was a little confused. She was scolded for no apparent reason, and she didn't dare to say anything in reply. I let you, what's wrong? Grandma looked at Maria with a gentle look in her eyes. You too. What are a man and a woman fighting over? We agreed to have one child each. Why do you both want one now? Chapter 64. Getting more confused as you get older. When my grandma glared at me, I felt a little helpless. She is old and cannot stand stimulation. I don't feel comfortable leaving the child to her. Why are you worried? She is the child's mother. What can she do to the child? Grandma patted Maria's hand, turned to me, and ordered, "You'd better give up this idea. The child is best with Mom." If she wasn't restraining herself, I really doubt she was going to hand Sam over to Maria as well. Maria, whose eyes were red from crying. Sharp. I couldn't help but clap my hands and sarcastically say, come to see Grandma. Maria seemed to not hear my ridicule. She suddenly turned around with pleading eyes. Xian, I really can't live without Marks. You already have Sam. Can you leave Marks to me? Maria looked like a dog begging on the street, pitiful and hateful. I wanted to push him away, but I couldn't bear it. The last time I touched my bottom line. I don't know how George managed to make Marks admire him so much. But I'm sure of one thing, he has no good intentions. Xian, I swear we will discipline Marks, can you? Cannot. I interrupted her without hesitation. She thought I was talking about business? See you in court in a week. At the entrance of the court, Marks was being held by George's hand and looked at me viciously. He is young and cannot be fierce, but his eyes are glaring, and his stubbornness is somewhat cute. Maria and I walked in one after the other, and Marks never looked at me from beginning to end. Sam was afraid that I would feel uncomfortable, so he gently pulled my clothes and said, "Dad, I will support you." He clenched his hands in a little fists, looking very cute. Good. I kissed Sam, and George on the opposite side saw this and lifted Marks up and kissed him on the face. Marks instantly smiled and looked at me proudly. After the court opened, the judge kept repeating one question, whether they had caused abuse. Marks was too young to testify. George and Maria's relationship was even more inappropriate. Just when I thought she would have to give in, Grandma walked toward them. Grandmother? Why is she here? My eyes widened as I thought about Maria's visit to her grandmother's house a while ago. Are they discussing testifying in court? Does Grandma know what she is doing? Isn't she afraid that her grandma will be angry if she deceives her like this? I could do it. Maria didn't abuse the child. The old lady looked a little confused, but her eyes were very clear. Grandma, stop messing around. I could have used this opportunity to take over Marks. You always make decisions on your own. Have you ever asked Marks for his opinion? The old lady always advocated individualism above all else, even though Marks was young. But he is free to choose who to follow. I watched him move his lips, and for a moment, it was as if I couldn't hear anything around me. I watched him utter 3 words, not me. Uncle George. He was going to continue living with George. My shoulders drooped, not because I was disappointed, but I just felt that the distance between us was growing farther and farther. Maria cried with joy, while Director Zhang on the side dodged at a loss. Grandma, thank you, thank you. Chapter 65 Lost. Director Zhang looked at how happy they were and turned his gaze towards Ethan. The pen in his hand broke into 2 pieces at some point, and blood was oozing from his palm. Ethan, Lin Yuqing was the first to notice something was wrong. She rushed over, held his hand, and carefully placed it on her face. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. I didn't have the heart to tell my grandma the truth, because I was afraid it would be too traumatizing for her. But now it seems that if I don't say anything, my grandma will be completely frightened by this woman. Grandma, I have something to tell you. When I walked over, I clearly saw Maria's body stiffen for a moment. Her actions don't lie, especially when her eyes meet mine. Her gaze is dodging. You also know that you were sorry to Marks? Grandma glared at me and signaled me to stop talking. This is the only child I have. Sam and she are not close, and she absolutely cannot lose Marks. Xian, since we were once together, please don't pursue this matter any further. Her last words were about her persecution of them, and also a plea on George's behalf. What about the coward? The guy just pushes the woman to the front when something happens. I really don't know what Maria is thinking. Xian, we need to talk outside. After what happened in the past few days, Maria's edge has obviously faded a bit, especially after they got out of court. Maria's voice was almost pleading, "Tell me, how can we let him go?" She only found out yesterday that Ethan had someone investigate George. He was being taken away now, and without Ethan, he could only suppress the detention. I'll let him go, okay. I touched my chin and agreed without hesitation. Seeing the light in Maria's eyes, I added without any regret, divorce. Only if they both get divorced can I feel at ease handing Marks over to him. Otherwise, we have to meet in person. Okay, I'll divorce you. Maria was genuinely scared, and she knew I was serious. I will wait for your reply. Until then, you will not have the opportunity to meet Marks. The divorce took nearly a month, and I saw Maria, who was in high spirits, downstairs of the company. Looks like it should be all taken care of. Divorce certificate. I have to see the ID to feel at ease. You more nosy than my mom. He, I didn't want to listen to what she said. I just looked at the divorce certificate handed to me, deep in thought. When can I take the child away? The children are at home. When I am not at home recently, I will leave the child to Lin Yuqing. Although she's sometimes busy and chaotic, at least she's really good to my child. I'm going now. Wait, this isn't where I used to live. I moved and didn't tell him. Maria turned around stiffly, as if she had misheard. You moved? Was she afraid that he would go look for the child? Or was she afraid that she would disturb him and that woman? For that Lin Yuqing, Maria returned to her previous self. He is really rich. If you want to deliver peace, just say it directly, instead of being so sarcastic. I don't spoil him at all. Finally, I decided to let Lin Yuqing bring the child to the restaurant to see me. After you go back, you have to ask George to behave himself. You can propose and date, but you can't get married. I have already made the conditions as lenient as possible. If she still pushes further, it's not my fault. Good. They live together anyway, so it doesn't matter. Chapter 66, check it for me. After finishing talking, there will be nothing to say. I looked at her and waited for Lin Yuqing to send Marks over. Don't touch me. I can walk by myself. Marks shook his upper body desperately, trying to shake off Lin Yuqing's hand on his shoulder. Your father is watching you, and you want to disappoint him? Lin Yuqing is very good at understanding children's thoughts. Sure enough, after he said this, Marks instantly became quiet. He held my hand. I saw them walking towards me hand in hand, like a mother and son. Maria felt like his lungs were going to explode. Marks! Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone around her to hear clearly. I frowned and looked at the child jogging towards me, feeling relieved. Mom, I miss you. Maria pulled Marks over, and he and Guang looked at Lin Yuqing unscrupulously. Don't touch my son. She even suspected that this woman was trying to sow discord between her and Ethan. They had never been so hostile before. I didn't know what she was thinking, so before she took Marks away, I asked her again, Are you sure you want to go back with him? Marks struggled in his heart, but didn't know what to do. He hopes that his parents can always be together. Marks! Maria was inexplicably panicked. She couldn't accept that Marks didn't belong to her. I want to be with my mother. He didn't say Uncle George this time. Is it for me? I touched his head and squatted down to look him in the eye. Don't let me hear about your mischief again. I raised my hand to scare him on purpose, and seeing his face turn pale in an instant, Lin Yuqing couldn't help but persuade me. Okay, stop scaring him and let's go. Lin Yuqing's words worked very well. I immediately stopped and signaled them to leave. Watching them leave, my heart ached. If Maria could treat Marks well, but it would be nice if she couldn't. I must get it back. The next day at work, I vaguely felt that some people were staring at me. Is there something on my face? No, I haven't. I'm not harsh on my employees, but I'm strict occasionally. They all seem to be hesitant to speak, especially Ma Fei. What happened? He stood aside, wanting to say something, but hesitating, stammering, and unable to utter a word. Don't waste my time. I looked at Ma Fei and sneered. He immediately understood and turned on the news. This is a recording. I don't know who sent it. Although it has been processed, I can still tell it's your voice. Ma Fei pulled out a number of photos and recordings in succession, which showed my approval of Lin Yuqing and my disdain for Maria. There was even a threat. Although the photo was a little blurry, it was more than enough to see my face clearly. When did it happen? I just handed the baby to Maria yesterday, and he couldn't sit still? Around 8 o'clock in the morning, I asked someone to flash the post, but they seemed to have anticipated it and would release a batch of news every once in a while. They simply can't delete them all. Did you find a person? I'm not affected by these things. I just think it's a waste of time. If you want to get me, why go to so much trouble? No, the address there keeps changing and I can't find it. I raised my head and glanced at Ma Fei. Then go find out which media outlet published the news. Find out everything for me. Chapter 67 News. The news title is very indicative. President Jiang forced his ex-wife to divorce and abused his children. Some people even said that I failed to win back my ex-wife, so I used the child to force her to divorce me. How ridiculous. When did I need to resort to such means to win back a woman? Ma Fei closed the door quietly, and the sound from the video echoed throughout the huge office. Force? Huh. I was too lazy to pay attention and threw my phone on the table with a look of disdain. This news is most likely directed and acted by Maria herself. What on earth does she want to do? You got a lot of money during the divorce, but you still feel it's not enough? My monthly living expenses have never been short. So what is she doing? I had a splitting headache and didn't hear the sound at the door. Ethan, are you there? Lin Yuqing raised her voice. I was stunned for a few seconds and said, "Come in. How are you?" Did she see the news? Yes, it's impossible for her not to know about such big news. It doesn't affect me. Lin Yuqing has been very proactive recently, and our relationship has progressed very quickly. I really enjoyed this feeling, but Sam, on the other hand, was not quite used to it. That's good. I made you some soup in case you were in a bad mood. Lin Yuqing usually likes to cook something delicious. We have been progressing quite fast recently, so she comes over from time to time. Thanks. Before you could say a word, a sharp ring interrupted me. Feel sorry. Ethan, what's the news? Grandma got the news so quickly? I glanced at Lin Yuqing and turned down the volume on my phone. They're all fake. Fake? Do you think I'm deaf and can't hear what you're saying? Grandma, that's just someone taking advantage of you. Don't believe it. The old lady has become more and more confused as she has aged, and she has even lost a lot of her ability to distinguish right from wrong. She used to be a strong woman in the tea business, but now she only cares about her grandson. Don't lie to me. Let me ask you, why did you divorce Maria? Before I could say anything, the old lady spoke again. Is it the woman named Lin Yuqing? Her voice suddenly rose and was heard by Lin Yuqing, who was standing beside her. Feel sorry. I silently apologized to Lin Yuqing, then stood up and went to the window. Grandma, I have something else to do here, so I'll hang up first. The old lady's stubborn character hasn't changed at all. Everything has to have a result. After all, this is my family affair. It would be embarrassing, even for my grandma, to tell it to others. I don't care what your reason is. Since it's not a particularly serious mistake, you should find a way to get Maria back to me. Grandma, she's married. My voice was a little rough, and my breathing was a little rapid because of anger. They're always like this, regardless of other people's mood. Aren't they divorced? Do you think I don't know? She chuckled over there and guessed secretly. I was wondering why you made him divorce, so it turned out to be because of this? Grandma, you misunderstood. This is not the reason. You. Before I could finish my words, my grandmother suddenly hung up the phone and sent a text message instead. I want to see Maria in a month. She didn't seem to care at all about the fact that Lynn Maria was married. I'm already married. What else do I need to bring? I looked at my phone, talked to myself, and shook my head helplessly. You didn't tell your family? Lin Yuqing must be wondering why I didn't tell Grandma that Lynn Maria had an affair. Grandma loves her. She would not be able to accept such a blow. You can't let them misunderstand you like this. Chapter 68. The Warmth of Home. Lin Yuqing didn't mention a word about Grandma's impolite words just now, but thought about me. I looked at this woman who always put me first, and my nose felt a little sour. I'm so sorry, I didn't handle the housework well. Lin Yuqing was indeed wrong today. No problem. Lin Yuqing didn't care at all. She shrugged and handed over a bowl of soup. I boiled it for 3 hours. Want to try it? Then you must drink it. I took the bowl she handed me. It was so delicious. My eyes widened. It tastes better than what my aunt makes. Don't make fun of me. Lin Yuqing shook her body and blushed unconsciously. There was half of the soup left, and Lin Yuqing asked me to take it back for the child. I didn't refuse. When I saw her turning to leave, I couldn't help but call her name. I will take care of that news. Since you have decided to be with someone, you must not let them down. I trust you. She smiled and turned away. A day was not enough to completely suppress the news, and during that time Maria called to ask me how things were going. She probably wanted to ask me if I had interfered with the development of the news. Why is she so anxious? I looked at her expressionless profile and felt terrified. This person doesn't seem to be able to open up, and her attitude makes it easy for people to think that this person can't speak. After the news broke, more and more people started scolding me online. I can't avoid it. Don't look at it. Maria covered my phone with some distress. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Since you want to challenge the other party, you must know something about it. But I still haven't found out who posted it, which is a bit strange. He believed in Ma Fei's ability to do things. There was only one possibility. This person was not a local, and maybe even his ID card was fake. I couldn't wait for him to find the result, so I just called Ma Fei and said, if you can't find a person, go check if there is anyone staying in the nearest hotel. Clear. Ma Fei was extremely efficient, and he locked on a candidate in less than half an hour. These people are all from other places who came here to work, and they don't look like people who would steal anything. Especially for such valuable things, they don't know the value of them. So even if they want them, they can only pay for them. You publish the news? No, it's not me. An old man who looked to be over 50 years old approached and wanted to hear what I said clearly. Whose account is this? This matter concerns my reputation. The man looked a little flustered, with his hands and feet raised, but no one knew where to put them. Sit. The man sat opposite me, tremblingly, as if I could eat him. Seeing his eyes fixed on the woman standing behind me, I smiled and asked him, I'm asking you a question. I knocked on the table in front of him and watched her shake her shoulders, feeling annoyed. He stammered a few words, barely able to form a sentence. It's my friend's account. Password. I entered the account number and threw the phone to him. But this is against the law. Give me. I don't want to repeat it a second time. Sure enough, before he had time to delete these conversations, there were still posts that he had not sent out. It clearly says that I will abandon you after having sex with you. I know quite a lot. I watched him slowly approach, his expression not changing. You can go now. I saw the old man's eyes widened, obviously surprised. I'll find you guys if I need you. Chapter 69. Help Dad. This is just one of them. With so many reposts, he must have accomplices. Boss Jiang, what should we do next? Jiang's stock continued to fall, which had a lot of impact. The news was widespread, and some people even produced photos as evidence. The man was very considerate and blurred Lin Yuqing's face. Boss Jiang, look at this. Ethan seldom attends important occasions, and few people take photos of him from the front. This kind of face-to-face photo is obviously intentional. In addition to these photos, there are also photos of them looking for their children during vacation, all of which were posted. What should we do with these? You ask me. Ma Fei was frozen by the coldness in his eyes and dared not move. I just want to ask for instructions. We will do the same thing this time as we usually do. Why are they so restrained when it comes to my business? Submitting a petition with a lawyer's letter. Do you need me to teach you this? Ma Fei closed his eyes and vowed to him that he would be able to handle the matter. One day, I knocked on the table and looked at Ma Fei's heavy face. I don't want to see similar news tomorrow. Clear. The sound of the door closing was particularly obvious in the silent air. On the other side, Sam was watching the news with worry. Brother, do you know who did this? How should I know? The two of them huddled together and muttered, listening to their mother saying that he would be going back today. Let's help Dad. Sam licked his lips and stared at the computer in front of him, his chubby hands moving on the keyboard. How can you help? Don't tell me you know computers. Marx looked at his profile with a sarcastic look. Yeah, I helped Dad with the computer. Dad never knew he knew computers. He was afraid that his father would confiscate it. Marx watched him fiddling with something beside him, frowning and pursing his lips. Even busier than Dad. I'll call Uncle George and ask. He couldn't just wait there. He had to think of a solution. George answered the phone quickly, his tone revealing a hint of fatigue. Marx, what's wrong? His voice was very gentle. Sam frowned and said, Why are you calling him? He spoke in a low voice, and he didn't like Uncle George. Always have been. Uncle George, who spread the news about my dad. Marx is smart and has been in John's for many years. He has seen Ethan talk about business and naturally understands something about it. George's breathing quickened, and his hand holding the phone tightened slightly. Where did you see it? On the internet. My brother showed it to me. George immediately put on a stern, fatherly look. Brother, you two kids are playing on the computer secretly? Why doesn't your dad find someone to watch you? What if your eyes get damaged? Uncle, just tell me what to do. Marx was a little anxious and couldn't help urging him. He won't tell you. Sam grumbled beside him, ignoring Marx's disapproving look. More than 10 minutes passed, and George still hadn't said a single useful word. After hanging up the phone, Marx stood aside with a look of disappointment in his eyes. Brother, I'll be well soon. Don't worry. We can help Dad solve the problem right away. He just made a software that bound all the entries. As long as someone tries to send this message, the computer will be infected with a virus and automatically trigger the scrapping system. He pressed the last key. His tiny finger was not even half the size of the key, but the program he created was more complex than that of the most professional programmer. Chapter 70. Is that all? So fast. Marx leaned over and saw a bunch of gibberish that he couldn't understand at all. Well, it's very simple. Sam tilted his little face up, his fair skin sparkling in the sun. No wonder Ethan likes him and doesn't want to take me away. Although Ethan later said he would bring me here, he didn't mean it. He was just afraid that he would learn bad things. He didn't like him at all. Marx pinched Sam's face for some unknown reason. He used too much force, and a red mark appeared on Sam's face. Dad likes excellent children, right? Sam didn't understand what he said, and tilted his head to think for a while. Probably. They're both very well behaved. Occasionally, Marx would act naughty and his father would get angry. So he must like well-behaved children. I'll be as good as you. I want to help Ethan too. March was filled with anger and was always observing Zhang's changes. He remembered watching Uncle George play the stock market before. While driving, you cheer yourself up in your heart and click on Zhang's page. Jiang sure, Ma Fei reports the latest progress. What did you say? All the news was withdrawn. I looked at him in surprise, my hand on the table resting on my chin. Well, I don't know what happened, but within the past half hour, all the entries have crashed and I can't click on them. Those people did it? George? Or Maria? What exactly is their purpose? Are they planning to give in first and then make a big move? Strange, it's so strange. I looked at Ma Fei, still not letting my guard down. Keep an eye on them first. Have you found the media that spread the news? Almost found it. Almost. I lower my eyebrows, very dissatisfied with this answer. Don't let me hear almost anything. Maybe, possibly, give me some accurate news. You've been following me for so long, and yet you could make such a small mistake? Boss Jiang, we found everything. I looked at the list he handed over and sneered. Hold a press conference, then please. I pointed at the list, the journalists on this one. The press conference started in the afternoon. This press conference came suddenly, and many reporters did not have time to prepare. Their company has its own reporters and press department and doesn't need anyone else. As for these people I invited, I really want to hear how they criticize me. The news has not popped up, and the stock has tended to a stable phase. I put on the dark blue suit that Ma Fei prepared for me and went on stage. Sorry for the wait. I took a quick look around and found that Ma Fei was more reliable than I thought. As expected, there were no extra people. Regarding this news, I think it is necessary to make an explanation. Boss Jiang, we heard that you forced your ex-wife to divorce you in order to get rid of her, right? Since you had already broken up with him, why did you ask her to break up with her boyfriend after she got a new boyfriend? Boss Jiang, who is the woman you went out to the hotel with? Will your children accept you finding a stepmother for them? The reporters fired one after another like machine guns. You're done. I pushed my eyes away and looked into their eyes one by one. It looked like they hadn't slept all night and had dark circles under their eyes. Mr. Jiang, please don't change the subject. Chapter 71, Running Out Secretly. You were the ones who released the news, and now you're asking me. I looked around, and there were no irrelevant people. But I seem to remember that I didn't invite George. Who ordered you? As soon as I finished speaking, the expressions of those reporters became uglier than each other. Nothing to say. I looked at the documents that Ma Fei had sorted out for me and read out their names one by one. As a media, we should seek truth from facts. I've already collected all the things they have done, and any one of them would be enough to send them to jail. But they are so rampant. Why do you have to pick on me when you can pick on anyone else? You're confusing right and wrong like this. Aren't you afraid of retribution? One of the skinny reporters came out with a camera bigger than his head and said, "We just want to tell the public the truth. I heard that you threatened your wife for a divorce. Is this true or false?" When someone stands up, there will naturally be people supporting him. One of them, claiming to be the head of a media studio, stood up and questioned him. If you are really such a person, we should give the public justice. Media people don't even have their own judgment? I didn't get angry, but laughed instead. The angrier these people are, the more guilty they are. I don't believe they never investigated. They would make a fuss about this matter. How could they not understand the cause and effect? Where did you film this? It's so clear. How could you not see the whole process? The whole room was silent, and everyone was speechless. I knew I had hit their sore spot, so I continued, "What you filmed is real. As for whether the facts are as you said, I believe you know better than anyone else." I stood up with my hands on the table and walked straight to George. He was standing in a corner, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. "My lawyer's letter will be sent to you soon. I hope you will still be so stubborn by then." I didn't bother to explain it to anyone, including Maria. Don't say I haven't done it. Even if I really did such a thing, no one has the right to question me. George, stop playing tricks on me. I'm not buying it. Ethan, don't think that I did everything. I don't have that much ability. George frowned, clenched his hands at his sides into fists, and there was hatred in his eyes. His mood swings were not obvious, but I could just feel his disgust for me. Because of Maria? It shouldn't be that bad. I stared at his face for a long time, but couldn't find any flaws, so I simply looked away and said to the group of media people behind me, "Don't you want to know the truth? Ask him." I turned sideways and looked at George being surrounded by them, and a surge of pleasure surged in my heart. The press conference was broadcast live, and everyone could see George being blocked at the door and questioned by reporters. "Mr. Jiangwei," George asked direction with some concern. "Go back. There are so many things waiting for me to deal with in the company. I don't have time to watch the fun." As soon as she walked out of the press conference, Maria stumbled up the stairs. I originally wanted to avoid her, but I didn't expect that this woman's target was me. She raised her hand and slapped me. Are you crazy? Hearing the noise outside, media reporters ran out one after another, afraid of missing the news. Why are you doing this to us? Maria had tears in her eyes. Looking at her red eyes, she must have cried just now. Speak clearly. I don't have that much patience for her. Mafe also looked confused. Chapter 72. If you can't teach well, you can't teach well. Because of you, Mark's school refused to accept him. She had originally planned to help Mark's bar with its admissions today. This kindergarten is the best bilingual kindergarten here. She doesn't have that much time to take care of the child. Besides, Mark's is old enough, so the daycare center has also been changed. What do you want in exchange for letting us go? Maria is crying thief. She's probably doing this because of the school matter and also because the news they spread did not cause any harm to me. You asked George to let me go first. I didn't want to have too much communication with Maria, so I turned around to leave, but Maria grabbed my wrist and said, "He is your child. Please help him." When you took him away, it proved that he didn't need me. Likewise, I won't care about him. Especially when it comes to education, I can't always be the one cleaning up Maria's mess. I hadn't finished speaking yet and was about to make a few sarcastic remarks when I heard footsteps behind me. Before I could even turn around, I heard, "I just don't need you." Marks? Who did he come with? How did you get here? Marks. Mommy, check if you're hurt anywhere. Hearing what they said, Marks replied very obediently. I ran away by myself. Where's my brother? The two of them were always together, inseparable, guarding the house. Marks helplessly, annoyed. Then you can't come out alone. So what? You don't like me anyway, so it's just what you want if something happens to me. It's a pity that he just spoke up for Ethan. Marks stamped his feet in anger. I won't help you anymore. What? I seemed to hear the word help and looked back with a confused look on my face. Seeing Mark's unfamiliar and distant look, I felt helpless. My son doesn't recognize me. Is there anything more tragic in the world than this? I watch him act like George's son and call him Uncle George all the time. The angrier I felt inside was even more than that of a worker who had been working overtime for years. Okay, I know you like your Uncle George. I didn't want to get angry with a child, and although I was unhappy, I had to admit that this sentence was like a needle piercing my heart. I watched him open his arms for Maria to hold him and kiss her in the ear. Mom, why did you run out by yourself? You scared your mother to death. Maria held Mark's little hand, and he felt extremely heavy when he thought about him being rejected by the school. Who sent you here? There are drivers and other useful people at home, so it is impossible for him to run away alone. Hearing this, Mark's face instantly fell. Myself. You're lying. How could you have found this by yourself? I looked at Mark's evasive eyes and lifted her chin to force him to look at me. Mark's, lying will do you no good. He paused and muttered softly. I secretly jumped out of the window and climbed out. After saying that, he did not forget to excuse himself. That's because your window is too high. It's quite interesting that he knows how to save face at such a young age. I looked at his cold eyes and smiled instead of getting angry. Then I'll lower it next time so it's easier for you to come out. Marks looked at him with wide eyes, very surprised. He didn't blame himself. Chapter 73, He is my pursuer. I looked at Marks's surprised expression and gently touched his head. He is much more well-behaved than I thought, but sneaking out by himself is not a good idea. There can't be a next time. I emphasized my tone, not knowing if he was frightened, but he nodded obediently. Not at all like the usual Marks. Just then everyone was there. Take it back. I had also planned to go home to pick up Marks after the press conference, but I didn't expect him to sneak out on his own, etc. Marks would suddenly grab my trouser leg and look up with a determined look. Where are the reporters? Why do you ask that? Thinking he was going to say something, I frowned, watching his little mouth opening and closing and thinking of countermeasure. Suddenly I heard her say, I can help you, he said with determination. I can prove that I am with my mother voluntarily. This time, not only I, but Maria also looked surprised. She grabbed Mark's arm and shook it. Marks, what did you say? Mom, I left with you on my own. It has nothing to do with Dad. Since their divorce, Marks has never called him Dad again. I felt sad when I saw him deliberately raising his voice as if he wanted the media to hear it. Regardless of whether Maria had warned him in advance, Marks was braver than before. Mom, I'm telling the truth. Marks, you're not listening, are you? Maria's face suddenly turned cold and she looked dissatisfied. She originally wanted to take this opportunity to make Ethan suffer a little. Marks would show up and cause trouble. This is not something you can get involved in. Let's go. But Mom, Marks grabbed my sleeves, his hands reddened. I want to clarify. Marks. I squatted down and gently wiped his tears. Go back. You think I'm nosy? Marks is young but thoughtful. He has actually always been worried that I don't like him. I gently pressed his head. Why? Dad is very happy. Seeing Marks's eyes light up again, I suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. Dad will find the person who leaked the information himself. Don't worry. None of them will be able to escape. As I spoke, I kept my eyes on the corner where George was hiding. This man is more tolerant than I thought. Asked Ma Fei to take Maria in Mark's back and went straight to the underground garage. As soon as I got in the car, I received a message from Lin Yuqing. Thinking she was here to call me to task, I responded with a polite attitude. Yuqing, I'm really sorry about what happened this time. Don't bother Yuqing anymore. A strange man's voice came from the other side. It was a little angry and lacked authority. He warned me word by word. Sun Yang, give me your phone. Lin Yuqing's angry voice came from the side. The two of them are together? Who are you? If it was Lin Yuqing, I would still be interested in listening to her temper. Lin Yuqing's fiancé. Ethan, don't listen to his nonsense. I don't have any fiancé. Lin Yuqing was stamping her feet anxiously. The man named Sun Yang was not ashamed and continued to introduce himself. Yuqing and I are childhood sweethearts. If you hadn't suddenly appeared, there was no way we would have been separated. There was a burst of rapid panting coming from the other side. It should be Sun Yang going upstairs. I'll give you an address. Come over. Stop putting on airs here, or I'll tell you one thing. Get lost. Chapter 74. Overestimating one's abilities. After saying that, Sun Yang hung up the phone. When I called again, the phone was turned off. I didn't know where Lin Yuqing's home is. I checked before we got to know each other. It's clean and tidy. Although her family conditions are average, she is a nice person. That's why I'm willing to get along with her. It's only been a few days, and a new man appears. Judging from her voice, they didn't know each other. Are you going? I held the car keys, and my palm hurt a little. What if there is any danger? Before I could think of a reason to convince myself, the car flew out. Forget it. If they are really a couple, just consider it as my explanation to myself. Half an hour later, I stood at the door of Lin Yuqing's house. Open the door. Who is it? Along with the voices, there were hurried and impatient footsteps coming from the room. Judging from the voice, it must be Sun Yang. The moment I opened the door, I punched Sun Yang on the chin. He staggered and fell to the ground. Fuck, are you sick? He is very white and as thin as a pole. Her hair was dyed an exaggerated red, and she wore a pink shirt, looking very sexy. Where did the wild dog come from? I thought he was the president of some company or a young master from somewhere. It turned out to be just a wild dog that only knew how to bark. Who the hell are you talking about? He was about to rush over, so I raised my hand and grabbed his wrist. It feels refreshing to listen to his heart-wrenching screams. Where's Lin Yuqing? Are you Ethan? Sun Yang's eyes widened. I looked at the surprise on his face and smiled with satisfaction. It's me. No wonder that damn girl likes you. You really look like a human being. Sun Yang rubbed his wrist and said, She is my woman. Don't be so shameless. Let her come out and talk to me. I said rush in right away, and this action completely angered Sun Yang. He rushed over and I kicked him into the door. You don't know your own limits. You fainted already? I rubbed my wrist and called Ma Fei to come and deal with the scene, looking for people room by room. Finally, I found Lin Yuqing tied up in the inner room. What's going on? Getting a chance to breathe, Lin Yuqing gasped heavily. This beast, he has no money and wants to blackmail me. Blackmail? I frowned, feeling that this matter was not as simple as I had imagined. The most urgent thing is to get people out first. When Ma Fei arrived, he saw a mess on the ground and a man lying on a chair. Ethan, you actually call someone? How shameless of you. I watched his mouth opening and closing and found it hilarious. Ma Fei raised his head tremblingly. Boss Jiang, what is this? Send him to the police station. Oh. Although he didn't know what he meant, Ma Fei did as he was told. He didn't ask any more questions. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Yuqing became much more sober. She was a little embarrassed. Thank you. Isn't it a little too late to tell you now? I watched her sit up in my arms and couldn't help teasing him. How do you thank me? How do you want me to thank you? I saw that she turned her head away and didn't want to continue this topic, so I didn't say anything. What's wrong with this person? When mentioning Sun Yang, Lin Yuqing sighed. He is my brother and one of my suitors. Brother? Pursuer? Why do these two names sound weird when put together? Chapter 75. Lin Yuqing's brother. Lin Yuqing also realized that her words could easily be misunderstood, so she quickly changed her words. He is the child brought over from my stepmother's side. After hearing her say this, I remembered that their family seemed to be a bit complicated. Then what? She doesn't have a proper job and just wants money. Our Lin family is indeed relatively wealthy, but we don't ask for money like this, so? So you ignored him, but he saw the news and happened to be broke. So he came to you? Yes. Sun Yang had looked for her before, but he was always very calm. I didn't expect that I would go crazy after seeing the news this time. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect this matter would implicate you. That's nothing. I raised my hands to signal her to calm down. Every family has its own problems. My family is so complicated, but she didn't say anything, right? However, it is not a long-term solution for Sun Yang to come and look for people from time to time. He was just impulsive after seeing the news today. I'm worried that he'll do something even more extreme when he sees me officially announce it. If you don't mind, how about I change your house for you? What do you mean? Lin Yuqing had a bewildered look on her face, her wrists red from being tied up by the rope. This guy was so cruel. I looked at the direction where Sun Yang left, my heart filled with hatred. I don't want to expose you to this kind of danger. In fact, this situation does not happen very often. I could even guess what he was going to say. This kind of person just can't give up the so-called family ties. In fact, she and Sun Yang were just two strangers who were connected by some inexplicable things. You can't control him forever. I didn't say much. I believe Lin Yuqing knew what I meant. Sun Yang has grown up, but he still acts without measure. I'm afraid he will hurt you because of his impulse. By then, it won't be something that can be resolved with just a few words. It's impossible for me to be here with her every day. In fact, Lin Yuqing has also thought about moving recently. She was also afraid that if she left, Sun Yang wouldn't be able to find her. Don't worry, since I can let you go, I can definitely handle the matter properly. I knew what she was worried about and couldn't help but assure her. Lin Yuqing trusted me more than before and nodded gently. Then I'll listen to you. The plan to change houses was ready the next day, and Ma Fei handed the key to Lin Yuqing. This is the new house that Mr. Jiang bought. Miss Lin is so lucky. You're too talkative. I glanced at Ma Fei. He spoke faster than his mind. By the time I came to my senses, the words had already been spoken. You don't have to listen to his nonsense and just focus on living here. What about you? What? Lin Yuqing's voice sounded a little longing. I didn't understand what she meant and looked at her with my head tilted. I'm going home. I mean, will you come? Lin Yuqing bit her lip. This step in our relationship was a sudden development. I didn't expect him to think of. It should be worry. Don't worry. I won't use this to threaten you. If I want a woman, I just need to beckon and countless women will come to me. I don't care to get anyone by this means. Back in the office, Ma Fei reported the latest progress. Mr. Jiang, the photo of Miss Lin that you logged in yesterday has also appeared. Although it will be automatically deleted after logging in. Some people have learned to leave out the entry. Although it hasn't caused much of a stir yet, many people already know that I went to Lin Yuqing's house yesterday. Chapter 76. Are you playing dirty? Looking at the blurry photos above, I just feel sick. It seemed that you're really poor and destitute, as you use such despicable methods to deal with me. Spread the news that I'm getting married soon. As for who the bride is, there is no need to say for now. Ma Fei was confused, but he did as he was told. For a time, the news that President Jiang was about to get married spread to everyone's ears. Sam, who had been silently operating the software armor behind the scenes, was so scared when he saw the news that he almost threw the computer in his hand away. Dad, is Dad really getting married? He remembered that his father had clearly said at the previous press conference that he would not have a relationship in the short term. Why is he getting married? Sam looked at the phone beside him and hesitated to call Ethan. The call was answered quickly and in a gentle tone. Sam? I heard heavy breathing coming from the other side, as if someone was about to cry. Dad, are you getting married? So that's why? I closed the computer and waited for Ma Fei. How can we let children see this kind of thing? They're all fake. Don't worry about it. Sam's mind is even more delicate than Marx's. I also know that he has always hoped that his mother and I would get back together. I can agree to everything except this. Sam was relieved when he heard the affirmative answer. Sam finished his call. The old lady called again to scold him. When I looked up at Ma Fei again, an hour had passed. Continue. He went on to talk about the information he had just gathered. It doesn't look like George did this. After listening to the evidence he presented, I also felt that this matter should not have much to do with George. But apart from him, I can't imagine anyone having a grudge against me. Ma-Fei rolled his eyes and almost wrote the words enemy on his face. Boss Jiang, Boss Su just called and asked if the marriage was true. If the person behind the scenes who was manipulating everything just wanted me to be ruined, he wouldn't have stopped now. Prepare an invitation for me. Are you really planning to get married? Before, Ma-Fei could think he was joking. I didn't expect him to be so serious. But the bride? Not necessary for now. I looked at Ma-Fei with his eyes wide open and rubbed my painful eyebrows. Don't worry about anything else. I want to kill him by surprise. The news of the marriage spread quickly. The old lady was the most excited one. She called and cursed loudly. You're really going to get married? She could see that the news was true this time. Grandma, I had no choice. Why do you have to do that? Just remarry Maria. Don't worry about whether to get married or not. Let others catch him. Grandma, I'm going to hang up now if nothing else. I don't want to listen to the old man talk about his feelings, and I don't want to listen to him giving me orders. Ma-Fei was shocked several times in one day, and his jaw was almost dislocated. Buy something and send it back as an apology. You were so arrogant when we were arguing just now, but now you want to buy supplements? Why don't you go quickly? Ma-Fei was startled and left the office in a hurry. I looked at the news that popped up one after another, and everyone couldn't help but come and share the excitement. Especially those who have seen Lin Yuqing and I, posted their photos one after another, afraid that others can't see it. Chapter 77. Remarriage is impossible. Jiang family's old house. Every time I come back here, there's an invisible sense of oppression driving me to stay away. Grandmother. The old lady is in good spirits and in better health than in previous years. Especially after Mark Sam was born, her condition improved even more. The old lady's eyes swept over me, and she said coldly, You came back by yourself? Sam has been coughing these past 2 days because of the cold. Did you go to the hospital? I didn't go over. Instead, I stood not far away and observed the old lady's face. After I made sure that her expression had eased a little, I went over. It's nothing serious. The other one is sick too? I knew who the old lady was talking about, and I didn't say anything. I'm asking you a question, but you're hesitant and unreliable, which is not like a Jiang family member at all. Yes, everyone in the Jiang family is happy. I took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for the old lady, and seeing her gradually calming down, I smiled and said, Grandma, Marx is not with me, so it's hard to take care of him. Maria wouldn't let me look after the children, and I wanted to, but I couldn't. You idiot, when we divorced, I asked you to take custody of the child. You didn't, and now you can't even see the child. The old lady slammed her hand on the table with such force that the tea splashed everywhere. She is the child's mother. I can't leave her one. Then remarry as soon as possible. Her eyes were shrewd, and there was an expression in them that I couldn't see through. Grandmother, don't make me say it a second time. Although the old lady is old, she still has dignity. When her grandfather fell ill, she single-handedly supported the company for more than 10 years. She has made an indelible contribution to Zhang's current status. Everyone in the family listens to her and only listens to her. This is also the reason why I don't want to come back. If I didn't say anything, the old lady would think I was against her. I told you not to marry that woman, but you didn't listen. Now it's like this. How is this going to end? Grandma, all good things must come to an end. Who can guarantee that there will be no divorce after getting married? Maria, to be such a person at first. If I had known this, why would I have married her? Who likes to be cuckolded? I don't care what your feelings are for Maria. You must remarry, and our Jiang family's children must not be left alone. Why did you end up stranded outside? I frowned. This old lady was getting more and more serious. Grandma, the child wants to be with his mother. Really? I think he hates you as a father. The old lady took out a newspaper from behind her back, which showed a picture of Maria and George taking Marx to the amusement park. Marx clutched George's neck tightly, laughing heartily, looking happier than he had ever been. Next to it is a picture of Marx and Ethan together, looking unhappy and even a little disgusted. Marx's emotions were all visible on his face. He pouted his lips, and that look made people feel distressed. Who took this photo? It's so ugly. How can you be so ashamed? Your son is about to call someone else dad. Aren't you anxious? The old lady was so angry that she stamped her feet. She was so angry that the sound of her stamping feet could be heard throughout the hall. Grandma, I can't control Maria's remarriage. Besides, it's impossible for me not to get married. I tapped the old lady's legs and said, I recently met a girl. You will definitely like her. Anyone can do it. The child must come back. The stepmother doesn't matter, but Marx must return to their Jiang family. Grandma, I can't do this. Maria and I just came to an agreement. She promised me to keep her promise, and there is no way I can go back on my word. You don't have a choice. Chapter 78. Helping Dad. The old lady snorted coldly, stood up, and left. She didn't even give me a chance to think about it, and didn't even eat dinner. Aunt Zhang looked at the table full of dishes and sighed. Master, please stop arguing with the old lady. Actually, there's nothing wrong with Miss Liu. You say there's nothing wrong with cheating on your spouse? You guys are really tolerant. I don't believe that Grandma knows nothing. She was just playing dumb. Aunt Zhang was someone close to Grandma, so she naturally spoke to her side. But the preachy tone was annoying, so I put down my chopsticks and didn't eat much. I'm going back first and telling Grandma that I can't remarry. It's not like I can't find a woman, so why do I have to hang myself on this tree? Joke. Sam falls asleep quickly at night, and he went into the room early when I got back. Looking at his sleepy eyes, I suddenly felt that it was all worth it. Dad, Sam called me in a baby voice, and I couldn't help but think of how he looked when he was just born, so soft and sticky that I couldn't help but take a bite. Dad is here. I'll help you. Help you. Help you. Help me? Help me with what? I saw a computer next to it, but I hadn't had time to close it. Is this what he meant by help? I don't want my children to be exposed to these electronic products too early. I don't know where he got it from. What's this? I've never seen the garbled code above before. Is it a new game? This kid plays such a complicated game. Sam S. forehead gently. Play less games. Sam got up very early the next day. He walked to my side and raised his head timidly. Dad. What's wrong? I looked at his blue eyes and felt a little distressed. Didn't sleep well? Are you really going to get married? With Aunt Lynn? Who told you that? Ma Fei's body suddenly tensed up. I remembered I told him not to let Sam know about this. That's not what I said. I saw it on the internet. I thought about the page on my computer yesterday and started to have a headache. Don't believe what they say. I rubbed Sam's head and looked at him with a suspicious look, obviously not believing me. Dad, you really can't be with Mom again? Sam looked at me with a puzzled expression, biting his lower lip gently, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Dad is going to work first. I didn't know how to face Sam. Both he and Marx seemed to want Maria and I to get back together. I can agree to everything except this. The atmosphere in the company has been a bit tense recently. Because of the recent news, everyone is on high alert. Mr. Jiang, this is the latest news. Some people say you are the third party between George and Maria. I know what's written without even looking at it. George is Maria's ex-boyfriend, and they were indeed together for a long time. As to whether I'm the third party, it remains to be verified. Have you found all the media I asked you to check? I think they are quite excited when reading gossip. We found half of it. What do you mean by half? Are all the things I raised trash? I stopped where I was and turned to look at them. The fear in their eyes seemed to be begging me for something. Unfortunately, I didn't buy it. Speak. Chen Hong, the manager of the media department, came out trembling with fear and reported softly. Many of them are anonymous and have no final IP address. No? Can he even grow wings and fly? Send whatever you find to me tonight. Chapter 79. Uncle George is not good. Amir George eat me to death? I just don't believe he has such great ability. At the Jiang family, Sam secretly called Marx without telling his aunt. You said you wanted to help Dad. Have you figured out how to help? Marx did not like his father on the surface. He knew that Marx always wanted to get his father's praise. He said he could help this time, so he must have his way. I can help myself without you. What are you going to do about it? Sam frowned, afraid that he would go find George. Please don't look for Uncle George. I'm a little worried about you. His words revealed his dislike for George, which made Marx frown. Don't you dare say that about Uncle George. He's a very nice guy. He's not good. Sam muttered quietly, but he didn't expect to hear a question from the other end of the phone. Are you saying bad things about Uncle George again? I didn't say that. Sam quickly denied it. He was afraid that if he admitted it, no one would help his father. The fluorescent light on the computer was reflected on Marx's face. He ignored the person on the other end of the phone and typed quickly on the keyboard. He remembered that John's stock market seemed to have been falling. Then let him help. He saved all the pocket money his grandmother gave him, and his mother didn't even know about it. He wanted to use the money to buy John's stocks, operating behind closed doors. As long as Sam suppresses public opinion, the stock market will naturally rise. This is stock trading. Done. Marx pressed the last button and shouted happily to the other end of the phone. Just wait for him to win. He's the dad. Sam couldn't help but remind Marx. He never calls Dad, and Dad's been a little unhappy lately. I know. Marx pouted proudly, with his hands folded on his chest, looking like a little adult. When this crisis is over, Dad will definitely want to reward him, and then he will ask Dad if he can get back together with Mom. It would be better if he could. Otherwise, if he couldn't, he would never help his father again. After helping Lin Yuqing yesterday, he never contacted me again. Although now is not the time to think about love, I still couldn't help but call Lin Yuqing. A familiar ringtone came, but it was not from the phone, but from outside the door. I looked over in the direction of the voice and saw Lin Yuqing walking slowly towards me with a canvas bag in her hand. Her smile was even sweeter than before. I don't know if what happened yesterday brought my relationship with her closer, but I always felt that the awkwardness between us was much less. Have you got a meal yet? Lin Yuqing's voice is gentle and delicate, even more so than Maria's. Not yet. It's already 12 o'clock. Let's go out together. I made some food. I wonder what you like. Lin Yuqing took out the lunchbox from her pocket very naturally. I was with Maria before. We either ate takeout or our aunt's meals. She never offered to cook for me. How much I wanted her to cook a meal for me. How humble I was. It's laughable for a president to end up like this. You did all this? Lin Yuqing's cooking skills are very good, but from the color and aroma, you can tell that the food will taste good. I just made some home cooking. I love home-cooked food the most. I took a big bite of the food in front of her without hesitation. Yeah, not bad. She stood beside the table, looking like a bullied young wife. Chapter 80, I'm getting married. What are you standing for? Let's eat together. I looked at her frowning embarrassment and subconsciously handed her the braised pork I had just picked up. Seeing her hesitate, I realized that I had lost my composure. I'll give you another pair of chopsticks. Before I could pull my hand back, Lin Yuqing leaned over and put the piece of meat in her mouth. She smiled with satisfaction. My craftsmanship has not deteriorated. I stood there in a daze, staring at her. What's wrong? Lin Yuqing raised her hand, and I handed her a tissue. I just used this, and I was thinking of changing to a new one. Lin Yuqing was also stunned. I saw her eyes rolling around, and then she suddenly realized something and replied with a smile. I don't dislike you. I ate a lot of food when I was cooking just now, and I was just hesitating whether to eat it or not. She touched her belly, looking as cute as a cat that had just eaten its fill. If you keep eating, you'll be too fat. So that's how it is? I felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. It's not fat. This is just right. After Lin Yuqing came, I felt a lot less pressure. She's like a stress reliever, allowing all the stress in my body to dissipate. I want to tell you something. I didn't tell her about the marriage. I guess she heard a lot of rumors. You say, Lin Yuqing is still as considerate as before. What a blessing it is to be liked by such a good woman. I announced that I am getting married. What? Lin Yuqing stepped back out of habit, and the cup in her hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The scalding hot water splashed onto the back of her hand, leaving a red mark. Who are you going with? Miss Liu. She looked at me cautiously, and her expression was so pitiful. Seeing that I didn't answer, she shook her hair in a casual manner. Actually, I can understand. Miss Liu is the child's mother after all. She lowered her head, hiding the loneliness in her eyes. Try to act casual. If you really... Nobody they... I looked at Lin Yuqing, looked at her picturesque features, looked at her slightly furrowed brows, and her slightly pursed lips. All this is because of me. She must like me too. It seemed like neither of us had ever really established a relationship. Then why? Lin Yuqing obviously didn't believe it. She tilted her head, trying to induce me to tell the truth. Actually, I know that your grandmother probably doesn't want you to get divorced, so it has nothing to do with others. I looked at Lin Yuqing and turned the computer around. There was a photo of the two of us on it. They said I was Maria's third party, and they said you were our third party. Lin Yuqing knew the news, and she tried not to look at those photos and comments. Try not to let yourself be influenced by these external factors. But she still overestimated herself, and she couldn't help but care about what others thought of her. Now seeing this news, she could no longer control her expression. These people are really capable of talking nonsense. So there's only one way to make them stop. These netizens are like mad dogs. When they see something stimulating, they will hold on to it tightly and won't let go. What method? Fake marriage. You and I pretend to be a couple. I looked at Lin Yuqing with wide eyes and lowered my voice. Don't worry, I won't do anything. Afraid that she would worry, I took out the agreement that I had prepared long ago. When this matter is over, we will return to our normal relationship and get along normally. In the end, you will decide our ending. In fact, I can also wait until the public opinion is over before showing up. But that would take too long, and Maria and George would not give up. I don't want Lin Yuqing to suffer too much. If I were alone, I naturally wouldn't care what they said. Chapter 81 Contract. Is this a contract? Lin Yuqing glanced from top to bottom, frowning. Why do you do this? To make you trust me more. I pushed the contract in Lin Yuqing's direction. You can ask for anything you want. Just treat it as you acting for me during this period of time. I don't want her to suffer any loss, and I don't want her to feel that this is a transaction. I hope you can help. Of course, you can refuse, but you may have to face more criticism before I can completely resolve this matter. The pressure is naturally greater. Lin Yuqing flipped through a few pages hastily, and I watched her pick up the contract and shake it. Prompt her. The last page needs to be signed. Before she could finish her last word, Lin Yuqing tore the contract into two halves. She raised her eyebrows, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. I believe you. No contract is needed. So you agree? I could hardly conceal my joy. It would be much easier if she agreed to stay with me. What I need to do? She didn't give me a positive answer, but she had already entered into the role. I looked at her shy appearance, and it felt like a feather was gently scratching my heart. It's a bit itchy and makes people tremble. Next week is my grandma's birthday, and I want to take you there. There will definitely be many dignitaries coming to the birthday party, and I plan to take this opportunity to let them meet Lin Yuqing, so as not to believe the false news out there. I guess Grandma doesn't want me to go. She had heard her grandmother comment on her, and the last phone call made her less and less confident in herself. I'm here. I tentatively held Lin Yuqing's hand in my palm. Her hands were a little wet, probably from sweating. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were evasive, not knowing where she was looking. I gently patted the back of her hand to remind her, you don't have to prepare anything. I will be ready. A week passed quickly, and I thought I would see Lin Yuqing soon. I actually felt the anticipation of love for the first time in a long time. She was wearing the dress I bought for her. Because I didn't know her size, I bought a little bigger, but fortunately everything else was similar except for the waist. The black silk dress makes Lin Yuqing's skin look even whiter, and all white people look inferior to him. Her watery eyes seemed to be able to speak, making people feel itchy. Along the way, many people looked at Lin Yuqing, but were discouraged by my eyes. When I arrived at Zhang's house, I felt like I was walking into someone else's house. There were balloons and streamers everywhere. Even a picture of Grandma was on display. The smell of champagne filled the entire house and gave me a headache. Why are you so late? I was delayed on the way. I don't know when the old lady appeared behind me, holding a wooden crutch in her hand. She was obviously in good health, but she insisted on having an auxiliary tool, which made people anxious. What is it? When the old lady spoke, she glanced at Lin Yuqing. She stood in front of me, but her eyes were on Lin Yuqing, looking her up and down. Are you the woman Ethan is obsessed with? Grandma, you are wrong. It's not about being obsessed with something. I looked at Lin Yuqing somewhat embarrassedly. I didn't expect that my grandma would say this about me. Fortunately, Lin Yuqing didn't take it seriously, except that her ears turned a little red. Lift your head and show me. The old lady's dignity remains undiminished, and she always keeps her word. Lin Yuqing did as she was told, and the old lady's eyes widened when she saw her. She looks so cute, and her thin body makes people feel a little sorry for her. Chapter 82 Warning. You should know that Xiao Xian was married. Grandmother. I didn't know what Grandma was going to say, so I subconsciously wanted to stop her. Did you know he had 2 children? Grandma, I know. I watched my grandmother look her up and down, her expression gradually becoming solemn. Grandma, this is our own business. If I don't help you find out, how can you continue to get along with him? The old lady was determined to tell Lin Yuqing the truth. If I had known she would have this attitude, I would never have brought anyone here. You brought people here, but you didn't entertain them. Is that what I taught you? The old lady's voice was majestic, and I subconsciously looked at Lin Yuqing. Please don't say anything you shouldn't say. Are you lecturing me? The old lady raised her cane and was about to fall on me. Lin Yuqing suddenly smiled. Ethan, you go first. She winked and motioned for me to come over and get the thing. Although it's a bit worrying, it's better than her being with Maria. It was only a matter of time before they had this conversation. Grandma, please be polite to the guests I brought with me. The old lady snorted coldly and waited until I left before looking at Lin Yuqing. You're quite courageous. I rushed to attend the birthday party without any identity. Ethan that much. As an old lady, she has seen too many people. All the talk of love and affection is bullshit. Grandma, Ethan and I are in contact. Lin Yuqing was neither humble nor arrogant and answered whatever he asked. How much? The old lady suddenly spoke, and Lin Yuqing was stunned. Then she realized what she meant. Grandma, I'm not in contact with Ethan for money. What's that for? The old lady looked Lin Yuching up and down. She was pretty and much better than Ethan's ex-wife. Some people would believe it if you said she was a minor celebrity in the entertainment industry. I check you out. Your family conditions are average. She had no other chance to spend time with Ethan. How would she have met Ethan if someone hadn't introduced her? There was no intention. She didn't believe it at all. Tell me before Ethan comes back. The old lady looked confident, and I believed she would not give up this opportunity. I waited for almost 10 minutes, but received no response. She looked up and found Lin Yuching staring at the door in a daze. Sam is here. Ethan originally didn't want to bring his 2 children over. It was she who suggested that the child meet his great-grandmother, and only then did Ma Fei go to pick him up. Seeing the old lady glaring at Lin Yuching, Ma Fei couldn't help but say, "Miss Lin, I brought the young master here." The old lady's eyes fell on Ma Fei's face, with a hint of displeasure and blame. "You're too talkative." Why couldn't she understand what Ma Fei meant? Ma Fei lowered his head instantly, took 2 steps back, and dared not speak again. "Tell Ethan to come over." She glanced at Sam, who was being led obediently, and almost choked on her breath. Why are these 2 children so close to outsiders? Ethan came over with 2 wine glasses. It contains fruity champagne, not much alcohol. "Grandma, do you still drink red wine?" He handed Lin Yuching a glass of champagne, his eyes full of love. "Why haven't I seen you being so caring to me?" "Grandma, are you jealous?" I handed the red wine to her, but when she didn't take it, I drank it all in one gulp. "Grandson will apologize to you." "Don't give me that." The old lady looked back at Lin Yuching standing beside her, her tone still cold. "I won't play dumb with you, I don't agree." Knowing what she was talking about, Lin Yuching said nothing. "Chapter Ovimiset Sam naturally," etc. The old lady stretched out her hand in their direction. "Sam, stay." She hadn't seen her great-grandson for a long time and missed him very much. I pulled Sam over and pushed him into Grandma's arms. "Take a good look." The old lady misses her child, and her decision is final. Instead of going against her, it is better to go along with her and make her happy first. More and more people came to the party, and the old lady left with her child without even looking at me. As soon as she left, Lin Yuching looked at me with a nervous look on her face, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. "Just say what you want to say." Grandma seems very angry. She looked a little excited. Lin Yuching was worried that she would end up losing more than she gained this time. Otherwise, I'd better leave. She knew that the old lady would definitely investigate her identity. She also knew that she would not accept herself. All she had thought before was that as long as Ethan accepted her, that would be enough. Now it seems that she is still too naive. Believe me, I knew what Lin Yuching was thinking, and I couldn't help but hold her shoulders and ask her to look up. I looked at her watery eyes, and at that moment, I really wanted to rush over and tell Grandma that I had decided on this person. But we haven't confirmed our relationship yet, so I can't announce her identity so hastily. I don't want to embarrass you. Lin Yuching sometimes wonders if her family conditions are not good enough. But no matter where she was born, she could not compare with Jiang Xian. You just have to trust me. Don't think about anything else. After the banquet started, Lin Yuching's tension eased a little. She looked much more relaxed and didn't refuse when someone asked her to drink. I didn't want her to drink too much, so I kept watching her. Until Maria showed up. "Xiao Xian, did you bring her here?" Everyone at the banquet was either rich or noble, and her words directly tore off the fig leaf. "Unhappy. For the sake of the child, I don't want to be too disrespectful to her. She could just pretend she didn't see it, but she had to mess with me. Why should I be unhappy? This is your business. Just so you know." I could feel Lin Yuching tugging at my sleeve. "Maria here." "Fine." I patted the back of her hand soothingly and felt her movements stop. A knowing smile. This smile completely stimulated Maria. She stood by and said sarcastically, "Men really like new things and hate old things. It's only been a few days, and you're already showing off your new woman." Maria's face was full of jealousy, which made her look a bit annoying. "Aren't you afraid that Grandma will be mad at you? Even if you want to make it public, you shouldn't do it at Grandma's birthday party. Are you done yet?" I gradually lost my patience. "Maria, this aggressive before?" "No, I have much to say." Maria was like a mad dog, holding Mark's hand tighter and tighter. The child's face was distorted with pain, and he struggled to get away from Maria, but she held him tighter. "Mom, it hurts." Mark's voice was very low. I looked at his increasingly painful face and couldn't help but push Maria. "Let go." Mark's wrists were red from being tied up. "Maria, you are an adult. Don't you have any sense of propriety? Is this how you treat your children?" "That's my child. Don't meddle in his business. Chapter 84 Worried about her abuse. Maria said, as she was about to rush forward to grab the child. I held Marks in my arms and checked his clothes to see if there were any other injuries. Dad, what are you doing? Marks was so frightened by Maria's appearance that he even forgot to scold me. Did anyone hit you? I stared into Marks' eyes, afraid that he might lie in order to help Maria. No, my mother is very good to me. Marks was smarter than many kids, and he understood what I meant as soon as I opened my mouth. I watched him raise his hand and touch my ear, as if to comfort me, and whispered in my ear, "No one abuses me." He seemed to suddenly understand. Were you scared? This is not at all like Marks. I frowned, feeling that Maria would not treat Marks as I said. I'm handing the child over to you, not giving you the chance to hurt him. I once told her that if Marks had a bruise on his body, I would take the child back. What are you going to do? Maria's face suddenly sank. She was wearing bright lipstick, but her face was pale. This is my child. You can't take him away from me. Maria was a little excited. You said you wouldn't take the child away from me if I divorced you. She listened to Ethan and got a divorce. So why did this man still want to steal her child? I'm just reminding you to be nice to Marks. The noise here was so loud that people attending the party looked sideways. I looked at their eyes that wanted to see but didn't dare to, and sneered, "Have you seen enough? What's going on?" The old lady had just finished receiving all the guests when she heard commotion. As soon as I walked over, I saw Ethan and Maria's faces were uglier than the other. Just know how to cause trouble. So many people are laughing at the Jiang family. Come with me. Lin Yuqing watched Ethan leave and wanted to follow him, but was stopped by the bodyguards around the old lady. Ms. Lin, please stay. Lin Yuqing saw that his face said, "Keep away," and she didn't dare to force her way in. Since both children stayed behind, she had no choice but to call Marks to her side as well. Marks, stop running around. I don't need your help. This is my home. Even though Maria got married first, he still couldn't accept Lin Yuqing's existence. Dad should be with Mom. Uncle George is nice too, but Dad just can't be with another woman. He always had an obsession in his heart, and even though he knew that Lin Yuqing had a good heart, he could not accept it. Marks, don't run around. There are too many people here. Lin Yuqing was afraid that Marks would get lost like before, so she trotted after him. Sam chased after him for a while, panting, "Auntie Lin, wait for me." Sam waved his two little hands. He didn't have much athletic ability and had to pant after running a few steps. In comparison, Marks is much better than him. When I was a kid, I liked everything, especially dangerous things. So Uncle George prefers to take him with him when he goes out. He chased for a while and was about to go back to call the bodyguard when he saw Marks walking out of the small garden nearby. "Why are you here? Where's Aunt Lin?" "How should I know?" Marks put his hands on his hips and looked at him like a bully. "You are not allowed to call her." "Why?" Sam didn't understand why he didn't like Aunt Lin. He didn't like Uncle George either, but he never interfered with Marks. "No reason. I don't like you being with that woman. You're not allowed to scream. Then you can't call George Uncle either." Chapter 85 Chasing Lin Yuqing. Sam refused to admit defeat and craned his neck to look at him. Marks grew up very fast. Although he is the younger brother, he is a little taller than his older brother. If you don't know, you might think Sam is the younger brother. "Leave me alone." Sam sat on the ground frustrated. He knew Marks would say that. He walked a few steps into the house, then stopped and looked at Sam. "Aren't you going back?" "Auntie Lin hasn't come back yet. Dad will definitely be worried if he knows this." "What does it have to do with you?" "Maybe she went back first." "No, Aunt Lin won't abandon me. Only the one called Uncle George would abandon them." "Then go find her yourself." Marks pointed in a random direction. "I just ran that way." Following his finger, Sam shuddered. It was pitch black there, and the entrance was surrounded by a group of trees, so the road inside could not be seen. The streetlights outside could not see the secrets inside. Sam did not need to walk over, or he would shrink back after just one look. "Why don't you go? It's too dark." He shrank his neck. He has always been a good boy at home. He has a gentle personality and is also the child who is most afraid of the dark. In contrast, Marks was bold and careful and dared to do anything. "Then come back with me." Marks clapped his hands, not thinking that there was anything wrong with what he did. "Come with me and look for it." Sam pulled his clothes and pointed to the dark path. "Let's call her. Aunt Lin will definitely come out when she hears our voices." "I'm not going. She's not my aunt." Even if it was, he wouldn't go. He just didn't like that woman. Sam looked at him stubbornly, without saying a word, but the meaning in his eyes was very clear. "Don't bother me anymore. I'm your brother. Why do you always come to me for everything?" Marks pushed Sam's hand away like a little adult. "If you go by yourself, I won't take care of you. He entered the room first, sneaked behind a pillar, and watched Sam. Sam really went. He would tell his grandmother immediately. A few minutes passed, and Sam walked in the opposite direction, biting his lip. Marx's mouth curled up, and he knew that Sam would definitely not dare to go in. As for Aunt Lynn, she can go wherever she wants. She is an adult. How could she get lost? In a study on the third floor, Maria was crying, her eyes red as if she had just been punched. Okay, stop crying. Ethan was definitely wrong in this matter. I'll ask him to apologize to you. Grandma, you don't know. He has threatened me like this more than once. Maria couldn't utter a complete sentence when she saw the old lady. From her divorce till now, she has always acted pitiful and aggrieved. The old lady always thought I had done something wrong. Okay, I know you've been wronged, but Xiao Xian is the child's father after all. You can't stop him from seeing the child. The old lady said this to speak up for her grandson. She didn't ask anything, but she understood Maria's thoughts. This woman is just used to being selfish. She says she loves her child, but in fact, she just doesn't want Marx and Ethan to have any contact. Look at Marx. He doesn't even recognize his own father. That kid is really lawless now, yelling at his own father and has no rules at all. Maria blushed at the old lady's words and felt embarrassed. She sobbed a few times. Grandma, it's not that I don't want Xiao Xian to go, it's him. Chapter 86. Lin Yuqing is missing. Could it be that I don't want to go? Maria coldly. What other reasons could she give? Maria didn't expect me to speak suddenly at all. She was stunned for a few seconds, and her eyes became red again. Okay, put that away. No one is watching you act here. The old lady didn't say anything. Did she really think there was no one here who could cure her? Maria, I told you before, be nice to Marx. The way you acted today makes me suspect that you abused Marx. Ethan, you need evidence for what you say. He was my son at that time. How could I abuse him? The old lady had a headache, and she called the two people together originally wanting to persuade them, who knew that each of them was tougher than the other. Come on, stop arguing, Xiao Xian, don't slander others. The old lady hopes that the two of them will get back together. The most important thing is Maria's relationship. She was confident that she could get Ethan to relent. Maria, you're not young anymore. It's not easy to be outside with a child. It's better for you to come back. She was still polite at first, but after more than 10 minutes, she lost her patience. If you're willing to give an old woman like me a little face, I will agree. Maria stood there in a daze, not knowing how to answer. She had finally gotten out of this marriage. How could she possibly remarry? Grandmother, I don't agree. Am I not putting a green hat on my own head? Grandma, you are old and confused. I don't blame you, but I will not remarry this marriage. I didn't want to listen to the old lady's long speech here, so I opened the door and was about to leave. Just as he took a step, Sam appeared from the corner jogging, with a drop of crystal water hanging from the corner of his eye, as if he had just cried. Why are you here alone? Where's Aunt Lynn? Auntie Lynn is gone. Sam, still catching his breath, grabbed my collar and pointed out the window. Aunt Lynn went after Marx. Marx came back, and Aunt Lynn was gone. Sam's anxious tone trembled a little, not caring that his face was still red, and he was breathing heavily. Dad, hurry up and go out to find someone. This was Lin Yuqing's first time here, and she didn't know the way. It's hard to get out if you get lost. Where? I didn't have time to say goodbye to the old lady, so I rushed out pulling Sam's hand. Dad, over there. Sam pointed in the direction of the back garden that no one had been to for a long time. There were only weeds and some untended flowers, and there wasn't even a working light inside. Are you sure it's here? Chapter 87. Help. Lin Yuqing was alone. Why was she running over there? I saw it. Sam nodded silently, hesitating whether to mention his brother. Wait here, Dad. I found a safe place to put Sam down and walked in while calling Lin Yuqing's name. It was even dirtier inside than I thought. There were weeds all around the cement road, and it must have been 1 or 2 years since it was cleaned up. As a grown man, I had to walk sideways to get in. Yuqing, I felt a few scratches on my arms from the surrounding weeds, and the dirt seeped in, causing me to frown in pain. Yuqing, can you hear me? This garden is at least as big as 2 basketball courts. I don't have a deep impression of this place. It seems like I often played hide-and-seek here when I was a child. Lin Yuqing was a woman and didn't have her cell phone with her, so it was difficult for her to go out. Anyone there? I heard a weak shout in my ear and turned my head. Is that Yuqing? Who's there? A weak female voice came. If anyone knows, please help me. The sound sounded as if the person was going to faint in the next second, so I ran towards the sound and saw a curled-up figure in the dim light of my cell phone. She was shivering, and the dim light enveloped her whole body, making her look pitiful. Yuqing, can you still walk? I squatted down to check her wound. There was a scratch on her calf, about as long as my index finger. The wound is too deep. I'll take you out to bandage it. Blood was all over the ground, and the strong smell of blood made people's eyes sore. Wait, don't go yet. Lin Yuqing's lips were pale, and she had to take a breath after saying a few words. She had no strength left in her grip on my hand. You can't wait. I put my hands under her knees and picked her up. Lin Yuqing was forced to grab my collar, leaning her head on my shoulder and raised her hands weakly. Inside, I haven't found Marks yet. What do you want to see Marks for? Is he playing a trick on me again? I see Marks running in. Go find someone. The terrain here is complicated and even she, an adult, can't get out, let alone a child. Go quickly. Lin Yuqing was soaked all over. She was eating candy next to her. It must have been dark and she couldn't see the road, so she accidentally fell into the pond. Coupled with excessive blood loss, his whole body was shaky and he seemed about to faint. Marks! I said Marks' name in a low voice, and the aura emanating from my body made people shudder. Lin Yuqing was so weak that she could feel the coldness coming from him. Don't blame him, he's still a child. Let's go out first. I took the person out, and Sam's face turned pale the moment he saw Lin Yuqing. Aunt Lin. He trotted over, his forehead beaded with sweat. He knows? I turned Sam's body over, lifted his chin, and forced him to look at me. Sam, you're an honest child, right? Sam saw my reflection in his eyes and swallowed fearfully. Dad, what do you want to say? Looking at his timid appearance, I knew that this kid could definitely guess what I was going to say. How did Aunt Lin get in? This is an abandoned garden, and it is impossible for Lin Yuqing to go in on her own out of curiosity. Sam wouldn't lie. He crossed his hands and twirled them in circles, lowered his head, and stammered, unable to speak. Sam, you wouldn't lie to your dad, would you? Dad, I did it. Mark's voice came from behind. Sam's face turned pale, and he signaled him to leave with his eyes. I pinched Sam's little face, which was quite skinny, and watched Marks walk towards me with neither humility nor arrogance. I just want to teach her a lesson. Who told her to control me all the time? Marks glanced at Lin Yuqing, and his pupils dilated slightly. I caught his surprise, and when he looked at me again, his expression was normal. How can you be so calm after hurting others like this? I can't imagine how strong his mental strength is. Most children would be frightened seeing Lin Yuqing like this. Marks didn't care? You think you're not wrong? I'm not wrong. She's just stupid. Marks glanced at Lin Yuqing with some disdain, his eyes evading. You are right, but you dare not look at her. Who said that? Who said I don't dare to look? Marks suddenly turned his head and glared in Lin Yuqing's direction. I'm not afraid to look. Chapter 88 Injury. He wanted to prove himself so much that he even took a few steps in Lin Yuqing's direction. A strong smell of blood came over, and Marks fanned his nose in disgust. Why is she bleeding so much? Marks began to get scared. He staggered and wanted to leave when he saw Lin Yuqing's miserable appearance. As soon as I turned around, Ethan grabbed my collar and lifted me up. You're not afraid of anything? Then show me here. I pressed Marks' shoulders and asked him to face Lin Yuqing. He clearly knew that it was wrong to do so, but he still insisted on doing it. This behavior is even worse than lying. I don't know how your mother taught you, but you actually hurt others? A trace of disgust flashed in my eyes. This is my son. I should be tolerant and listen to him, but his behavior is really intolerable. Please let me go. I didn't hurt anyone. Please let me go, Mom. Marks struggled, and I slowly tightened my grip, feeling his trembling body. His crying became louder and louder, attracting the old lady and others. Ethan, what are you doing? Maria followed the old lady, and her eyes immediately turned red when she saw Marks' appearance. Xiao Xian, this is your son. What are you doing? Marks' face was covered with tears, dried tears and new tears mixed together, looking very pitiful. He sniffed and closed his eyes in fear. His cheeks and neck were red, and there was a bruise around his neck from struggling. Looks like he's been abused. Xiao Xian, with so many people around, how could you treat Marks like this? Maria was heartbroken and ran over to hug the person in her arms. I pushed her away and ignored her accusations. Ethan, are you even listening to me? If this continues, Marks will go crazy. The old lady felt sorry for her grandson. She staggered over and almost fell down. Ethan, don't you want your son anymore? The old lady was so angry that her face turned blue. Put the child down for me. Grandma, do you know what your good grandson has done? Tolerating him in everything will only encourage his arrogance. What could it be? It's nothing more than bullying someone's kid again. The old lady never cared about the children's affairs, and all the minor fights were normal to her. You were so naive. You almost got someone killed. I signaled the old lady with my eyes to look at Lin Yuqing. If I had been a step later, I couldn't say the following words. Thinking that Lin Yuqing became like this because of Marx, I couldn't just throw him in and let him feel the fear and coldness of the garden. If he wasn't my son, I would have sent him to juvenile detention. You dare. The old lady's eyes moved down from Lin Yuqing. If you dare to send my grandson away, I will fight you to the death. Mom, you can't spoil your child. I felt worried when I saw the old lady's relentless look. The child developed bad habits little by little because of them. You can't educate your child like that. Put the child down for me, quickly. The old lady's voice was a little hoarse, probably because she was too anxious and got angry. I'll take care of this matter. I can't let Marx mess around here. He must keep himself in check wherever he is. Mother Chun. I looked at the nanny beside me and said, clean up the warehouse. It was a small dark room where I would be locked up when I made mistakes as a child. Chapter 89 Lessons Learned. Anshin looked at the old lady with some embarrassment. She was the one who had watched the little master grow up. He is indeed quite willful at ordinary times, but he is still a very likable child. I guess he was so impulsive and did something wrong because he heard that his father was going to marry Lin Yuqing. Master, no one has entered that small dark room for many years. It has fallen into disrepair. I'm afraid. Why? The house can still collapse. I can't get it. Ethan seemed to be in a rage today, and he disliked everyone. Why don't he get ready quickly? Marx didn't know what the small dark room was, but he could vaguely feel that it was not a good place. Mom, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. He looked at Maria and raised his hands to let her hold him. Marx! Maria covered her mouth with one hand and looked at the person in Ethan's hand with heartache. Ethan, if you have anything to say, come to me. Don't do anything to the child. If a son is not taught, it is the fault of his father. I absolutely cannot watch Marx fall into such depravity. Mother Chin cleaned up the small dark room in less than 10 minutes. No one can persuade me. The old lady opened her hands in front of me and said solemnly, give me the child. Grandma, please let me educate my child myself. I looked past the old lady and looked at Lin Yuqing, who was still unconscious behind me, and told Ma Fei, bring the person in. He had no extra hands, so he had to let Ma Fei lead the men in first. It is not important to punish Marx, but to let him know that it is wrong to do so. Lin Yuqing didn't wake up until nearly half an hour later. I didn't go to see her because I didn't know how to face her. I asked someone to look after my child and ended up getting him not only wet but also injured. All thanks to this youngest son, I have a headache. I looked at Ma Fei and waved my hand. Let her rest first. We'll talk about it tomorrow if there's anything. Martsu was locked inside. Her eyes turned red with anger. Why are you doing this? Don't you feel bad? I just want to do this because I feel bad. I cannot wait until Marx's character is fully formed before educating him, because it will be too late by then. Where's Maria? I asked her to take care of the child, but she treated the child no differently than the gangsters out there. He is stubborn and talkative, and is simply lawless. She's crying outside. She still has the nerve to cry. While talking, Aunt Chin came upstairs with a bowl of egg custard in her hand. Young master, haven't you eaten yet? I'll go first, and I'll come back after he finishes eating. Now is not the time to confront Marx. I will establish my authority in his heart. In the hall, Maria thought she was in George's arms, crying, why should he do that? The child is mine. Why should he lock her up? Maria was crying so hard that she was having trouble breathing and was shaking all over. George patted her shoulder and followed her words to scold Ethan. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Let's stay away from him from now on. Do you really think I don't care about you? I don't dare. After listening to almost everything, I looked at the two people who were in love and sneered. Marx is young now. Lin Yuqing can ignore it. But when he grows up, do you think this matter can be solved so easily? Maria teach as a mother? Marx is just a child. What can a child understand? Kid, how old is he and he's leading people to an abandoned garden, and you still say he doesn't know anything? Chapter 90 Apologize to Lin Yuqing. He is still so young, so it is understandable that he did something wrong. Maria said the last few words with a guilty conscience. She had just seen Lin Yuqing's wound, which was indeed quite serious. The doctor said she had a fever, and it was indeed Marx's fault. Our child, Xiaoxian, will be almost ready by then. When he grows up, will you protect him? I shook off Maria's hand. I felt sick. Such a selfish mother who only knows how to instill hatred should not be with Marx. Marx is going to apologize, and so are you. You want me to go? Maria sneered and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Ethan, you haven't even gotten married yet, and you treat her as your own? George chimed in. Ethan, I'm an outsider, but Marx is your son. Since you knew it was my son, why did you approach him? I was too lazy to pay attention to him, but he just came to me. I patted George's cheek with the back of my hand. The crisp sound made people around us stop and turn their heads. George's face turned red. His dignity was trampled on by me. You're not very talkative? Go on. He refused to speak and just stared at me. If I find out you're instigating Marx again, I'll expose all the good things you've done. The Lin family company has not been doing well recently and needs a lot of working capital. George was almost going crazy and went to various banks to apply for loans. With just a little effort from me, the Lin family will be reduced to ruins. Ethan, don't go too far. George has no other skills. All his status comes from Lin. He couldn't bear to see the Lin family collapse. I mean what I say. Before leaving, I turned to Maria and said, be prepared to apologize. Maria's eyes widened as she watched Ethan leave. What should I do? Should I really apologize to that woman? George stood over her and let her beat him, upset. Marx admitted his mistake quickly, but was stubborn and unwilling to give in at first. After eating the egg custard, he seemed like a different person, speaking softly and being as well-behaved as Sam. What did you do wrong? I stood at the door, looking at the boy who raised his head timidly and sneered, how dare you plot against an adult? This time it's Lin Yuqing. If it's someone with a good family background who is not easy to mess with, would he still be able to stand here? Marx, I still underestimated you. I lowered my chin and looked at his unyielding eyes. Although he said soft words, his eyes were full of stubbornness. You're a lot like me. You never admit defeat, but unfortunately, not many of you are alike. I pinched his mouth and told him, apologize to Aunt Lin later, okay? I don't want Lin Yuqing to pursue this matter. I will not spare any compensation. As for Marx's apology, he must also go. What if I don't want to? Even now, Marx remains stubborn. You can try. If I lost my dignity in front of child, I would be a failure. Marx agreed to apologize. I immediately arranged for him to meet with Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing woke up a long time ago. Her fever had just subsided, and she still looked weak. You're here. Ethan had not come once since she lay here. She was also worried that Ethan would blame her for being ignorant, so she ran into the back garden alone. How's your recovery going? I looked at her face, which was even rosier than yesterday, and I felt relieved. Chapter 91, everyone has to go in and apologize. Fine. Lin Yuqing struggled to get up and saw Marx standing behind him out of the corner of his eye. Marx is here too. She didn't ask why Marx had led her there that day. She thought she was right. When she saw Marx again, she felt a little alienated. But he didn't want to make Ethan worry, so he pretended to be friendly. Hypocritically, Marx put his hands on his waist. How could Lin Yuqing like him when he treated her like this? And Dad, why do you always side with this woman? Don't you really want to marry her? After waiting for a long time without hearing Marx speak, I couldn't help but knock on his head. Have you forgotten why you came here? This child has always had his own temper, and I'm really a little afraid that he will run away. Lin, I'm sorry. He said the last 3 words reluctantly, with his head lowered, not even looking at Lin Yuqing. Huh? Why? Why are you saying this all of a sudden? It's because your aunt didn't keep an eye on you. Lin Yuqing then understood the purpose of Marx's visit. She turned to look at Ethan and said with a grin, you don't have to be like this. Let the child go back. I couldn't help but glance at Marx, who was glaring at both of them indignantly. Ma Fei, send the young master back. I have something else to say to Lin Yuqing. As the door closed, there were the only 2 people left in the huge ward. Lin Yuqing tucked her hair behind her ears and looked at me with some confusion. If you have anything to say, just say it. I looked at her deeply and took out a document. Here. What's this? Compensate. Lin Yuqing instantly opened the document, which contained the ownership of the land in Donghai. I know your father has been fighting for this land. The land in the East China Sea is extremely valuable, and coupled with its good geographical location and scarce resources, the land prices there are very high. Moreover, the land in the East China Sea cannot be seized just by having money. You also need rights. Otherwise, you won't even be able to make it to the first round of bidding. This is too expensive. Lin Yuqing quickly handed over the document. Why are you giving this to me all of a sudden? Is he planning to propose? Yuqing, I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. I have never apologized to anyone, even though this incident has nothing to do with me. But as a father, he must take the responsibility for not educating Marx well. Marx is still a child. Sometimes he can't tell good from bad. Please bear with me. Lin Yuqing realized what he meant belatedly. Is this hush money for her? If she wanted, she could testify and have Mark sent to juvenile detention. Take it. I didn't want to push and pull with her, and she refused to give in. I felt like there was a stone hanging over my heart, and I started to get nervous for no reason. You, then consider it as your investment. Lin Yuqing knew that she had to have this piece of land, so she would definitely not tell anyone about it. Since Ethan didn't trust her, she didn't hold back. All right. Lin Yuqing was somewhat embarrassed about the document. Seeing her take the documents away, I nodded with satisfaction. Before getting up to leave, Lin Yuqing suddenly grabbed my hand and said, "Actually, you don't have to be so polite." After spending these days together, she was sure of Ethan's character and that he was a very good husband. If we are together in the future, that's for later. Ethan showed no intention of continuing. An expression of keep away from strangers appeared on his face. You should have a good rest. Chapter 92. Give the land to Lin Yuqing. After leaving the ward, I looked at Lin Yuqing's lonely face through the window and sighed helplessly. She must accept this gift. Only in this way can she protect Marks. He apologized, and one Maria was missing. I was just about to look for someone when I saw her and George coming out from the corner. What did you do? I called her before I came, so why was I still late? I don't apologize. It's not her fault. Why should she apologize? Maria leaned against the wall with her arms around her shoulders. If it weren't for this woman, how could my son be locked up in that place? Go in. I didn't give her a good look and looked at her commandingly. Ethan, don't think that just because I'm here. Don't make me repeat myself a second time. Maria's eyes turned red, and she pushed the door open with resentment. I heard a loud, "I'm sorry," that almost pierced the sky, and walked towards George with a sneer. It's your turn. Ethan, don't go too far. Are you going to trample on other people's self-esteem just for a woman? Where's your self-esteem? I pointed at his chest and said, here. Still at Maria's? His company is now Shell. Do you really think I don't know? Did you approach Maria thinking she was rich? Almost everything that needs to be investigated has been investigated. I patted his shoulder. Be honest. I didn't say the rest. I believe he understood what I meant. 10 minutes later, Maria ran out with red eyes. One side of his face was swollen, as if he had been beaten. Ethan, are you trying to embarrass me on purpose? Her voice trembled. Thinking of Lin Yuqing's disdainful look, she wished he would disappear from this world. What's so embarrassing about apologizing for your son? Maria was shaking with anger, and she teased for a while. Thinking of what Lin Yuqing had just said, she couldn't help but ask him, did you deliver the express to the Lin family? When she first told Ethan that she wanted the land, Ethan blushed immediately and warned her not to take the land. You've only known someone for a few days, and you're already giving your land to him? Envious. Ethan, are you crazy? What's it to you? It's just a piece of land, insignificant. I'm doing this to help Marks. Do you want to give me my money back? Lin Yuqing was instantly deflated. She waited for Ethan and watched him leave from her sight. That's the land of the East China Sea. Every inch of land is valuable, and their status does not qualify them to participate in the auction. You said that piece of land was given to Lin Yuqing. Yeah, I don't know what he thinks. Are you really that wealthy? Maria looked at Ethan's back as he left, clenching her fists and saying, I must get back what belongs to me. After Lin Yuqing recovered, I started thinking about leaving. Because Lin Yuqing lives here these days, I haven't left either. The old lady was quite happy. It was lively with so many people around. But I still have prejudice against Lin Yuqing. Before leaving, she came to the guest room for the first time. That's Lin Yuqing. The old lady looked at the pale-faced woman lying in the middle of the bed and spoke in a cold tone. Grandma, let me take you back. Go back. I'm afraid if I don't come again, this house will change hands. The old lady kept her eyes on Lin Yuqing as she spoke. Some people, at a young age, always want to take shortcuts. She hinted at something, but Lin Yuqing was not angry and smiled faintly. Chapter 93, Never Accept. The old lady's words were ambiguous and unpleasant. We in the Jiang family will never accept you. She naturally blamed her for Mark's punishment. This woman is not simple. She must be careful. As soon as the old lady left, I couldn't help but look at Lin Yuqing's expression. More relaxed than I thought. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. She was paid handsomely. I'll ask the driver to take you back first. What about you? Lin Yuqing never asks unnecessary questions. I frowned slightly, turned around and smiled. There's still some things that need to be dealt with. On the other hand, Mariana was always indignant. She paced the room, looking at the unhappy Marks, trembling all over. Ethan is just crazy. How could he do this to his own son? And Dong Hai got the land, but he didn't give it to Marks or Sam, but gave it to a woman? He was really bewitched by that vixen. Mom, Dad wants to let me know that I am wrong. Marks has been following Ethan these days, and belatedly realized that what he did was indeed wrong. What if something really happens? Fortunately, I have a father. He grabbed Maria's wrist. Mom, Dad said. Dad first, Dad second. So you like him that much? Maria couldn't help but scold him. Since returning, Marks has been thinking about Ethan. I have no interest in George either. Didn't he like George very much before? Mom, don't be angry. Marks looked at him angrily, his eyes evasive. Maria realized that her tone was not very good, so she squatted down and patiently guided him. Marks, Dad is just worried that you have been deceived. George also squatted down, put a hand on his shoulder, and looked into his eyes. Marks, your father did this for Lin Yuqing, not for you. Marks's eyes widened instantly, unable to accept this fact. No, my father told me that he did this because he was afraid that I would get into bigger trouble, and he was teaching me a lesson. The moment he realized that his father was truly thinking about him, he no longer blamed him. Mom, Dad is not doing this for Aunt Lin. Marks, I don't know what Ethan said to you, but he did it for Lin Yuqing. Maria's tone became increasingly gloomy, with a hint of sarcasm. I don't know which woman got so many tricks from her. She even bribed my son. Mom, I didn't. Marks, listen. Your father locked you up for that woman and gave her Dong Hai. East China Sea? He didn't know how important this piece of land was, but Uncle George had been very worried about it recently. Mom is too busy to take care of him. It was actually given to Lin Yuqing by my father? Is it really like Mom said, that Dad did all this for Aunt Lin? Marks fell into self-doubt. Were all the things his father had said to him before false? Marks, Ethan likes Sam the most. Don't believe him. Only your mother loves you the most. Mother. Marks's face was full of grievance. He was very scared in the small dark room. He was not afraid of the dark, but he was afraid that his father would be angry and ignore him again. Dad, are you really lying to me? Maria's eyes were red, and she looked like she really felt sorry for him. Mom loves you, Uncle George loves you, and we are enough. Maria whispered in his ear, Mom, and Uncle George will always love you. We don't want Dad. We don't want him. Chapter 94. Take everything back. Not only that, she also wants to take back the land in the East China Sea. In the Jiang family's old house, Maria looked at Ethan and the old lady sitting opposite her with a calm expression. Grandma, I really have no other choice, so I came to you to ask for justice. Maria took out a file containing all the information about the land in Dong Hai. You know, it's inevitable that it's inconvenient for me to take care of the child alone. After all, George is not the child's biological father. I wanted to get some resources for the child, but I didn't expect. She raised her head and waited for Ethan, her eyes full of resentment. We are husband and wife. Why do you have to force me like this? The old lady just turned over and leaned back on the sofa, closing her eyes to rest. She has been away from the business world for so many years and doesn't want to get involved in these matters anymore. As I watched her tearful accusations, I felt thorns all over my body. So what? What is her purpose here? How difficult is it for her? Xiao Xian, I hope you will reconsider this. I know you haven't signed the contract yet. Marks will not lose a cent. Just not now. I glanced at the contract. It's very clear. Those who didn't know would think they were investigating me. It even clearly stated when I handed the document to Lin Yuqing. This piece of land will not be given to Lin Yuqing, nor will it be given to you. I threw the file at her. Forget about it. Do you want Marks to be laughed at for the rest of his life? Who dares to laugh at my son? My son must be the best and the focus of everyone's attention. Who dares to laugh at him? Are you really brave? Maria was shocked by the viciousness in his eyes, and her face turned pale. I know you have the ability, but Marks. Maria, put away your wishful thinking. I will not give her any assets as long as she is with George. I will talk to Marks when he comes of age. She wants to get something from me, dreaming. Unable to get an answer from Ethan, Maria turned her attention to the old lady. Grandma, you can't just ignore it. How can I manage it? The old lady's voice was a little lazy. That piece of land is for apology. Although she felt that the land was a bit expensive, she had already given it away and could not take it back. You also know how much trouble your son has caused. Do you want to pay for it yourself? But that's too much land, and Lin Yuqing only suffered superficial injuries. Oh, I watched her say these words shamelessly. My eyes became colder and colder. Otherwise, if you return the favor, I will give you a piece of land. I meant to insult her. Maria came from an ordinary family, but she was also spoiled. Her face suddenly sank, and her shoulders were shaking. You. She hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say anything, so she got up and left. After everyone had completely left the Jiang family, the old lady spoke. What do you think? She threw the cup, her eyes full of blame. I want to marry her. He made the decision just yesterday. Before that, he had to bribe her with nice words. So this is the betrothal gift? Grandma, you don't want Samus' stepmother to abuse him, do you? I certainly don't. The old lady's eyes were clear, giving people a sense of oppression. Because I don't allow him to have a stepmother. She stood up, her thin body containing huge energy. No need to discuss this matter. I won't agree to it. I'm just informing you. I looked at the old lady's stiff back and smiled. If you don't agree, I won't invite you to the wedding. Chapter 95, Reconsidering the Relationship. This bastard. The old lady turned around to settle the score with him, but he had already walked a long way away. Go and find out what Lin Yuqing is capable of that makes him so interested. He tried his best to marry Maria, but what did he get in the end? Now, there was no way she would let Ethan be with a girl who was not suitable for her. After leaving Zhang's house, I hesitated and called Lin Yuqing. Have you rested? Lin Yuqing's voice sounded stronger and less weak than before. Well, thank you. The Lin family's recent situation has not been very good, but now with the Donghai land, the company's crisis has finally been resolved. Although it is only short-lived, it is much better than a mess. Polite. Neither of us spoke again. Lin Yuqing showed no intention of hanging up the phone, and I didn't plan to say goodbye either. The two of us stood in a stalemate, listening to the breathing sounds on the phone. I shrugged my tie, suddenly feeling thirsty. Have you eaten yet? Lin Yuqing asked cautiously. What the old lady said to her last time always reminded her not to overestimate her abilities. Between her and Ethan, and she was afraid that the old lady would try her best to stop it. She hesitated and invited Ethan. Do you want to come to my place for dinner? I'm ready. Good. I didn't refuse. There was no man who would not agree to such a thing. It only took me 10 minutes to get to Lin Yuqing's house. The moment I knocked on the door, I saw Lin Yuqing trying her best to hide the tiredness on her face. Her expression changed quickly, but it couldn't hide from my eyes. Grandma came to see her. I was nervous and didn't ask directly. I don't know what you like to eat, so I made some of it. In fact, she had been planning to order takeout. But I also want to take this opportunity to thank him and discuss the relationship between them. I like everything you do. After the last time, I always felt that Lin Yuqing seemed to be closer to me, but still keeping a distance. Especially now, even though we were sitting face to face, I feel the atmosphere is very depressing. Bad mood? I asked her proactively. No. It's hard to hear the emotion in her words over the phone, but it's easier to sense it face to face. I didn't ask any more questions and took the rice she handed me. Lin Yuqing didn't eat much, and I ate slowly, so I hadn't stopped eating when she put down her chopsticks. Ethan. I raised my head and raised my chin to signal her to speak. I thought about what Grandma said that day for a long time. I raised my eyebrows in surprise. So what do you think? It seems that she's going to choose another way. I think what Grandma said is not wrong. Anyone who sees their family conditions will sigh. I think it's enough for me to have a sincere heart, but the pressure from the outside world made her feel suffocated. So what you mean? I could vaguely guess what she was going to say. I can understand that it's normal for a girl to feel upset under such great pressure. I just feel that. She didn't dare to speak, always feeling sorry for Ethan. I respect you. I looked at her eyes, which were gradually turning red, and took out a piece of paper and handed it to her. Don't feel pressured. Relationships are something that both parties agree on. If one party doesn't want to, I won't force it. You helped me so much. It doesn't matter, just say what you think. Chapter 96. Reasons for Separation. Lin Yuqing didn't expect him to agree so quickly. Didn't he even ask her why they wanted to break up? Aren't you angry? I respect your choice. I looked at Lin Yuqing's drooping eyes and caught a glimpse of loneliness that flashed across her eyes. Maybe I should redeem myself? But how can you force love? I do like you. I never deny my feelings for someone. But I don't want to kidnap you. I hope to find my other half, not a fake person who is always worried about whether I'll be angry or not. I put the tissue I used to wipe my mouth aside. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be our last meal. Dinner was delicious. Lin Yuqing lowered her head and sat in the distance in a daze for a while. I saw her pursed her lips, as if she had finally made up her mind. I will return the land and the house to you. They have already separated. How can I continue to live here? If we can't be lovers, we can't be friends either. I looked at her surprised eyes and said helplessly, "It's just a house. It's nothing." As for the land, my mind was spinning like crazy, trying to find a suitable excuse. It's compensation. This compensation is too expensive. I consider you a close friend, so this compensation is not expensive. Lin Yuqing knew exactly what I meant. She was tactful and not pretentious. Not making excuses. I like her free and easy personality, but I was a little surprised by her indecision this time. Is it because of Grandma? Forget it. I shook my head and didn't want to think about these things. Let me get you a cup of tea. Perhaps feeling embarrassed, Lin Yuqing stood up and went to the kitchen. I wanted to help her clean up the dishes, but she held my wrist and said, "No need for you. It's our last day together, so how can I ask someone to do housework?" After talking it out, the relationship between Lin Yuqing and I became more peaceful than before. Maybe because the pressure was no longer there, Lin Yuqing looked more relaxed. "It's getting late, I'll go first." I walked to the door and suddenly thought of something. "I will find a time to clarify the marriage matter. You don't have to worry." Lin Yuqing then remembered that they had a similar agreement before. "It's okay, now that it's over, I can't do anything that would damage your reputation. In addition, as news and public opinion are gradually suppressed, there should be no need for this topic to divert the media's attention." For some reason, when Ethan said that there was nothing between them, Lin Yuqing felt a sharp pain in her heart. She suddenly wanted to tell Ethan that she regretted it. She didn't want to separate, but she didn't want Ethan to be blamed by his grandmother. Lin Yuqing watched Ethan leave until there was no more footsteps in the corridor. Then she covered her face and slowly squatted down, crying silently. In the car, I pulled off the pendant on the mirror. This was given to me by Lin Yuqing on our last trip. Sam likes it so much it's time to take it down. I looked at the window of Lin Yuqing's house and sighed helplessly. Never mind. That's it. We can only say that they are not destined to be together. Whether it was because of Grandma or the lack of affection between them, Lin Yuqing's choice must have been made after careful consideration. There is no need for me to win back anyone, and besides, I never win back anyone. When I got back, Sam was already asleep. Lin Yuqing and I didn't tell anyone about our breakup. To be precise, we had never been together. Chapter 97. Incompatibility of Personalities. The breakup with Lin Yuqing didn't have much impact on me. Feelings are just a part of my life. On the contrary, it was Jiang Chun who called me right after I started talking. "What's going on? Didn't you say you were going to get married a few days ago? Why are you breaking up so soon?" "You are well informed. Jiang Chun has been abroad since the last time we met. What he said just now made me feel like he was always by my side. What's the conflict?" "Not appropriate. You just realized it's inappropriate?" He obviously didn't believe it. I don't think I can hide it from him, but it's better not to let him know too much about this kind of thing. After all, it concerns the girl's reputation. "Brother, this is my own business." He seems to have an inexplicable possessiveness towards me, perhaps because he is my younger brother. He worries even more than his grandmother. I didn't want to talk to him anymore, so I hung up the phone. Ma Fei's voice sounded. "Boss Jiang, Miss Liu is here." "Maria? What's she doing here?" I thought he was doing it for the land, but I didn't expect her to come in and angrily tell me not to see Marx again. "Do you know what you're talking about?" Maria's beautiful face revealed a flaw. She took a deep breath and looked at me with a smile. "Of course I know. Marx is my son. You have no right to order me around." I put down my pen and looked Maria from top to bottom. After not seeing her for a few days, she looked much more tired. "Jiang Chun has been seriously ill these days, thanks to you." I frowned and stared at Maria, trying to find a flaw in her eyes. Is she lying? But why can't I feel her panic? "What's going on?" My voice became heavy, and I made a sound that I couldn't even imagine myself, like a lone wolf howling in the dark night, filled with anger and resentment. "Have you ever thought about his mental state when you locked him up?" Maria leaned her hands on the table. Her eyes gradually reddened as she spoke. "His father, for a woman, treated him. Explained this to Marx. He was in an acceptable state at the time, so how come a few days later he fell ill because of this incident?" "Ethan, do you always feel that you don't owe Marx anything?" Maria wiped the tears from her eyes and said, "Your marriage is the biggest debt you owe him." "Haha, are you here to attack me? Moral kidnapping? That's your usual style." She was like that when we got divorced, which made me always feel that it was my problem. "Now you're doing this again? Have you forgotten why we have come to this point?" I looked at Maria and didn't want to talk about the past, but she kept pressing me, and I had to remind her who was at fault in this matter. I looked at her slowly darkening face and said word by word, "For the sake of our past friendship, I don't want to deal with you. This is my last mercy. Ma Fei, show the guest out." Maria achieved her goal. After the divorce, she came to cause trouble almost every day. I don't know if he's unwilling to accept this or just trying to cause trouble. It's really annoying. Maria was brought out by Ma Fei. She shook off Ma Fei's hand, her face pale. Let go, you can touch me too. She hated Ethan's cold-bloodedness, and even more so, she hated him for having a new woman so quickly. And that piece of land. She would definitely take it back. She must take back what belongs to Marx. Chapter 98, Mind Your Own Business. Boss Jiang, the meeting has started. Ma Fei sent Maria away and returned to the office. He knocked on the door gently. This meeting was very important, and it mainly revolved around the news. Boss Jiang, we just received news that our company is secretly manipulating the stock market. Recently, due to those false news, Jiang's stock price has fallen and many people have started to sell their shares. After they sold their stocks, they started to rise again. It goes on, making people feel ups and downs in their hearts. This phenomenon made those who had just sold their stocks unhappy, and they left messages on the official blog of their company that was showing off. It's a scam. I just sold my stocks and the price went up by several percentage points. Isn't this cheating me? What about the money we lost? Some media even reported extensively on this incident. Have you found out who is interfering? Even if the stock market fluctuates, it is impossible for there to be such a big change. I looked at the data handed over by Ma Fei and felt a headache. Based on the trend of the data, it is clear at a glance that someone is secretly manipulating the stock market. Who is this person? How can he be so powerful? We are sending someone to investigate. Ma Fei lowered his head and waited cautiously for Ethan's answer. I glanced at him and responded simply. The old guys in the conference room had been waiting for a long time. The first thing they asked when they saw me was, Ethan, we were willing to hand over the company to you because we trusted you. Look at what the company has become now. The stock market has crashed. How can you live up to our trust in you? They originally wanted Jiang Chun to sit in my seat. I didn't expect that by some strange coincidence, I would end up sitting in this position. As long as I'm here, they won't be able to embezzle. That's why every word they say to me is full of thorns. It doesn't matter whether it hurts or not, as long as it hits the target. What do you want to say? You shouldn't be in this position at all. You should let Jiang Qin come back. Okay, then go find him. I don't want to argue with him about who is more capable. If he really has the ability to bring Jiang Qin back, I would feel much more relieved. You ask him to come back. I'll take a rest. I clearly saw a hint of difference on their faces. Why? You were unhappy when you didn't see the two brothers quarreling fiercely? I know these people's tricks better than anyone else. If it weren't for the fact that they were really useful, I've already solved them one by one. Boss Jiang misunderstood. We just thought that Jiang Qin's return would help us resolve the crisis. What crisis? My eyebrows raised. These people are planning to usurp the throne. Don't I know what they're thinking? Isn't getting married enough to resolve the crisis? My eyes swept across their faces one by one, and one of them looked up and questioned me. Of course getting married can shut them up, but now people are saying that your marriage is fake. That man was considered a close friend of my father, and he exuded a stern temperament. Ethan, the Jiang family can't be provoked anymore. Before you do anything, you should think about your father and the company. Stop being so senior and acting like a big shot. Am I here to listen to their teachings? If I don't say anything, do they really take themselves seriously? You're just an employee of a company. Do you think you can bully me just by staying here long enough? I turned a blind eye to many things, but you guys came to meddle with me first. Everyone here counts, and every one of them is not greedy. It seems that I'm still too easy to talk to. Chapter 99. It is better to think about the future path. I tapped the table lightly, and seeing their expressions change, I chuckled. I know you are anxious, but there is no point in being anxious. It is better to observe the situation carefully and think about the future solution. You mean to let us fend for ourselves? After Jiang was handed over to me, these old guys always boss me around. I wish I could kick me out and take this position myself. How could I possibly let them have their way? If you can't wait, you can leave. I'm sure with your current experience, you should be able to receive a lot of olive branches. There's a lot of sarcasm in these words, and those with a bit of pride were angered. Who are you talking to? I raised my eyes and glanced at him quickly without saying anything. Having said that, I believe they all have their own judgment. There's no point in saying more. Uncles, just take care of yourself. 10 minutes after the meeting, Jiang Chun appeared in my office. Did they complain to you? Those old guys may not be good at anything else, but they are great at making complaints. Do you really have to go against them? Brother, I really don't understand why you keep so many idle people. Each one is more greedy than the other. and each one is more idle than the other. I raised my head and looked at Jiang Chun, trying to see the answer in his eyes. It's not easy for them to follow their father to this point. We can't just abandon them after they've done their job. They should have gone back to live out their days long ago. I don't agree with him. A company must have conscience, but it must also cut the Gordian knot. The most dangerous behavior is to allow people to retire in the company just because they have been with the company for a long time. You're cutting off your own path. I don't want to say too much, or it would seem like I'm meddling in other people's business. But as his younger brother, I hope he can be more cautious. I see. Jiang Chun closed his eyes, obviously not wanting to continue this topic. Have you found the person who controls the stock? This wave of stocks was well controlled, which made some people who try to sell their stocks give up, and also let them see that Zhang's family had the ability to turn things around, which gave them confidence, killing two birds with one stone. We are checking. I looked at Jiang Chun, wanting to ask him if he had any clues, when I heard a hurried knock on the door. Boss Jiang, I found it. Ooh, Jiang Chun's eyes were shining, and he was obviously more excited than him. You also know this person. Ma Fei found it a little difficult to say, but according to the address they found, this was definitely the place. But how could this come from just one person? Who is it? Why are you hesitating so much? Seeing his expression, I was also a little curious. My enemy? I like to do business at a fast pace and don't like to drag on. I also made a lot of enemies in the business world, and George was one of them. How could your enemies help you? Jiang Chen looked as if he was very disappointed with his friend. That may not be the case. Haven't you heard that the higher you fall, the harder it is to fall? My words reminded Jiang Chun. He grabbed my hand and applied a little force. I remember that I was abroad last month and had a conflict with someone while discussing business. Could it be them? He frowned nervously, and I chuckled and patted his shoulder. Impossible. Foreign countries cannot reach that far. Yes, it's the young master. Who are you talking about? Sam. This is the person I thought I would think of. As I remember, he uses the computer a lot these days. No, the address is Miss Liu's. It should be young Master Marks. Chapter 100. Marks knows how to trade stocks. Marks? These three words rang like thunder in my head. He can actually trade stocks? I looked at Ma Fei with a cold face. Did you make a mistake? He's only 9 years old and can't even recognize all the new words. This is what we found out. It could also be Miss Liu, but he had met Maria, and that woman didn't have such ability. George was even less likely to help. The only possibility was Marks, but he was only 9 years old. Jiang Chun was the first to react. He put a hand on my shoulder and said tentatively, I've seen such gifted children abroad, some of whom trade stocks and paint, and some of whom are even artists. Maybe it was really Marks who did it, and he's helping you. He's my son. How could I not know whether he has this ability? Marks is indeed a quirky person and often uses a computer, but he probably doesn't know how to trade stocks yet. I am more suspicious of Maria and that George. Maybe all this was a trap set by the two of them. Ma Fei, you have to keep a close eye on the stock market during this period. Clear. As for Marks, I must go and ask him in person. As soon as the school bell rang, I saw Marks running out in a swagger. He was the first one to run out, standing at the door looking around, with a lost expression on his face and leaning obediently in the corner. He was much more obedient than I thought. He didn't need any teacher's supervision and just pouted when he saw the children being picked up by their parents. Marks, isn't Mom here? Sam came out. He saw him standing alone in the corner. He hasn't talked to me much recently, and I don't know what he is angry about. None of your business. You were in cahoots with that man. I don't want to pay attention to you. Marks shrunk his shoulders, looking somewhat pitiful. Marks, come with me. Dad is waiting for us. Sam saw me at first sight. I came to pick him up today on purpose. The kindergarten teacher should have informed him. Marks heard the word Dad. His eyes lit up and he met my gaze. But he immediately turned around and said, Go back. He's not here to pick me up. I listened to his angry remarks and found them somewhat amusing. Who said I'm not here to pick you up? This child is more difficult to deal with than I thought. Dad specially came to pick you up from school today. Aren't you happy? I'm waiting for my mother. When will your mother come? More than 10 minutes had passed since school was over, and Maria still hadn't shown up. There was an unconcealable loneliness in Marks's eyes. After all, they are children. If parents come late, they will be disappointed and sad. Let's go with Dad. I tried to connect with him, but he pushed my hand away. I don't want to meet that woman. That woman? Is he talking about Lin Yuqing? Maria was right. He was still upset about this matter. Auntie Lin is not here, and she won't be here anymore. Since I don't plan to get married, I think it's better to make it clear to them. Sure enough, hearing this, Marks immediately raised his head. Tion looked at me innocently. You guys, aren't you getting married? He didn't expect that his prayers for so many days would come true, and he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. I found it funny to see him happy. Does he really not want me to get married? I stroked his head, which was so furry and comfortable. Yes, we are not getting married. Are you happy now? Can you come with me? Marx raised his head and pretended to consider. Well, okay. Chapter 101. Marx is kidnapped by his biological father. I picked up their little school bags and held the hands of the two children. Marx hadn't been home for a long time, and he jumped up and down like a little rabbit as soon as he walked in the door. Looking at his lively appearance, I suddenly didn't want to ask anything and just stayed with him like this. At the entrance of the kindergarten, Maria looked at the teacher, who looked embarrassed and stamped her feet anxiously. Didn't I tell him not to pick up the child? She had a hard time getting Marx to change his impression of Ethan. Now, all efforts have been wasted. George smiled gently at the teacher and took Maria into his arms. Let's go get him. We've been walking for 2 hours. Maria glared at the teacher fiercely, then got into the car with George in her high heels. As they left, the teacher couldn't help but pat his chest and said, "Who are you to not let the child see his father?" George drove to the police station. Maria looked at the sign at the door and swallowed. What are you doing here? Call the police. He unbuckled her seatbelt and patiently said, Ethan took the child away without our consent and broke our promise. We pretended we didn't know and reported the child to the police. Maria's eyes widened. Is this okay? Do you want to keep picking up kids like this? I really don't want to think about it anymore. She was afraid that Marx's heart would lean towards Ethan. That could kill her. Then listen to me, dear. George placed a kiss on her forehead and pulled her into the police station. Half an hour later, Ethan showed up at the police station with his 2 children. Marx sprinted away as soon as he saw Maria. Halfway through the journey, I was frightened by the expression on her face. Mother, Marx, come here. Seeing that Maria had no intention of picking up the child, I pulled Marx over, who was halfway there. What are you doing? This is my child. Maria's sharp voice echoed in the hall, but she only heard Ethan's sneer. You called the police and accused me, a father, of trafficking children, and you still have the nerve to yell at me? I signaled to the policeman next to me to take the child out. Maria, I won't embarrass you in front of the children. I turned to the policeman and said, Officer, am I guilty of taking my own child? No, I haven't. I know I don't look good, and I don't plan on getting better. I turned to look at Maria. She knew me well enough to know how angry I was. That's what George asked you to do, right? She doesn't have the brains for it. No, it's not. Maria took a few steps back. Was she afraid? Why didn't you think about the consequences when you did this? George, I remember you wanted to work with me, right? Hearing what I said, George's face suddenly changed, and he clenched his fists. That happened in the past. Don't try to threaten me with this. No. How could I threaten you? I picked up the handcuffs on the table and patted him on the cheek. You don't deserve it. Before I came here, I had asked Ma Fei to organize all the information about Lin's company. You only have this one chance for this kind of thing. What do you mean? I heard George's voice trembling. He looked at my pale face, his pupils dilated, and he tightened his grip on Maria's hand. What are you going to do? You should ask your good big brother about this. Ask him what he did outside that gave me the handle. The Lin family has been in deficit for many years, and this year is particularly serious. That's why he wanted to hold my thigh so eagerly. I wanted to let you go, but unfortunately, you didn't live up to your expectations. Chapter 102. Bringing down George. I admired the fear on his face with great satisfaction and felt a surge of pleasure in my heart as I watched his defenses collapse bit by bit. It's just that George's status is too humble to satisfy me. It would be great if you could just be your young master, but you had to mess with me. Lin has paid taxes for as many years as he has done business. At this point, no company is clean. But the Lin family is very greedy and is unwilling to pay anything. I don't want to see what other dirty tricks they use. When Ma Fei handed the evidence to the police one by one, I seemed to hear the sound of George's heart bursting. He knelt vertically on the ground with a thud. You actually killed me. The evidence was enough to put him in jail. It was even more impossible for his father and elder brother to rescue him. You have yourself to blame. I patted his face and was about to pull my hand away when he suddenly raised his head and begged me in a trembling voice. Boss Jiang, I was wrong, was really wrong. I didn't recognize the great man. I deserve to die. Please let me go, let me go. These things have nothing to do with me. He is just a puppet, and he is only interested in proving himself. He didn't expect it to come to this. George, I'm not a good person. When you instigated my son, you should have thought that this day would come. These pieces of evidence are just rare. If he wants the Lin family to collapse completely, then he can continue to make trouble. Maria stood there stunned. I looked at her slightly trembling lips and guessed what she was thinking. Want to plead for your man? How can you explain this to Marx? What do you want to tell me? I find it funny. What can a man who is not even my stepfather ask me to explain? I am Marx's father. He is just a substitute. Marx feels about me. But I can confirm one thing. He is just dependent on George. It would be the same if it were anyone else. Marx is with me today. Looking at her dazed look, I guessed that she didn't have the heart to take care of the children. Coming out of the police station, Marx looked back every few steps, his eyes full of worry. Why doesn't Mom leave? He still loved Maria more. I feel a little jealous, but I can understand it. I squatted down and touched Marx's head. Can you go to see Mom tomorrow? Mom will miss me. He stopped halfway through his speech, as he seemed to have seen Uncle George just now. But why didn't Uncle George come out either? It's only one day, that's okay. Marx frowned, his expression exactly like Gia's. You don't want to be with Daddy? Jiang Shun pulled Marx's hand and tried to persuade him with me. Marx, we haven't lived together for a long time. Why should I live with you? Marx raised his head with a proud look on his face. So, do you want to live with Dad? Just barely, but if you want to live with me. Marx blushed mid-sentence. He is only 9 years old. How could he not look like his father? Dad wants to live with you. Can you stay with Dad? I continued what he said and saw Marx's little face blossom with a smile. Good. This evening has been relatively peaceful. It wasn't until 6 in the morning that I received a call from Maria. Send the child over at noon. George's matter is not over yet, and the Lin family will not suffer this loss in silence. Sure enough, as soon as I arrived at the company, I saw a Land Rover approaching not far away. Chapter 103. Asked me to give him a way to live. Lin Zhang is used to living a luxurious life. He always drives a Bentley when he goes out. When did he start driving such a shabby car? I stood at the door, arms crossed over my chest, watching him hastily unbuckle his seatbelt and run in my direction. Boss Lin is so anxious. Is there something you want to talk to me about? I asked knowingly, and seeing his choked expression, I couldn't help laughing. Is it for George? Boss Jiang, shall we go inside and talk? Although Lin Zhang was respectful to me before, he had never been as humble as he was today. His Lin Group is one of the best companies, so he doesn't have to bow and scrape before the Jiang family. I watched the once proud swan lower its head, and suddenly I understood why some people like to acquire small companies. This is the reason. What does Mr. Lin want to see me about? George, go because your father and I have some friendship. You know about George and my ex-wife. I didn't ask him, I stated. As George's father, he must be aware of their relationship. What is their purpose? Can't I see it? Even though I was married to Maria, she was the mother of my child after all, and our divorce was amicable. She has a lot of assets. Instead of looking for someone of equal status, he is looking for a college classmate who is divorced and has children. Is he crazy? Your Lin family's wishful thinking is about to jump on my face. I slammed my hand on the table and watched him tremble from the loud noise. I just felt it was ironic. Are you scared now? What have you been thinking about? If you mess with me, you'll see blood. Mr. Jiang, this time it's my son's fault. You can do whatever you want to him. I'll make him apologize to you. I'll make him kneel down in front of you, okay? Please stop. I stopped. I paused deliberately and waited for a while before saying the following words. You guys agree to everything? I agree. I agree to everything, as long as you don't deal with Lin anymore. Lin Zhang's head almost dropped to his waist. He kept apologizing and looked somewhat pitiful. Look at you. You're over 60 years old, and you bow to a junior like me. How immature do you think I am? I picked up the agreement I had prepared from the drawer and threw it over. Look for yourself. There were some terms written on it, and the more Lin Zhang read it, the uglier his expression became. You can let me release him. I raised my fingers and tapped the document in his hand. Sign it, and I'll drop the lawsuit. This is simply an overbearing rule. In the next 3 years, the Lin family will give Jiang half of the business share, and all contracts will have to include Jiang's name. George will also have to issue a statement to clarify the recent news and prove that he is the third party. If you agree, I'll let you go. Our Lin's business has always been in the red. What is the difference between this and acquiring Lin's? It seems that General Manager Lin has not yet recognized his position. I looked into his eyes like a starving wolf. Now is not the time for you to negotiate terms, but whether I am willing or not. I took the papers from him and put them on the shredder. Do I still need this little money from you? My hand slowly dropped, watching the agreement being thrown into the shredder. Lin Zhang yelled, snatched the agreement back, and held it against his chest. I promise. I promise you everything, as long as you let George out. Chapter 104. You can let him go, but only under certain conditions. I tilted my head and looked at him in surprise. Didn't they say that the Lin family didn't treat George very well? Seeing how nervous his father is, it seems like he feels sorry for George. Then sign it. Lin Zhang signed his name on it with shaking hands, handed it to me, and asked, "When will George be able to come out?" "Don't worry, I won't keep you waiting too long." I held my chin with both hands and pretended to think. When I feel the punishment is enough, I will naturally let him go. Lin Zhang nodded in response, and when he left, his body was hunched over, and he instantly looked 10 years older. He is lucky to have such a father. A month later, George was released from prison. He didn't have a good time in there during this time. The dandy young master suddenly became a prisoner. The psychological change alone was hard to accept, especially in order to save him. Lin Zhang put so much thought into it. Now, when he sees his son, he looks even more disgusted. Waste. He asked George to build a relationship with Maria, thinking that he could get the Jiang family's business through her, but he didn't expect that Maria had no say there. It's just an embroidered pillow. Lin Yaowen looked at George's dull face and kicked him twice in anger. "Dad, why did you save this loser? Just let him fend for himself in prison." He and George have always been at odds with each other, and now that George is in prison, he is the happiest. I didn't expect that my father would spend all his money to save him. Do you think I'm willing? If I don't bleed, even if he spends his life in prison, Ethan will not let the Lin family go. Lin Zhang glared at the person behind him. "Hurry up, it's embarrassing." George's release from prison dominated all media coverage. Maria was thoughtful enough not to let Marx see the news. George, who had cut his hair short and lost weight, and she felt so distressed that she could only shed tears. "It's all my fault." She swore to herself that she must treat him well, help him get back everything he lost. Marx hid in the doorway and watched Maria crying. My heart feels sour. She thought Maria was sad that her father was getting married, so she pushed the door open and said, "Mom, Dad is not getting married." "What did you say?" Maria's eyes widened, thinking she had heard wrongly. "Say it again." "Dad doesn't want to get married. He told me so last time when he was at the police station." "Don't be sad." Marx put his small hands over her face, hoping she wouldn't cry. "Not getting married? Not getting married and giving away the land? Ethan, how much do you love that woman?" Maria dropped her hands, hatred blazing from her eyes. Marx took 2 steps back in fear. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Maria looked at Marx, who looked worried, and chuckled. "Mom is happy, very happy. Now, no one should care about her and Lin Yuqing." I was the last to know that George was released from prison. Looking at the photos Ma Fei sent me, I waited for a few minutes and called Lin Zhang back. "Boss Lin, don't forget what you promised me. I don't want to force anyone, but this news has been circulating for so long. It's time to wrap it up. Boss Jiang, we are preparing here." George, who kept shaking his head, and slapped him in anger. The crisp voice came to my ears through the phone. I was stunned for a few seconds, then realized what he was doing. I laughed and joked. It seems like life in prison is pretty easy. Chapter 105, Who is the Third Party? It's a pity for George's pride. If he was born in a period of chaos, he would have been a good candidate. I raised the corner of my mouth in mockery and reminded him slowly, "I haven't withdrawn the lawsuit yet, Mr. Lin. You can do whatever you want." I hung up the phone and waited for a statement from George. In less than 10 minutes, George's apology video went viral on the internet. Everyone knows who the third party is. Surprisingly, he never mentioned Maria from beginning to end. This George is really a bit tough. Jiang Chan stood next to me and watched the news with me, and couldn't help but praise it a few times. "You think he did it for Maria? What else? He doesn't understand matters of the heart. As the president, doesn't he even understand what they are thinking?" Lin Zhang is concerned about me. He knows very well what kind of impact dragging Maria into this will have on Marx. He dare not offend me. Jiang Chun stared at me with his mouth wide open. I didn't think of this aspect, but it's better this way. It'd save a lot of trouble. George's statement came out. Lin Yuqing was also exposed. I don't know where those media got the information from, but they found all the photos of me and Lin Yuqing meeting. Thinking of Lin Yuqing, I couldn't help but give her a call. The call was answered very quickly, and the wind was very strong, so the caller must still be outside. "Did the reporter find you?" After her photo was released, the company immediately let her go home. "I'm on the way. They probably haven't discovered me yet." Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden noise on the line. Then there was a chirping sound, like a flock of birds flying low, leaving behind a noisy sound. Lin Yuqing. I called her name, but there was no response. The reporter found her. They were faster than I thought. Ma Fei, locate Lin Yuqing's phone. This matter has nothing to do with her, and she shouldn't be involved. On the other side, Lin Yuqing looked at the crowd that suddenly rushed over, was stunned for a few seconds, and ran outside. But as a woman, she was no match for so many reporters and was surrounded by them. Ms. Lin, are you and Mr. Jiang planning to get married? Mr. Jiang announced earlier that he was going to get married. Are you the one he wants to marry? When did you get together? Can you accept Mr. Jiang's 2 children? Lin Yuqing looked at them, talking to each other, and couldn't help but cover her ears. I don't know, don't ask me. She tried to rush out of the crowd, but found that she was still too naive. These people did not allow her to leave at all, and even spontaneously reached out and grabbed her clothes to prevent her from running away. I really don't know anything. You should go ask Mr. Jiang. They didn't listen to Lin Yuqing's explanation at all, and the scene became very chaotic. I don't know who started the live broadcast, but the footage was uploaded to the internet. I looked at Lin Yuqing's somewhat irritated eyes and her torn-off t-shirt. Her eyes were as cold as ice. Prepare the car. Mr. Jiang, you'd better not go. This kind of occasion. I asked you to prepare the car. How can I let a woman face this? Ma Fei didn't say anything more, and in less than 20 minutes, I arrived at the scene. I looked at Lin Yuqing, who was being watched not far away, and a gloomy aura emanated from her body. Someone felt the touch on me and looked back with a frown. The moment he and I looked into each other's eyes, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on my face. That was a precursor to action. Jiang, Ethan. Chapter 106. Come to me if you have anything to say. Ethan? Ethan is here. The reporters turned around to look, and then stopped where they were when they saw his stern expression. Have you finished asking all the questions? I felt a little distressed when I saw Lin Yuqing being squeezed into a corner by them. She shouldn't have to bear this. Lin Yuqing and I met each other's eyes, and I saw a hint of helplessness flash across her eyes. I reached out my hand to her and felt her hold mine. Let's go back. I watched her turn her head away and wipe away her tears, feeling somewhat reluctant. I will issue a statement on everything. If I find out that you're causing trouble for Lin Yuqing, you know the consequences. After getting in the car, Lin Yuqing still hadn't recovered from the chaos. I felt a little distressed seeing her dazed look and touched her cheek. It was cooler than I thought, as if I had been standing outside for a long time. They didn't hurt you. Lin Yuqing sat in the car for a while and felt a little embarrassed. Actually, it's okay if you don't come. I'm also responsible for this matter. Is he responsible too? Lin Yuqing looked at his profile and suddenly wanted to ask, was she also his responsibility? They were clearly separated, but why did she still want to touch him? When you see him, you can't help but get closer. After a long time without a response from Lin Yuqing, I turned to look at her, thinking she was injured. Are you feeling unwell? No. Lin Yuqing didn't answer me, so I didn't ask any more questions. Passing by the Lin family, she suddenly said, just drop me off at the intersection. I watched her mechanically unbuckle her seatbelt, turn around, and get out of the car. I couldn't help but call her Yuqing. She turned her head, looking puzzled. If you get into trouble anytime, call me. I can't promise her too much. I can only tell her that I will always stand by her side. I see. Lin Yuqing's voice was a little choked, and I watched her go upstairs before leaving. After George issued the statement, public opinion began to turn to one side. Those who had attacked me before have turned against me. Ma Fei couldn't help but mutter. These people changed so quickly. They were trying to seek justice for George before. They don't care who the third party is, they just need news. When people are idle to a certain extent, they start looking for trouble. Maria's life was not easy because of this news. She looked at her background being exposed, and her face turned pale. George, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to drag me into this? Before he went to jail, he went to find Ethan again and again. Now that he is out, he suddenly admits that he is the third party? I have no other choice. This is the only way I can get out. George was bent over with his legs apart. After only a few days' absence, his face looked tired, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were even more serious. Then you should discuss it with me. My parents are very angry, and their future life will only become more difficult. There is no other way. There was no point in talking to him. Ethan was determined to let him die. He could only agree to all of Ethan's requests. Maria, that he went to jail this time? If she hadn't insisted on making Mark's and Ethan break up, how could he have ended up like this? Maria, I can't help you with the Jiang family's affairs. Mars heard this. He half closed the door he had just opened and shrank his head. George caught a glimpse of him from the corner of his eye, but ignored it. I advise you not to go against Ethan either. She couldn't beat Ethan. Chapter 107. I never thought of fighting him. I never thought about fighting him. She just wanted Marks to truly belong to her. She took a deep breath, ignored George's look, and murmured to herself, I can't let him take Marks away from me. The public opinion developed to the point where old Lady Jiang knew about it. What nonsense! Did they ever think about their 2 children when they did this? She called Ethan several times, but no one answered. So she had to send someone to the company to look for him. When I saw the housekeeper, Maria called. She sounded a little confused, so I walked to the corner and tried to calm her down. Speak slowly. Maria called me could only be related to Marks. After the divorce, we both reached an agreement not to interfere in each other's lives. Marks had a fight with someone and is in the hospital. What? It only took me 15 minutes to get from the company to the hospital. I went to the room number Maria gave me and saw Marks lying there through the door. His thin body looked even more vulnerable under the quilt, as if it could be blown away by the wind at any time. What's going on? His face was covered in bruises and had many red marks. His neck was wrapped in bandages, which looked very creepy. His leg was in cast, probably because it was broken. Maria had been sitting there crying, her shoulders moving up and down. Why are you crying? Talk. I paced back and forth anxiously, wishing I could pull Marks out of bed and ask him what was going on. Someone at school said I was. Maria couldn't say those 3 words. Those 3 insulting words were like a knife stabbing her heart. I know what it is even without her saying it. The news has been getting worse and worse recently. There are all kinds of opinions. I did pick it out, but Maria couldn't escape. Just because of this, Mark skipped a grade when he went to school and was 2 years younger than his classmates. I looked at his fragile appearance and thought about how he fought with those older than him for his mother. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Do you know who did it? The teachers are investigating. What do I do if they find out? Besides apologizing, can I still beat their children? They would just say it was just a fight between children. As elders, could they retaliate? Just let Mark suffer like this. Maria is his mother. How could she say such a thing? What else? What can I do? Maria was crying so hard that she couldn't catch her breath, and she looked at me with hatred in her eyes. I know she has always been brooding over the Marks and George issues. Leave this to me. Don't worry about it. What are you going to do? Maria looked at me anxiously. She knew me and knew better than anyone how cruel my methods were. Don't let Marks bear the blame again. Maria suddenly started accusing me. I was stunned for a moment, and then I realized that she was talking about the news. What does this news have to do with me? I feel sorry for him. As a mother, I feel bad seeing my son being hurt. She actually wants me to plead guilty? Maria, don't put the blame on others. I don't want to argue with her about who is right or wrong. Marks will definitely not be able to go to school in this state. Has the news been blocked? Marks was beaten and sent to the hospital must not be spread out. If grandma and parents knew about it, the nature of the matter would change. Not yet. Chapter 108. Marks is hospitalized. What do you mean, not yet? I don't like inaccurate replies. Lock Maria. I told George. You told him. So I'm not the first one to know this? I couldn't help but laugh out loud. He is really a good father to Marks. I clearly saw a flash of confusion in Maria's eyes. Ethan, don't get me wrong. It's a habit. Never mind. I didn't bother to find out who she called. Call George now and tell him to shut up. He just got out of jail, and I'm not sure he would spread these things out of resentment. When a man is pushed to the limit, he can do anything. Who beat Marks were soon found out, and when the principal heard that it was my child, he came over in person to apologize. We are so sorry, Mr. Jiang. We failed to educate our students well. We apologize to you right now. There was no trace of guilt on their faces. Is this your sincerity? I looked at the wide variety of fruits on the table and wanted to laugh. Will my Jiang family be short of these fruits? No. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to make it up to Marks. Have you seen Marks? My eyes swept over those children, and their parents didn't think this was very capable. He was submissive and let the principal do all the talking. We didn't dare go. Marks was sent to the hospital by his teacher, but he didn't suffer much. He beat 4 people alone and broke the nose of one of them, so they were even. If Marks' father hadn't insisted, I could feel the principal was secretly observing me. Principal, please speak frankly. I crossed my legs and looked at them leisurely. Mr. Jiang, you see, they're also children. You're right, they're children too, so I can't do anything to them. I looked at the smirking principal and said softly, so I can only blame their parents for this. I asked Ma Fei to take out the documents that had been prepared long ago, on which the transfer contract had already been written. Sign it. Some of them run small businesses, and some of them own companies. It doesn't matter what I do, it's all mine now. What's this? One of them picked up the contract. As the content of the contract became clearer, he frowned and angrily asked me, "What is this? An unfair clause? So your Jiang family actually relied on this method to get rich. You won't sign it." I raised my hand, and Ma Fei took out 4 more contracts. Juvenile detention center is a good choice. When some parents heard the word juvenile detention center, they immediately panicked. That's not a place for humans to stay, let alone a group of children. You're going to send our child to juvenile detention? Adults must pay a price. Do I need to teach you this? No wonder they can raise such children. The parents are incompetent, let alone the children. My patience is limited, so please consider it carefully. After giving the ultimatum, I asked Ma Fei to stay here and went to the hospital myself. I stood at the door and watched Marx hugging Maria's neck, feeling a little sad. He probably doesn't want to see me. I was about to leave when I heard a voice from inside. "Dad, didn't you come to see me?" Maria choked and turned her head away. "Dad is busy." Chapter 109. We can't go back. Every time she said this, she would turn her face away. Only in this way would she not feel so guilty. Busy? So this is how she usually talks to her kids about me? Who said I was busy? I pushed the door open, and Marx's eyes visibly widened when he saw me. I know he's looking forward to seeing me. I walked over, and my eyes stayed on Maria for a moment. Now is not the time to settle accounts with her. Dad is here. George was a little uncomfortable next to him and tried to find a topic in a clumsy way. You guys chat first. I have something to do at home." Home? I turned my head to look at Maria. She didn't object. After George left, Marx leaned over me and asked me, "Dad, did you help me get revenge?" Revenge? Who gave him these words? Why do you want revenge? Kids nowadays don't understand how heavy these 2 words are. Revenge? Where does all the hatred come from? When I get out of the hospital, I'm going to beat them down. Marx held my clothes tightly and refused to let go, as if I would run away if he let go. Marx was particularly clingy because he was sick. After I finally coaxed him to sleep, Maria stopped me. "Thank you for these days. Marx is very happy." Marx's illness actually dampened Maria's pride. I was a little surprised that she could talk to me so calmly. "He is my son. How could I ignore him? Lin Yuqing agreed to let you come out. If he married Lin Yuqing, it would be impossible for him not to have children. When they have a child, won't Marx be even more marginalized? It has nothing to do with her. I know what Maria is worried about, including the land I gave to Lin Yuqing. You can rest assured that I will give Marx everything he deserves. I have other things to do at the company, and I can't delay too long." I turned around to leave, and suddenly I felt a warm embrace from behind. "Ethan." I could feel Maria stiffen and tremble. What's she doing? I resisted the urge to push her away and waited for her next words. "You say." I could feel that Maria's temper had subsided a lot. When we first divorced, she looked at me as if I were her enemy. "Is it really impossible for us?" Maria's voice was trembling a little. When we were together before, I hated to see her cry. Her tears made me want to give her everything in the world. Now, her tears are a nuisance. It's all over. I helped her wipe the tears from her face and comforted her softly. "Live a good life. This is my greatest tolerance." I forced her hands open without any hesitation. At the corner, a thin figure flashed by. I didn't see her face. I just felt that she looked familiar. Marx's injury had spread. I was still in a meeting when my grandma called. Sorry. The moment the call was connected, I felt as if my grandma was about to run towards me through the phone. "Why didn't you tell me such a big thing? It's pointless to tell you that you're just worrying about nothing. Besides, it's fine now. Grandma, I've already taken care of this matter. You don't have to worry about it." As soon as I hung up the phone, my father came over again. His voice sounded very weak. "Dad, how long have you not been to the hospital? I ask you, what's going on with Marx?" Their messages came out faster than I could block them, so I could only answer truthfully. "It's all because of your divorce." My father was getting more and more agitated over there. I could even hear him coughing violently over the phone. "You guys come back here and remarry me." Chapter 1. Lin Yuqing is missing. Remarriage is impossible, and I am too lazy to continue arguing with my father. In his opinion, a harmonious family is the key to success. "Dad, I still have work to do here." I hung up the phone without waiting for his answer, and I could even imagine how angry he was. I can promise them anything except remarriage. What I didn't know was that because of the hug we had last time in the hospital, some people started spreading rumors that I was going to remarry Lu Yuyao. I was looking at documents when Lin Yuqing called me. I looked at her name and couldn't help but smile. "What's wrong?" Although I told her to call me if she got into trouble, when the day came, I was upset. What happened? Lin Yuqing remained silent, but under my pressure, she finally couldn't help but ask me, "Are you going to remarry?" Who told you that? I don't know where she got the information from, but from what she said, there must be more than one person who knows it. Lin Yuqing was about to speak, but I stopped her. Do you believe it? Lin Yuqing didn't say anything, and I knew she believed me. Wait for me at the old place. I handed the work over to Ma Fei and drove towards the cafe. I didn't have much time to date her, and the only old place we went was that cafe. When I arrived at the destination, I didn't see that familiar figure. Instead, it was a mess. What's going on here? How should I know? His voice wasn't very friendly, but I didn't care about anything else. I had a bad feeling and immediately called Lin Yuqing. No one answered, and the same thing happened when I called a few more times. Is it my enemy? Or Lu Yuyao? Lin Yuqing is not here, and the phone can't be reached. There is only one possibility. She has been taken away. Jiang Chun was still sleepy when he received my call. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and sounded a little impatient. Does Lin Yuqing have any enemies? Enemy? No, my friend's sister has always been well behaved. I say, don't bully her. I hung up the phone before he finished speaking. Lin Yuqing, you have an enemy. It's so late. Where can she go? I immediately asked Ma Fei to send someone out to look for it. This time, unlike before, it was not in the back garden of my house. Suddenly, a strange phone call came in, and I had a hunch that this call must be related to Lin Yuqing. Hello, speak. After waiting for nearly 5 minutes, there was still no word from the other end, and my patience was running out. Just as I was about to hang up the phone, I heard a shout from the other end. Wait a minute. This voice seems familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere. Where? Boss Jiang, do you still remember me? Is it him? My eyes widened instantly. This person was the Sun Yang I had seen before. He's here again? He had been following Lin Yuqing? Otherwise, how could he catch her in the first place? What would you like? Sun Yang couldn't have any other purpose. I've investigated before, and he hasn't been having a good time. You are very smart, Mr. Jiang. It seems that my sister holds a very high position in your heart. I heard the sound of chains coming from the other side. Don't be impulsive. We can discuss anything. Discuss? Mr. Jiang, have you forgotten that thanks to you, I have no home to return to now? I felt very annoyed listening to his questions and complaints. Thinking that Lin Yuqing's life or death is still uncertain, I forced myself to endure it. Conditions, don't make me repeat them a second time. Chapter 111, Bring the money. Prepare 5 million for me and bring it to the house you rented for my sister. There was a smile in Sun Yang's words, which was sinister and a bit creepy to listen to. I was about to speak when he hung up the phone. Asshole. I looked at Ma Fei and ordered him to call the police. I don't know how this kid got out. This time, I will make him spend the rest of his life in jail. I took the money and came to the house I had rented for Lin Yuqing. I knocked on the door gently a few times, and the person inside responded vaguely. Who is it? It was Sun Yang's voice. Don't you want money? How much did you bring? Sun Yang should be able to see me through the peephole. I lifted the box and tried to let him see it clearly. I brought them all. I heard the sound of a lock being unlocked, and the next second, he poked his head out with a weird smile on his face. Are you alone? Don't talk nonsense. Hey, this is the first time I see someone being so arrogant, even when paying money. Sun Yang was thinner than before, and I couldn't help but sarcastically say, it seems like life in prison isn't going to be easy. His expression suddenly changed, and he raised his hand. You are looking for death. I grabbed his wrist and kicked him in the stomach. He fell to the ground and slid backwards. Where are the people? I walked in and took a look around, and sure enough, it wasn't there. Sun Yang struggled to get up. I stepped on his wrist and heard a crisp sound. At the same time, Sun Yang wailed in pain. My hand is broken. I turned a deaf ear and repeated the question. Where are the people? He still refused to answer, so I pressed harder. Speak. He frowned, and a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. Do you think I would leave my sister here? You underestimate me. He looked at me viciously, treating me as his enemy. Don't even think about finding her. I looked at his vicious face and sneered. That's just right. You don't even think about coming out again. The police arrived in time, and they broke into the house while I had the man tied to a chair. I looked at the black box thrown aside. The money was taken in vain. Ma Fei, have you found the person? I asked him to locate Lin Yuqing's phone, but there was still no progress. Boss Jiang, I doubt this guy has arrested anyone at all. He ordered his men to conduct a thorough search, but failed to find the person. I've searched everywhere I could. Lin Yuqing's parents also asked about it, and it was impossible for this person to be hidden in the place where Sun Yang went. He might be lying. Whether it's true or not, keep looking until the person comes out. I know Sun Yang likes Lin Yuqing. He shouldn't kill her. Otherwise, just like Ma Fei said, he didn't arrest anyone at all. Otherwise, the person is hidden. I felt a little uneasy as I watched the policeman taking Sun Yang away. Lin Yuqing, you must not get into any trouble. I didn't find anyone until midnight. I looked at the data on the computer that took a long time to refresh and couldn't help but punch the table. With so many people, you can't find a woman? Ma Fei's eyes were a little evasive. Maybe it's in a place where the signal can't be found. Think of a way. Lin Yuqing has been missing for almost 12 hours. How could she survive without water or food? My face was filled with sorrow and my mind was in a mess. A quick ring rang out. I took a look and couldn't control my tone. What's the matter? There was a pause on the other side and a soft voice came. Dad, are you angry? Chapter 112, I can help you find someone. Marks? I checked the caller ID and it was indeed Maria's phone. She would allow Marks to call me. Mom's not here. Marks' voice was a little low and it sounded like he was talking under the quilt. Mom is not in the ward, Dad. When will you come to see me again? He hesitated for a long time before making the call, fearing that his father would find him annoying, but also not wanting him to feel that he could not leave. Marks, Dad has something to do here. Wait a minute. Boss Jiang, we have developed a new program, which is... A voice from Ma Fei interrupted their conversation, and Marks heard it clearly. Dad, are you in trouble? Dad is a little busy here. Can I call you back when he's done? I coaxed Marks, not wanting him to feel that I was ignoring him, but I couldn't let go of the news about Lin Yuqing. Dad, I can help you. Perhaps because of his illness, Marks' voice was still soft when he was anxious, as if he was acting coquettishly. You help me. I can help you make a program to find people which can break through the place where there is no signal. The technician here heard what he said and signaled me with his eyes to give him the phone. Although I was skeptical about Marks' words, I still handed it over. You say. I didn't know what they were talking about, but I felt that the programmer's solemn expression eased a little. A few minutes later, he handed me the phone and said with a hint of excitement, Mr. Jiang, we have a solution. Is there a solution? He just talked to Marks for a few words and got a solution? I was a little skeptical, listening to Marks directing him over the phone. Half an hour later, they indeed detected news about Lin Yuqing. Here, what is this place? It looks like a small apartment. Ma Fei has already sent people to look for it. I watched the red dot moving there, feeling a little nervous. Another half an hour later, Ma Fei called, We found Miss Lin. How are the people? The stone in my heart finally fell to the ground. She's fine. Sun Yang just locked Miss Lin in the room and didn't do anything to her. Come back as soon as possible. I sent the location of the prepared room to Ma Fei and rushed there early in the morning. Lin Yuqing's condition is indeed better than I thought. She wasn't too frightened, and the first thing she said when she saw me was to apologize. I'm sorry, I made you worry again. During the time they were together, I always seemed to make Ethan worry. As long as everyone is all right. I asked Ma Fei to put the person on the bed, and Aunt Lu brought the prepared porridge. Lin Yuqing had no appetite and looked at me, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. I knew what she wanted to ask. Sun Yang is in prison. This time, he will probably be sentenced to life imprisonment. Lin Yuqing's eyes widened instantly. She thought of this result the moment Sun Yang locked the door. Ethan would let him go. You want to plead for him? I looked at the changing expressions on Lin Yuqing's face. There was confusion, regret, and helplessness, but no hatred or resentment. Even though Sun Yang did something so excessive, Lin Yuqing didn't blame him. He asked for it. You are his sister. If you want to keep things quiet, I can agree to it. This matter has nothing to do with me. But I can't just let it go like this. After all, he threatened me. Lin Yuqing frowned, seeming to be hesitant. Although Sun Yang and I are not related by blood, I have always regarded him as my own brother. Chapter 1:13 You are harming him. I listened to her patiently, frowning slightly. So, you gonna let him go? If it were you, what would you do? Lin Yuqing seemed really confused. She tilted her head to look at me, with a hint of doubt on her face. I will not show mercy. I looked at her confused expression. It was very difficult for her. No one could accept that their own brother did such a thing. If either Sam or Marks did something like this, I would personally take them to the police station. This has nothing to do with blood ties, but morality. I can't allow people around me to harm others. I chose to stand by and watch, which was not helping him, but hurting him. I checked Sun Yang before. They have always spoiled this child, so he has become what he is now. He likes his sister and will do anything for money. If he is not sent in, he will cause disaster sooner or later. I see. Lin Yuqing lowered her head, her expression still dazed. But I understand that she has thought it through. I wanted to persuade her, but it seems that's no use. Lin Yuqing was silent for a long time. I watched her slowly raise her head and asked me, "How did you know where I was?" That was a small apartment that Sun Yang bought with his previous earnings. Not many people know where it is. Mark's help. Mark's. Lin Yuqing was a little surprised. He would actually help her? This is a long story. You should get some rest early. Seeing that he had no intention of telling her, Lin Yuqing smiled and nodded, allowing Ethan to cover her with the quilt. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Lin Yuqing sighed heavily. Leaving the room, I called Mark's. Unfortunately this time, the person who answered the phone was Maria. I didn't know she was in the ward, so I spoke first. "Yuqing has been found. Mark's dad thanks you." The face on the other end of the phone suddenly darkened, and Maria's fingers holding the phone became tighter and tighter, and her nails turned white. "Mark's? Did you hear what Dad said? Mark's helped you find someone?" Maria obviously didn't believe it. Didn't he hate Lin Yuqing the most? Why help Ethan? Maria? My heart began to sink. She knows. What should Mark's do? That was the only question on my mind. Maria kept asking, "Ethan, answer me." She could accept Ethan looking for women, but she could not accept Ethan letting Lin Yuqing contact Mark's. Go to bed early. I know that once we bring up this topic, there will be endless arguments between us. Ethan, I don't want Lin Yuqing to contact Mark's. It was an accident. I didn't want to explain to her, just like she didn't explain to me when she asked George to come. I don't care what the reason is. Even if Lin Yuqing dies outside, don't ask Mark's for help. She knew that Mark's had a talent for computers, and many of her spreadsheets were made with the help of Xingxing. She also heard that Lin Yuqing was missing, and she also knew that Ethan took the money to look for Lin Yuqing's brother. She just went out for a while. How could so many things happen? That's a human life. Mark's was still beside me, and I didn't want him to hear such cold words. "You are a mother. You should be more careful with your words." "So you know I'm a mother." Maria was a little excited. "You are carrying a mother's name and taking your new lover to find her son. Don't you feel disgusted?" Chapter 114. I only have this one son. Maria's movement was a little too big and broke the fruit plate on the table. Mark shrank his neck in fear and coaxed Maria on the side. "Mom, don't be angry. I will never do this again." "Maria, you scared the child." I couldn't help but yell at the person opposite me. It didn't matter how she argued with me. But we can't ignore the children. This is none of your business. I was about to say something, but the person on the other end hung up. Damn it. I shuddered to imagine what Maria would do to Mark's. I was a little worried and planned to go to the hospital. Just as she reached the door, Lin Yuqing frowned and pushed the door open. "You want to go out?" She must have heard what Maria and I said. "Something. I'll go with you." Lin Yuqing scratched her head awkwardly after she finished speaking. "Miss Liu seems to be very angry with me." She really heard it. Seeing me frown, Lin Yuqing quickly explained, "I didn't mean to eavesdrop on you. I just couldn't fall asleep." She had been thinking about Sun Yang just now, and unexpectedly, she overheard him arguing with Maria. "It's okay, I'll be back soon." "I can't take her with me. Maria will explode when she hears the words Lin Yuqing. What's more, see myself." Lin Yuqing still wanted to insist, but I said something to dispel her thoughts. "Yuqing, this is not very convenient." Lin Yuqing was stunned for a moment. Then she realized belatedly, "Yes, this is your family affair. They broke up, so I naturally have no right to care about these things." She raised the corners of her mouth and smiled warmly. "Come back soon." I didn't waste a single minute, and the journey that should have taken 30 minutes should have been compressed to just over 10 minutes. The traffic police following me formed a long line. I called Ma Fei to come over and take care of it and find Mark's room. "Maria, open the door." Mark showed a delighted expression and sat up suddenly from the bed. "Mom, it's Dad who is here." He knew his mother was angry, but he wanted to see Ethan. "Maria, if you don't open the door, I'll break it down." I was worried about Mark's, so I kicked open the door of the ward without caring that we were in the hospital. Looking at the stunned Mark's and the unhappy Maria, my heart skipped a beat. "Are you late?" "Mark's, are you okay?" I didn't dare ask him directly, but instead held his hand, touched his face, and carefully examined his body. "Daddy, it's itchy." Mark's thought I was playing a game with him, so he raised his hand and laughed heartily. "You think I'm going to hit him?" Maria is indeed the person who knows me best. She can see what I am thinking. "Why didn't you answer my call?" She did it on purpose, deliberately letting me come over. "My phone is dead." Maria answered coldly, like a soulless puppet. "Don't take your anger out on Mark's." She can direct any anger she has at me. Just leave Marks alone. Maria stared at my face and was silent for a long time. Just as my patience was running out, she said, "Do you want me to bless you?" She did have Ethan's blessing at the time, but unfortunately, she couldn't be that generous. "Ethan, I only have this one son. Don't try to take him away from me." The two of them were talking back and forth in the ward, and Marks's ears felt a little painful. He could feel his mother's fear and reluctance, as well as his father's anger and helplessness. All this is because of him. Mom and Dad, I was wrong. Chapter 115, you are the best child. I listened to Marks bowing his head and apologizing to us, his cheeks red and his mouth pouting in fear, and then I realized that our quarrel frightened him. I was so anxious that I completely forgot that Marks was still there. "Marks, you don't need to apologize to Mom and Dad. You're not wrong." I touched his head and watched the fear in his eyes slowly fade away. "You saved a life. You're the best baby." "Really?" Marks looked at me timidly, totally different from the devil he was before. I nodded at him and noticed his eyes drop to Maria's face. He must really want his mother's approval. Maria has never liked me bringing my child to interact with Lin Yuqing. Just like I don't want Marks and George to communicate, I understand. But she shouldn't put pressure on her children. "Maria, Marks is waiting for you to speak." Maria hummed reluctantly. "I understand. He is afraid that I will take Marks away right now." I coaxed Marks and finally waited for him to fall asleep. "Let's talk. This is not a solution. The two of us were like enemies, and our children had a hard time living. I have nothing to discuss with you." Maria looked away. She was very upset with me now. I could tell from the way she took a few steps back that she wished I would disappear right then and there. The hug yesterday seemed like an illusion. But in just one day, she has changed so quickly. No wonder she would cheat on her husband. You always think about what you want and never think about others. I have never said anything harsh to her. This is the first time. I watched as Maria's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why do you say that to me?" I listened to her suddenly raised voice and glanced at Marks, who was sleeping behind me. "Let's talk outside." I stood in the corner and looked at her. I hadn't looked at her so well in a long time. She felt much more tired, and she didn't know whether it was for George or for Marks. "At least be friendly in front of the kids. We all have our own lives now, and it's impossible for us to be happy together, but at least we can't scare the children. I would like to be friendly with you, but you have to give me this opportunity." Maria crossed her hands on her chest. "I told you a long time ago not to let Marks and Lin Yuqing come into contact. Why did you? You know exactly why this time." Maria has always been an egoist, and I had expected her to be angry. "Maria, this is a life." I looked at her, not wanting to argue with her about the importance of this matter. "If something happens to you, I will spare no effort. It has nothing to do with who the other party is. What if it's George?" I didn't expect her to say that, and I was a little stunned. "Look, if it was George, you would be angry too, so why should you ask me to help you?" Maria turned around and said in a cold tone, "If there's a next time, I will never let you meet. You have no say." I ignored her threat and left a message as I walked past her. "If you dare to hide Marks, I can bring down the Lou group completely." "You threaten me?" Lou's situation has not been good recently. Part of it was George's fault. "You can try." I didn't look back, leaving half of my face for her. "I'm just afraid that you can't afford the gamble, and Lou's can't afford it either." Chapter 116. Dismissed by the company. Maria is a smart person and doesn't need me to remind her what to do. Before leaving, I went into the ward and covered Marks with a blanket. Looking at his soft little face, I felt that the anger that I had just accumulated from Maria disappeared. "Dad will come to see you next time." I left a kiss on Marks's forehead and turned away. When I got back, Lin Yuqing had already left. I looked at the note she left, feeling helpless. Forget it. I can't keep him here even if I try. Lin Yuqing only slept for 3 hours. She looked at her tired face in the mirror and couldn't stop sighing. She wasn't like this a few days ago. How come in just a few days, she seems to have lost her soul? I don't know if Ethan saw the note. What if I misunderstand her and she leaves without saying goodbye? She was just wondering whether to send another text message to explain when she saw the word Ethan jumping on the screen. "Ethan." The voice on the other end of the phone was very clear, like the morning dew, and Lin Yuqing felt all the tiredness from not getting a good night's sleep disappear. "Why did you go back yesterday? You didn't even let the driver take you back." I held the note she left in my hand, recalling how hard she had racked her brains to write those words. "It's too troublesome. It's also convenient to take a taxi. Wait until I come back next time." I didn't hear Lin Yuqing's voice. I knew she had some misunderstandings, and I couldn't help laughing. "Don't worry, I don't mean to pursue you. I just think it's not convenient for you to go back as a girl. Oh yes, thank you. I looked at the time and thought she was about to go to work, so I hung up the phone. Lin Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the busy tone on the phone. Ethan asked her why she went back yesterday. She really wouldn't be able to answer. Fortunately, he is not such a tactless person. As soon as Lin Yuqing punched in and entered the company, she was called over by her leader. She walked into the office somewhat bewilderedly. Manager Zhou, is there something wrong with my design? This client has been very busy recently and changed her design plan 6 times. Yuqing, how long have you been in the company? 2 years. She had a bad feeling, and sure enough, Zhou Feng took out an envelope the next second. You are also a veteran of our company, but you also know that the most important thing for our advertising company is reputation, so I'm sorry, we can't keep you any longer. Just because of those rumors outside? Lin Yuqing could understand the company's considerations, but she could not accept being fired for this reason. No other options? No. Lin Yuqing looked at the full envelope and smiled. Okay. She knew there was no point in saying more, so she just took the money and left. Watching her leave, Zhou Feng sighed and made a phone call. Everything has been arranged. After leaving the company, Lin Yuqing's expression became more serious. Should she look for a job now, or tell her family the news? She sat on a chair by the roadside, looking confused. Suddenly, a horn sounded. She was a little annoyed. She looked up and was about to scold the other person when she saw the face behind the car window. Ethan, why are you here? I looked at Lin Yuqing's face, which still had traces of tears, and opened the car door to signal her to get in. What happened? Is it for Sun Yang? I pulled over to the side of the road and waited for her to calm down. You come out to do some work? There's a contract. Have I delayed you again? Chapter 117, Come and Try My Company. Lin Yuqing unbuckled her seatbelt and tried to get out of the car. Yuqing, I held her wrist and said helplessly, aren't we friends now? I don't like her distancing herself from me. I'm in some trouble. Tell me about it. I looked away so she could relax a little. From the corner of my eye, I saw Lin Yuqing take a deep breath, as if she was making preparations. A little cute? I couldn't help but curl my lips, and her voice rang in my ears. I was fired by the company. She didn't feel ashamed and told the truth. Quitting someone for no reason. Is there such a company? I saw that she was hesitant to speak, and her eyes were a little evasive, and I immediately understood the reason. Is it because of me? That scandal. I was worried about whether this incident would affect her, but I didn't expect. It's not your fault. It's also my ability. There is nothing wrong with your ability. I know what she's going to say. Since you've quit, Ma Fei, give me the things. I took the document handed to me by Ma Fei and said, why don't you consider my company? Your company? I saw the surprise in Lin Yuqing's eyes. Zhang's business is very broad. Although there are not many designers here, each of them is a leader in the design industry. Lin Yuqing is an expert in the same field and is very clear about Zhang's strength. I watched her flipping through the documents, her frown slowly loosening, and I continued to persuade her. Think about it. Is this a backdoor? I was also worried that she wouldn't accept it. No, I will follow the normal interview process. Lin Yuqing then raised the corner of her mouth. Well, I'll try it. Her shy smile can easily arouse men's desire to protect her. Hopefully we can work together soon. I sent Lin Yuqing back home and ordered Ma Fei to prepare for the interview. Her interview is scheduled for next week, and I have confidence in Lin Yuqing. Sure enough, she did not disappoint my expectations at all. Ethan, I really passed. I looked at the information handed over by the Human Resources Department and said, congratulations. Actually, I've interviewed with your company before. But at that time, she didn't have enough qualifications, so she couldn't get in. Really? Who was so blind to miss such a talented person? I heard a chuckle from the other side. It's not as good as you say. I could feel that Lin Yuqing was becoming more and more relaxed. This is a good sign. There was a knock on the door. I hung up the phone and looked up at the familiar figure. Come in. Boss Jiang, long time no see. George for about a week, and he looks much better than before. The body is also stronger than before. It seems that Maria trusts you very much. What we're going to discuss this afternoon is the contract with Hella Corporation. Maria who came, but it turned out to be George. I don't know how he gained the Liu family's trust. The fact that he can sit here and discuss the contract with me shows that the Liu family has great confidence in him. I have to thank President Jiang for this. His words were still as sharp as ever, but his expression was well controlled, unlike before when all his emotions were written on his face. I said nothing and looked him up and down. A few minutes later, I heard George's question, isn't Mr. Jiang going to stop cooperating after seeing me? It was like this with Lin before. It won't be the same this time. I saw a hint of panic on his face. It seems that he is still very worried about messing up this time. What if I say yes? Chapter 118. George replaces Lou. George's mouth sank instantly, and his hand holding the document slowly tightened. He was still as uncomposure as before. The Lou family actually let him come and discuss business with me. It seemed that I am really confused. Boss Jiang, you shouldn't be so hard on money. Besides, I'm now replacing Lou's. You are right. George's face became even uglier when he realized that I was teasing him on purpose. I sat opposite him contentedly, looking at the project plan he brought. You wrote this. A dog's 2 clicks on the keyboard would be better than this business proposal. Rewrite it. I have a short patience, and George is a slow person. Talking about cooperation with him is exhausting. Your proposal doesn't even mention the main point. What is the purpose of this project? What is the budget? It's not written there. It's all empty talk and is of no use at all. I haven't seen such a bad proposal in a long time. If you want me to cooperate with your Liu family, you have to at least show some ability. I'm not doing charity. This is a cooperation you have already agreed upon. It's not just a signature. George, you have been working the business world for so many years. Did you really get to this position just by being naive? What do you mean? George was feeling a little embarrassed, and I was too lazy to help him save face. If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to go to any small company, let alone lose. If this business plan was really written by George, he could completely change his career. If you don't understand, ask your employees in the company instead of looking for a sense of existence here. Maria directly. Ethan, before I could even open my mouth, she started to scold me. Why don't you sign? You're not ashamed to ask me. What do you mean? You don't want to cooperate. Maria seemed determined to seek justice for George. Take a look at the project proposal George brought. Is that something written by a human? This project is very important, and I need to invest a lot of money. If you don't have the ability to cooperate with me, please raise it as soon as possible and don't waste my time. I didn't give her a chance to explain and hung up the phone. The next morning, there was an additional project proposal in my mailbox. I guess it's just another bunch of garbage. I'm too lazy to even click on it. Ma Fei, is Lin Yuqing here? I close my computer and check the time. The first day of work usually starts early. Lin Yuqing is not someone who is late. Ma Fei was holding a suit jacket in his hand. I'm already waiting downstairs. Walk. Lin Yuqing wore light makeup and a goose yellow suit. Everyone in the advertising department is very sophisticated, and I heard that this helps them get into work better. I met Lin Yuqing's gaze and caught the excitement in her eyes. Let me introduce our new colleague, Lin Yuqing, an advertising designer. Lin Yuqing introduced herself very generously. Her resume had already been circulated throughout the company. Not much explanation needed. I said a few words briefly and glanced at Lin Yuqing. Come with me. Although Lin Yuqing was confused, she still followed me into the office. Ma Fei left tactfully. I looked at her until Lin Yuqing felt a little embarrassed. Isn't that a bit awkward? She smiled and said, This is the first time I wear formal clothes in front of you. Very good. I called you here because I wanted to talk to you about your position. Chapter 119 may have to start from the beginning. I try not to be too blunt. Although you have a lot of work experience, you are a complete newcomer here. According to our rules, no matter who you are or how successful you are, you must start from the bottom when you come to our company. I handed over the printed workflow and basic company information. First, familiarize yourself with the workflow, and I'll find an opportunity to transfer you up. Even if we don't have such a relationship, with her abilities, she wouldn't need to stay at the bottom for too long. I see. Lin Yuqing accepted all this more easily than I thought, and she quickly got into the mood. So, I'm going to work now? Go ahead. I watched her back as she left and thought of those troublemakers in the design department and felt a headache. I don't know if she can handle it. In the design department, team leader In Hong stood in front of the stage and held a meeting for them. Listen carefully. The newcomer here today has a complicated relationship with CEO Jiang. You should all be careful. She relied on improper relationships to get to this position, and now she is even speaking ill of others. Few people in the design department liked her, but they were concerned about her status and agreed with some nodding words. All right, I'm just reminding you guys so you don't offend anyone without knowing it. Let's go now. Lin Yuqing pushed open the door of the design department and saw them sighing as they returned to their workstations. She stood at the door, accepting the gazes from all sides. Ethan had just introduced her, so out of politeness, she introduced herself again. Hello, everyone. I'm Lin Yuqing. Okay. No one wants to know your name or where your workstation is. In Hong interrupted her impatiently and pointed to a corner. You are new here, just be Xiaoxi's assistant. Lin Yuqing guessed that she would be treated like this when she first arrived, so she didn't say anything, sitting very obediently on the position of In Hong's finger. Xiaoxi was much friendlier than In Hong. She looked at Lin Yuqing and reminded her quietly, don't mess with this person. She has a powerful background. Yeah. No matter where you are, there are always a few people who get in because of their background. This is not surprising. Xiaoxi has an easygoing personality, and the two of them quickly became friends. Thinking of what In Hong had just said, Xiaoxi looked at her curiously. You seem a bit like our CEO Zhang's fiancé. The word fiancé almost made Lin Yuqing bite her tongue. She smiled awkwardly and almost forgot that she had been on the news. How was this possible? I don't have this fate. But the team leader said, Xiaoxi, what did you say? Do you want your salary to be deducted? In Hong suddenly appeared behind them. Xiaoxi shrank her neck and said, let's discuss work. She's just your assistant. What's there to discuss? In Hong looked at Lin Yuqing and her expression became more and more solemn. Ethan on the first day she came in, but she hadn't succeeded in a year. After waiting for a long time for Ethan to get divorced, Lin Yuqing came out. She glared at Lin Yuqing fiercely, her high heels almost making a hole in the ground. After she walked away, Xiaoxi patted Lin Yuqing's shoulder with some doubt. Do you have a grudge against her? No. Lin Yuqing was also confused. If there really is a grudge, is it because she was introduced by Ethan? Apart from this, she really couldn't think of any other reason. Chapter 120, I don't have this intention. The morning passed quickly. Lin Yuqing spent the whole morning helping others print documents. She was very familiar with this work when she first started her internship. Just as noon arrived, In Hong asked her to sell lunchboxes. Wait, remember to add another portion. Go to the Cantonese restaurant across the street and pack some fresh food from Mr. Jiang. Lin Yuqing was a little surprised. Boss Jiang also eats outside? Why do you care so much? Lin Yuqing looked at her, somewhat fierce expression, and didn't ask any more questions. When she came back with a dozen lunchboxes, she saw In Hong waiting at the door with an anxious look on her face. It's so slow. She snatched the lunchbox from Lin Yuqing's hand, twisted her waist, and walked out the door. It's not even 12 o'clock yet. Are you that hungry? In Hong knew that Ethan had never been used to the food in the cafeteria, so she asked Lin Yuqing to pack up some breakfast tea from the Cantonese restaurant across the street. She knew Ethan preferred a lighter diet. Come in. Hearing Ethan's voice, she smiled and walked in with a twist of her waist. Mr. Jiang, this is the meal I bought for you. I knew who it was as soon as I heard the sound of high heels. Didn't I tell you not to? In Hong sent me meals for a week in a row, but I didn't eat a single bite and gave them all to Ma Fei. I told him many times not to send food to her anymore, but she always bought food for everyone, which made me feel like I was making a big deal out of nothing. I bought this specially from across the street. Please try it. Leave it there. I'll eat it later. I signed my men's documents, intending to repeat the old trick. But this time he stood in front of me and said he would not leave no matter what. Boss Jiang, do you want to throw it away? Before I could say anything, she added, I packed this specially for you. In Hong, how long have you been working here? I gave her face purely because of my friendship with her father. She's a little too pushy. 1 year. After In Hong said these two words, her eyes instantly turned red. Boss Jiang, do you think I'm annoying? I can't deal with people like this, so I just waved my hand and said, forget it, you go out first. In Hong wiped away her tears and left the office reluctantly. Ma Fei, Colleen Chi and asked him to come over. I originally wanted to turn a blind eye, but In Hong was so persistent. If this continues, I will have no choice but to let her go home. It was afternoon when In Chi came over. Looking at his serious expression, I knew that his business wasn't very good recently. I heard some rumors at that time, but I didn't know whether they were true or not. Xiao Xian, I heard that you were planning to start a company overseas recently. How come you have time to call me? Uncle Ian, I have something I want to discuss with you. I saw In Chi's evasive look, and it was obvious that he didn't want to continue this topic. I haven't even started talking yet. Why do you look like you don't want to continue? In Chi looked at me awkwardly and smiled. I don't know you yet. You must have asked me to come here because of In Hong. I didn't deny it and motioned Ma Fei to pour him some tea. In Hong originally joined my company to gain experience. Now, she has learned what she should learn. It's time for her to go back. In Chi rolled his eyes, feeling a little embarrassed. Look, my company doesn't have a design department, and his major doesn't match up, so it's better for him to stay with you and improve his abilities. Uncle Ian, we all understand what you're thinking. I don't need to express my thoughts. I have no plans to be with In Hong, so his wish may fail. Chapter 121. Sounding out Jiang Chen's attitude. I caught a glimpse of disappointment on In Chi's face. He wanted to climb up the ladder like me, but he didn't even consider his own worth. Uncle In, I heard that you and the Jiang family have a new cooperation, but it seems that you haven't signed a contract yet. The person he's working with this time is Jiang Chun. I haven't been involved in this matter, so I don't know the twists and turns involved. However, judging from In Chi's face that suddenly darkened, it seemed that business this time would not be so easy to do. Uncle In, if you trust me, I can help you find out. I stared into his eyes, watching his pupils suddenly shrink, and smiled. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any loss. Having said that, In Chi still doesn't understand what I mean, which means he is just pretending to be stupid. 2 or 3 minutes later, In Chi stood up with a smile. I watched his gloomy eyes become brighter. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Jiang. Polite. Half an hour later, I received In Hong's resignation letter. You see, in the face of interests, what does it matter even if she is your own daughter? The contract between Jiang Chun and In Chi is more complicated than I thought. In Chi's hands were not very clean, and Jiang Chun rejected his request because of this. You also know that In Chi was not a businessman before. How could I not know his wishful thinking? He just wants to take advantage of the cooperation with the Jiang family to get some kickbacks. Everyone wants kickbacks, and the agents that the Jiang family had previously worked with did the same. They turned a blind eye to small amounts, but In Chi was bold and ambitious. The projects he was doing were not secure, and they couldn't afford to ruin their reputation. Jiang Chen looked at me and raised his lips. I didn't want to speculate on him, but I felt that he was gloating. Why? Did you agree to their conditions? I looked at Jiang Chen, touching his chin and looking me up and down with a smile. You really spent a lot of money to get In Hong away. I didn't promise him. I was just testing the waters. I didn't say I would help him sign a contract. I opened the file and ignored Jiang Chun. He has always been like this. If no one pays attention to him, he will naturally be quiet. 10 minutes passed, and Jiang Chun still didn't leave. I listened to him pacing beside me, feeling a little impatient. What's the matter? I heard that you recruited Lin Yuqing. Jiang Chun took the pen from my hand and played with it. What do you mean? It's nothing. She lost her job, and I helped her out. It's that simple. I really didn't think about anything else. Of course, if Lin Yuqing wanted to thank me, there was no reason for me to refuse. Jiang Chun rolled his eyes, obviously not believing what I said. You really don't have any other thoughts? No. I looked at him sitting at his desk, his face stern. Do you have anything else to do? Can't you just care about my brother's lifelong event? I see you're very idle. Jiang Chun still hasn't married yet. I deliberately looked at his waist and said, I think you're a little distracted. How about I help you find a girlfriend? Forget it, I don't need it. Jiang Chun threw down his pen and left like a refugee fleeing famine. Not long after he left, Ma Fei came in with documents. Put the things here and ask Lin Yuqing to come up for the meeting. This meeting mainly focused on cooperation with the Liu family. Ma Fei looked at me and hesitated. Boss Jiang, is this inconvenient? I have thought about this question before. She is an employee of the company, so does she never participate in the Liu family's meetings? The company is not a place to avoid suspicion, and all business must be done impartially. Chapter 122 in Liu's advertisement. Recently, In Hong resigned, and life in the advertising department has been booming, with everyone having more smiles on their faces. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Lin Yuqing chatting about work with her colleague next to her. This was the first time I saw her working, and she was just as I had imagined, confident, calm, and exuding charm. At the beginning of the meeting, I briefly explained the general design direction of the advertisement based on Maria's requirements. This time, our cooperation with Liu's is in the fashion field. Liu's plans to launch a new men's clothing brand. I need you to come up with a catchy slogan. I originally had no intention of accepting this collaboration if Marx hadn't persuaded me. I know it's the clothing brand Maria designed for George. He got together with Maria. He gradually retired from the entertainment industry and originally planned to go home to do business. Unexpectedly, after he went to prison, the media had not yet spread the news, so his fans naturally had no idea how miserable George was after retiring from the screen. I thought he would retire and become Maria's supporter behind the scenes. Unexpectedly, Maria was willing to open a special clothing brand for him, just to help him make a comeback. It's really a deep love. I couldn't help but recall the time when Maria and I were negotiating the contract. She actually asked me to agree to her for Marx's sake, which was ridiculous. If Marx hadn't called me later, I would never have signed the contract. Feel free to raise any comments you have. I glanced at the people below and found that the people in the advertising department didn't have much knowledge of fashion. At most, they deal in real estate and jewelry. My eyes slowly fell on Lin Yuqing, and the moment our eyes met, I saw Lin Yuqing raise her hand. I have an idea. She was the newcomer here, and being so proactive in the first meeting was bound to cause dissatisfaction among others. This is a fashion thing. What can she say? Does she mean it's just a small contract? You just came to the company and you can't help showing off in front of Mr. Liu. What will happen if this continues? I listened to the people below whispering, curling up the corners of my mouth, and the smile was as cold as ice. Are you done? I watched them turn their heads around, their faces filled with fear. I just realized that my employees are not only talented in design, but also talented in being entertainment reporters. I put my hands on the table and sneered at them. Wait until you finish talking before continuing. The conference room fell silent instantly. I found that my temper has been too good recently, and the employees under me are becoming increasingly difficult to manage. After everyone quieted down, I looked at Lin Yuqing and said, "You say yours." Lin Yuqing looked at me with gratitude and said, "I think the theme of men's clothing this time should start from multiple aspects: teenagers, middle-aged people, and the elderly." I sent this project out early and asked them to make a design plan. Now it seems that Lin Yuqing is the only one who has completed this task. I found that most of the men's clothing on the market is aimed at young and middle-aged people, and there are very few styles for the elderly. However, people nowadays pay great attention to their outfits. Even the elderly are the same, but there are almost no advertisements for elderly fashion. If we can seize this opportunity, it will be a very good market. I looked at Lin Yuqing's PPT and it was really good. The feasibility is also relatively high. How sure are you? Lin Yuqing was stunned for a few seconds, thought for a few seconds, and slowly said, 80%. Chapter 123. No talk about work after hours. I saw the design she had made before, and she was modest. She is at least 90% sure that she has designed the ad well. How long? I don't plan to hand this ad over to anyone else. 3 days. 3 days? Can she do it in such a short time? I frowned, and everyone else in the meeting room shared my doubts. I'll give you a week to come up with a design that I'm satisfied with. After the meeting, Lin Yuqing found me after everyone left and said, "Are you free tonight? I want to treat you to a meal." I was a little surprised, as Lin Yuqing took the initiative to treat me to a meal after we broke up. I raised an eyebrow. If it's about work, I won't go. I found that after returning to being friends, Lin Yuqing became more shy than before. She blushed and replied in a low voice, "It's not work. I just want to treat you to a meal." I pretended to think about it and nodded in agreement. Send the address to my cell phone. Maybe it was the anticipation, or maybe it was because I hadn't had dinner with Lin Yuqing in such a long time. I suddenly felt that this afternoon was particularly long. Lin Yuqing arrived at the parking lot early, and I opened the passenger door. I'm going to pick up Sam. I haven't seen Sam in a while either. Since it's just a normal gathering among friends, it's better to bring Sam along. Sam's mood has returned to its previous state lately, and it's giving me a headache. I remember you seem to have studied some child psychology before. Lin Yuqing turned her head, and I saw her tilting her head with a puzzled look on her face. I'll learn a little bit. Yes, Sam is in some trouble? She asked very tactfully, probably because she was afraid of touching on my sad memories. I couldn't help laughing, but I felt a little warm in my heart, as if there was a fire surrounding me. Not really. It's just that I feel that Sam's mood is not very good recently, and I can't guess what the child is thinking, so I want to ask you for a favor. If there were any other way, I wouldn't have to look for Lin Yuqing. Simple. If you have time, send Sam to my place. You're home. I was a little surprised. Isn't this a bit strange? If you want to understand the child, you have to spend time with him. Believe me, I won't let Sam get hurt. That's not what I meant. I'm just worried that Sam will cause her trouble. While waiting for the red light, I thought about Lin Yuqing's words. Maybe Sam should be allowed to interact with strangers more often to build up his courage. At the entrance of the kindergarten, I watched Sam standing beside the teacher in a daze, holding his school bag strap. I honked the horn 3 times before Sam responded. Dad! He raised the corners of his mouth and was a little surprised when he saw Lin Yuqing, but his tone was joyful. Aunt Lin, why did you come just now? Sam misses Aunt Lin? Yes, I miss you especially. Sam got in the car. Lin Yuqing went to the back seat on her own accord. I looked at the scene of the two of them hugging each other and couldn't help but be moved. Sam's so happy in these days. On the way to the restaurant, Sam's mood was obviously much better. I couldn't help but wonder whether I should pursue Lin Yuqing again. At least to Sam, She was a very good aunt. The journey was so short that I didn't have time to think too much, and we arrived at the restaurant quickly. Lin Yuqing booked the largest private room. As soon as Sam walked in, he exclaimed exaggeratedly, "This place is so big." Sam like it. I like it. And I like Aunt Lin even more. Chapter 124. Everyone wants Sam to have a taste. I listened to Sam's excited voice and shook my head helplessly. Who did you learn all this from? The food here is served very quickly, which may also be because Lin Yuqing made a reservation in advance. In less than half an hour, all the dishes were served. These are basically foods that kids love to eat. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so I added 2 dishes. Why don't you order something you like? Too much to eat. Lin Yuqing smiled a little embarrassedly and handed over a bowl of soup. But I also want Sam to try the food here. Their children's meals are very good. Do you come here often? Sam very naturally, and I felt a little moved. If she really was Sam's stepmother. My brother's kids love the food here. When she mentioned that, I remembered that she had a brother. Come to think of it, your brother and my eldest brother are still good friends. Yeah. Yes. Didn't your brother tell you? They were the ones who brought us together. I looked at her surprised expression. Obviously, she didn't know. My brother only told me to go on a blind date, but he didn't tell me how we met. So you were tricked into coming here? I guess so. After get off work, Lin Yuqing completely relaxed, and I felt much better too. We had almost finished eating, and I was just about to send Lin Yuqing home when my cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting me. I'm going to take a call. Maria flashed on the phone screen, and I didn't avoid Lin Yuqing. What's wrong? The reason she came to me was nothing more than Mark's. Sure enough, a sigh came from the other side. Marks will be discharged from the hospital tonight, and he is clamoring to see you. Has George gone yet? If he goes, there is no need for me to go. Don't worry, I didn't let him come. I frowned, not quite believing what she said. The next second, Mark's voice came through the phone. Dad, I'm going to be discharged from the hospital today. Will you come to see me? I could hear the expectation in Mark's voice. I glanced at Lin Yuqing, wanting Marks to wait for me. Before I opened my mouth, I saw Lin Yuqing mouthing to me. I'm leaving first, you go pick up Marks. Wait for me. Before I could finish my words, Lin Yuqing had already left the box. Marks, Dad will call you later. I ran in the direction of Lin Yuqing and saw her hailing a taxi. Wait, I'll ask Ma Fei to take you back. Don't bother. I can do it myself. Listen to me. This was the first time I spoke to Lin Yuqing in a commanding tone. I was too anxious and forgot for a moment that we had already returned to being just friends. Lin Yuqing blushed and nodded obediently. Wait for me. I called Marks back and told him I would be there in a while, and then I felt relieved when I saw Ma Fei driving Lin Yuqing away. In the restaurant, Sam was sitting on a chair and waiting for me obediently. Dad, are you going to see your brother? I was afraid that Sam would worry, so I didn't tell him about Mark's situation. Sam, want to come with me? I miss my brother. As he spoke, his eyes turned red, and he opened his arms to hug me, burying his little face in my chest. Dad, actually my brother likes you very much. The company was in crisis before, and my brother helped you. Before? I thought about the program they made and the stranger who controlled the stock market, and a strange emotion welled up in my heart. Chapter 125. Wallpaper is George. Is it really Mark's? That mysterious man, is he my son? My son is so powerful that he can help me turn the tide? I didn't dare to think too much about it and planned to find some time to ask Marks about it. I ran through several red lights along the way because I was afraid that Marks would have to wait too long. It was almost 11 o'clock when we arrived at the hospital. Maria had a cold face, her hands folded on her chest, and she looked at me viciously. You still remember to come? Maria mocked me in a sarcastic tone, but I didn't bother to pay attention to her, so I pushed her shoulders away and tried to go in. Ethan, do you still have kids in mind? Maria was so angry that she was a little incoherent. For that woman, you don't even want your own child? I covered Sam's ears. Why did Maria always look like a shrew every time I saw her? The child is still here, so be careful with your words. I had to suppress the anger in my heart and talk to her. If it weren't for the children, there's no way I would answer her call. You know you have a child? Ethan, I don't care who you marry. I just hope you can hide it from my son. Marks was already upset about his father not wanting him. If he hadn't been ill recently, he wouldn't have mentioned Ethan. She didn't want Ethan's affairs to disturb Marks. This sentence seems to be more suitable for you. I thought about Maria's dedication to George and making a brand specifically for him. I just laughed. You did so much for George. What did you do for Marks? Are the word mother just a decoration? Sam, who was rolling his round eyes around, and didn't want to continue arguing. I pushed the door open and saw Marx's eyes light up the moment he saw me, and suddenly I felt that it was all worth it. Marx, are you feeling better? Sam trotted over to Marx, looking at the scar on his face that had not yet healed, his eyes red. Why are you fighting with others again? Marx curled his lips and said, Don't bother me. Do you think you can control me just because you are my brother? You were only born a few seconds earlier than me. Even for a few seconds, he is still your brother. I tapped Marx's forehead and glanced at the computer next to me. A new procedure again. Marx's eyes were a little evasive, and he opened his little hands. Dad, don't touch my things. Dad, can't you even take a look? I smiled and raised my hand and pressed the space bar. Let Dad see what you have done. The moment the computer screen lit up, I seemed to see a familiar face. I stood there in a daze, and Marx's hand also froze in midair. That wallpaper is clearly George? He used George as wallpaper? Marx, you really like Uncle George. I tried my best to hide the disappointment in my tone. Even though he kept asking me to come and see him and told me that his dad was the best, I knew in my heart that he still loved George the most. Otherwise, why is even the wallpaper of him? No, this is. Marx hesitated for a long time, but couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. I sighed, smiled, and patted his head. He hadn't had a haircut for a long time, and his hair hung down to cover his eyes, looking furry like a little kiwi. Dad doesn't blame you. I smiled as I watched him put his hands away awkwardly, as if he was a little embarrassed. I couldn't bear to blame him, so I comforted myself. Uncle George is indeed very handsome. Chapter 126, Dad Never Lies. Marx raised his head with a hint of doubt in his eyes, as if he didn't quite believe what I said. Dad would never lie to you, right? I hope my children can have a happy childhood, instead of always living cautiously under the wishes of their parents. I carried Marx away, and Maria felt a little jealous when she saw how intimate we were. She walked over to me and held out her hand. Marx, go back with Mom. I felt Marx's hand around my neck tighten slightly, and I thought, let Marx go to my place today. How can that be possible? Maria looked at me with rejection written in her eyes. Sam and Marx haven't seen each other for a long time. What's wrong with getting them together? I looked at her defensive posture and said something with a sting in my voice. It's just one night. Are you afraid that Marx won't go back with you? A mother doesn't even have this little self-confidence. Marx is a good kid. When she said this, I felt Sam's head slowly lowered. Seeing that she had no intention of explaining, I held Sam in my arms as well. Sam is also a good boy. Marx was obviously unhappy that half of his arms were occupied by another person. Sam looked at Marx's face and struggled slightly. Dad, let me go down. I can walk by myself. You are too tired. Besides, my brother was not happy either. I saw what Sam meant and told him clearly that he didn't need to. Daddy is strong enough to hold both of you. Maria saw Sam. She realized that there was something wrong with what she said, but it was too late to explain. I looked at her as if she wanted to say something and sighed. I've already said it. What's the point of explaining it now? Maria's face turned red instantly, and she stammered, I don't mean anything else. I just spent too much time with Marx. So you forgot about Sam for a moment, huh? I snorted coldly and recalled the news of the past few days. She and George are living a prosperous life. I heard that George has taken on a new movie recently. As a mother, do you need someone to remind you that you have a son? Maria's face darkened, and her voice was filled with anger. Don't stir up trouble. Whatever you think. I held my two children in my arms and asked Marx what he thought. I watched him turn his head to look at Maria and slowly shook his head. I'd better go back with my mother. Forget it, go ahead. Perhaps my laughter just now made Maria feel ashamed. So she actually agreed to go back with Marx and me. The two children and I looked back at the same time, our eyes full of surprise. Why are you looking at me like that? I also want my children to be happy. A father is an indispensable role in a child's life, and Ethan has always been very responsible. I'll pick up Marx tomorrow morning. Maria said this and turned around and walked away. After taking 2 steps, she turned back and said, Don't let me see Lin Yuqing. I looked at her back as she left, unable to come back to my senses for a long time. Why did you suddenly change your personality? The two children poked my cheeks and said, Dad, where are we going? I looked at the two of them and weighed them with satisfaction. Dad will take you home. Marx's room is still preserved, and I brought his computer back with me. Marx, Dad heard that you are very good at computers. Can you show it to Dad? Chapter 127. Programming Genius Marx. I sat in front of Marx. I didn't believe what they said before, but now I see that Marx carries a computer with him all the time. Is he really a programming genius? What do you want to see? When talking about what he is good at, Marx held his head high and lowered his guard against me. Dad doesn't understand these things either. Why don't you show me what you can do? Okay. Marx waved his little hand at me. His hand was so small that it could just hold the mouse. I immediately began to doubt my guess. Is he really a programming genius? This is clearly just a child. Dad, I'm going to show you something good. As he spoke, Marx opened his software. I couldn't quite understand the content, but I could see the word Zhang's. What's this? This is a review of Zhang's stock. Stock? Marx also knows how to trade stocks? I looked at him with some surprise and raised my eyebrows. You made this for my dad? After his reminder, I realized that this was clearly the current trend of Zhang's stock price rise and fall, and the rise and fall of the past few months were all displayed here. By moving the mouse backwards, you can also predict the possible rise and fall rates in the next few months. Anyone who knows a little bit about stock trading can infer Zhang's stock market situation in the next few months just by looking at this data. You did this yourself? Creating this program requires not only brains, but also an understanding of stocks and the habits of the market makers. This is not something that can be understood in a day or two. It was not easy for a child as young as Marx to collect this data. I made it myself. I didn't go to school these days, so I made this. With this, I can better observe the company's stock market situation, which saves a lot of effort. Marx, eyes sparkling, explained his procedure to me. Every step was unexpected for me. This program can not only analyze Zhang's stock market, but also analyze the stock markets of other companies. By simply entering the corresponding values, you can also compare the stock market conditions of different companies. As I watched Marx operate, I felt that all my work over the years had been in vain. Marx, tell Dad who you learned this from. I learned it from a teacher on the internet. Marx looked at me innocently. The moment he raised his head, I had the illusion that my son had grown up. But he is obviously only 9 years old and still needs his parents to take him to school. Did you learn it yourself from a teacher on the internet? Yes, but they don't talk about it very much. A lot of my knowledge is the rules I discovered on my own. Marx changed the program right in front of me, his eyes sparkling with excitement, like a mathematician seeing a math problem. Marx, how come you're so awesome? I couldn't help but kiss him and held him tightly in my arms under Marx's puzzled eyes. Marx, you are such a good son to your father. Marx to the company tomorrow. I have such a good son, and I must let everyone see him. Before going to bed, I thought about what Maria had said. After hesitating for a while, I still gave her a call. You want to bring Marx to the company? I don't agree. Maria rejected my proposal without even a second thought. Why? Marx is my son. He is a programming genius. As long as I know it, it has nothing to do with you. Maria, please understand that Marx is not your personal property. Chapter 128, Taking Marx to the Company. Maria clearly regarded Marx as her property. I can't possibly hide such an outstanding son. Marx should be competing instead of being your good little son. I could see that Marx was very fond of procedures. If he were to participate in the competition, he would definitely come in first place. Ethan, listen to me. I don't allow you to take Marx to... I waited for him to finish and then hung up the phone. No one could stop me from doing this. Marx, do you want to go to Dad's company tomorrow to talk about your program? Maria and I always agree on the same idea. Instead of arguing like this, I might as well ask Marx what he thinks. Can I go? Marx's eyes sparkled. He had heard from his brother that he went to his father's company. He also wanted to go, but he was afraid that his mother would be angry, so he never dared to say it. Of course you can go. You are so outstanding. All the uncles and aunts in the company will like you. Thinking of my aunt, Lin Yuqing's figure suddenly appeared in my mind. If it were her, she would definitely support me. I shook my head to clear those meaningless thoughts, patted Marx's back gently, and coaxed the 2 children to sleep. After finally coaxing them to sleep, Maria sent a warning text message. I hadn't checked my phone until now and realized that she had been texting since I hung up a moment ago. I won't allow you to take Marx out. Ethan, did you see my message? Marx is my child, and I am her guardian. Please give me back my call now. Looking at the text messages, I could imagine Maria going crazy on the other end of the phone. I didn't plan to call her back. To me, her opinion was of no use at all. The next morning, I brought my 2 children to the company. I have only brought Sam with me before, and this is Marx's first time. Boss Jiang, what is this? Have never seen Marx, can probably guess it, but they dare not confirm it. My son. I can't wait for them to see Marx's work. I patted Marx on the shoulder to encourage him. Dad is always here. Just relax a little and say whatever you want to say. In order to commemorate this occasion, I gave a holiday to all employees in the company. I would like to take this opportunity to let them give some advice to Marx and see if there is any room for him to improve. Marx was more generous and decent than I thought. He was not at all stage frightened and spoke his ideas slowly and calmly. I wanted to be able to help my dad. That's why I did this procedure. Marks bowed formally after he finished speaking. The more I looked at him, the more I liked him. When he stepped down from the stage, I couldn't help but kiss him on the cheek. Marks, you're awesome. Children need encouragement. I looked at Marks' bright eyes and suddenly felt sorry for him. He probably hasn't heard such words for a long time when he was with Maria. Thinking of Maria's request for him, I couldn't control the urge to take the child back. When Ma Fei woke me up from my memories, I was still holding Marks. I put my child down and looked at those excellent programmers. Everyone is welcome to give any opinions you have. They're the best programmers in Jiangshi, and I believe they can provide the most pertinent suggestions. Chapter 129. Child labor is not allowed. They were silent for nearly 5 minutes before one of them stood up and said, I think there is nothing to mention. The only thing that needs to be mentioned is that Marks is too young. If he joins the company now, is he employing child labor? Ha ha, Lowly, you really can make a joke. How could Mr. Jiang be willing to let his child come to work in the company? But I'm also looking forward to Marks' next work. It is really surprising that he can write such a program at such a young age. I felt very happy when I saw their stunned expressions. This is my son, my Ethan's son. You see, my son must be an excellent person. He is not the wild child without a father, as others say. Marks, who was sitting below with a proud look on my face. Our eyes met, and I saw a trace of tears in his eyes. I gave her a thumbs up. I wanted to let her know that Daddy will always be his pride. The meeting lasted nearly 2 hours, and many people asked Marks questions about the production process. They're obviously top students, but now they start asking for advice like child. I couldn't help but take a photo. Seeing Marks surrounded by them, like the moon surrounded by stars, the depression in my heart disappeared. The mysterious buyer has also been found, and that is Marks. He spent all his pocket money just to support his father. I guess he thought Johns was going to go bankrupt at that time, so he did this. Marks is really amazing. I don't know when Lin Yuqing stood beside me. I specifically asked her to come and sit in on the class, and to ask her to help me check on Marks' mental state. Did you observe anything? Marks is a very strong kid. He's stronger than Sam. So, Sam's mental problems are more serious? I've noticed recently that Sam seems to be spending more and more time in his days. Obviously, this was not the case when I was a child. I looked up some information online, and some people said it was a type of autism. But doesn't autism exist from childhood? There shouldn't be any child who gets sick after going to kindergarten, right? It can't be considered a psychological problem. Sam is just more sensitive. Things that we can't think of are very serious to him, such as Lin Yuqing wanted to say something but stopped herself. I looked at her and pursed her lips. After thinking it over, I pulled her to a corner. No one can hear us here. Just tell me, I can bear it. For example, in this case, he may feel that everyone likes Marks but not him. I can understand that. A child definitely hopes that both his parents favor him. But when Marks was not around, I felt that Sam was not in a very good mood either. Especially when it is cloudy and rainy. He always likes to stay by the window alone. I have an illusion that when he grows up a little, he might jump off. Of course, this is just my suspicion. You have learned about this subject. Can you let me observe these two brothers more? Also, I always feel that their relationship seems to be not very good recently. After their parents are gone, they will be each other's support, and I don't want them to turn against each other. It's normal for them to have a rift in their relationship since they haven't been together for a long time. If you really want to solve this problem, you still need to let them meet more often. Chapter 130. Sam is a little afraid of me. We can meet, but Maria wouldn't like me letting them stay together. He didn't even like me going to see Marks. Lin Yuqing saw what I was thinking at a glance. She patted my shoulder gently and said, Mom is an indispensable part of your life. If you can accept it, you should take them out with Miss Liu more often. I looked at Lin Yuqing's serious expression and suddenly wanted to ask her if I really stayed with Maria all the time. Would she be angry? Thinking about the fact that it was she who suggested that we break up, I felt like I was thinking too much. Lin Yuqing is obviously in a better condition now, and she probably doesn't want to get back together with me. I looked at Marks. I hope he gets better and better. When I turned my head, I didn't notice that Lin Yuqing's gaze was looking elsewhere, and there was a hint of loneliness in her eyes. Our working interactions have made me appreciate Lin Yuqing more and more. Our cooperation became more and more tacit, and because of this, I felt that the relationship between the two of us seemed to be getting further and further apart. It's like two parallel lines that will never intersect, and all efforts are in vain. We can only stand opposite each other and look at each other forever. I secretly glanced at Lin Yuqing out of the corner of my eye and thought how great it would be if he was the mother of my child. Sam, come to daddy. I don't want to think about emotional issues anymore. In comparison, I am more concerned about Sam's mental state. Hearing my voice, I could clearly feel Sam's body tremble. Dad, he called me hesitantly, and a hint of fear flashed in his clear eyes. Is he afraid of me? I thought I was seeing things and walked towards him. I reached out to pull him into a hug, but Sam took a step back. Dad, don't you like Sam anymore? I didn't expect Sam to say such a thing, and subconsciously looked at Lin Yuqing. Sam, why do you think that? Lin Yuqing walked up to Sam, and I found that Sam did not reject her approach. I took a few steps back, keeping my distance from Sam. I could feel that after the distance between us increased, Sam's mental state was obviously much more relaxed. Marks also noticed the changes here. He walked towards us, and I held his hand. Marks, don't go over there. What's wrong? Marks scratched his head in confusion. Brothers are connected by heart, and he could also feel that something was wrong with Sam. What's wrong, Sam? You have to call me brother. I corrected him somewhat seriously. Elder brother? Marks called out these two words awkwardly and shook off my hand. I don't want it. He looked in Sam's direction and recognized the person in front of him as Lin Yuqing. Isn't that Lin Yuqing's mother? Marks, that's Aunt Lin. I know Marks has something against Lin Yuqing. I didn't want them to meet, and Lin Yuqing had no intention of meeting Marks. This time it was completely an accident. I picked up Marks and coaxed him. Let's go back first. No, I want to wait for Sam. After being discharged from the hospital, Marks returned to his former devilish self. He kicked his legs. The child was quite strong, and it really hurt when he kicked someone. Marks, I can't hold you anymore. Then don't hug me. I want to go find Sam. He struggled, and when he saw that I didn't let go, he actually bit my arm. They must be saying bad things about me. Chapter 131, Going to the Amusement Park. Marks struggled to find Sam. He had grown so much recently that I could hardly hold him. Marks, stop messing around. My tone unconsciously became heavier, as I was afraid that Marks's presence would affect Sam's mood. What if he doesn't want to communicate with Yuqing? I breathed a sigh of relief when I felt the person in my arms gradually calm down. After a few minutes, I felt my shoulder getting wet. I looked up and found that Marks's eyes were already soaked with water vapor, and he was biting his lower lip stubbornly. Is this an injustice? This child, why didn't he say a word? Marks, look at Dad. I patted his forehead. It was hard to treat both children equally, especially when Marks was not around. I know that an occasional action of mine might make him misunderstand that his father doesn't love him. No, you just like my brother. So why did you bring me back? Mom is right. You just don't like me. Marks turned his head away stubbornly and refused to look up no matter how I coaxed him. Lin Yuqing brought Sam over. She saw Marks lying on my shoulder motionless. What happened to Marks? She was holding Sam, and I couldn't help but imagine the two of us standing together. We look like a couple. I'm Phoenix. Marks wiped his tears carelessly, and I couldn't tell whether to laugh or cry when I saw him looking up at his face. This kid is quite proud. Sam gently and said, let's take them to the amusement park. Sam said he hasn't been there for a long time. Sam wants to go to the amusement park. I was planning to take them both out today, so I agreed immediately. I'll ask Ma Fei to book the tickets. Marks, who had been nestling in my arms, suddenly stood up and said, I don't want to go with you. I want to go with my mother. Although Marks liked George very much, deep down he still hoped that I could get back together with his mother. When he heard the word mom, I saw Sam's eyes light up, and he seemed to be more excited than him. He didn't say a word, but I could feel what he meant. Annie Lin is free today. Can we go with her? I patted Marks' shoulder, and Lin Yuqing helped me coax Sam. Even if I didn't go, I couldn't leave him here. I don't want it. I just want my mom. Why do I see him every time? Are you getting married? Do you have a new child? Marks, don't talk nonsense. Someone from the company passed by us and heard what Mark said. Funfin looked in our direction. All the work done? Everyone likes to gossip, and I can understand that, but you can't believe everything. Marks, if you don't like Aunt Lin to be with you, Aunt Lin doesn't have to go, but you can't talk nonsense. Shower was still in a good mood. She looked at Marks with the corners of her mouth raised and said in a gentle tone, Aunt Lin knows that it was you who helped find Annie last time. Annie has always wanted to thank you. Marks' defensive expression relaxed a little, and he stared, obviously not believing what Lin Yuqing said. Annie Lin has always been very thankful to you. I didn't expect our Marks to be so capable at such a young age. Children all like compliments. I looked at his obviously raised mouth corners and smiled softly and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I managed to appease this ancestor. Things were getting better here, and I turned around to see Sam with a frown on his face. Oh my God, how could I forget there was another one next to it? Sam, of course, Dad, also. Annie, I want to go play over there. Chapter 132, Going with Mom. Sam hugged Lin Yuqing's neck tightly and turned his head away. I looked at the corners of his mouth that suddenly drooped, feeling a little helpless. Lin Yuqing looked back at me as she walked away, then turned her hands behind her back and motioned for me to follow her. I held my forehead with my hand. It is not easy to be fair. Finally, we decided to take the two children to the amusement park. This is a good way to enhance our relationship. However, although Marx is not that hostile to Lin Yuqing, he still cannot accept me going with her. I just want my mom. I just want my mom. If my mom doesn't go, then I won't go either. Marx pouted and refused to let Lin Yuqing take them no matter what. Ethan, I'm not going. The two children finally reached an agreement, and Lin Yuqing didn't want to ruin their good mood. She handed Sam to me. Asked Ma Fei to pick up Miss Liu. I looked at her with some regret. Once again, I let her suffer for the sake of the child. Just give me a higher salary. Lin Yuqing winked at me, and I smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Maria rushed over, exhausted, with the contract in her hand. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were going to the amusement park? I'm discussing business here. Lou's business has been good recently, so George is still suitable to stay in the entertainment industry. Listen to the latest commercial he tried. That was a clear success. If you tell me, I can still force you to come. I was just being polite, but I didn't expect her to really come. I actually hoped she would refuse. It's all for the children. Do you think I'm doing this for you? Maria was obviously very angry. I looked at her and shook my head, not wanting to say anything more. The amusement park was only half an hour away from the company, but Maria hadn't spoken to the children since she got in the car. Instead, Sam called out Mom. As for Marx, I could clearly see that she was angry with Maria. Maybe it's because she's been busy with business lately and forgot to pay attention to her children. Ma Fei parked the car in front of the entrance to the amusement park. I saw that he was about to call Lu Yuyao, so I raised my hand to stop him. I wonder how long it will take Maria to realize we've arrived. 10 minutes passed, and Marx became impatient. When are we going in? I looked at Sam's face. Although he didn't say anything, he was frowning. I raised my hand and tapped on the seat in front of her. Are you here to play or to work? Maria then raised her head, dissatisfaction in her eyes. I knew my tone wasn't very nice, so I opened the car door and took the two children out. You can leave anytime. No one is forcing you to come. Otherwise, Marx would insist that his mother come over, and I wouldn't call her at all. Maria put away her computer and tidied her hair around her ears in the rearview mirror. Why are you in such a hurry? The amusement park is not going to close. Seeing that she didn't care at all, I suddenly felt fortunate that I didn't give Sam to him. Sam's mental problems would only get worse if he stayed with her. I ignored him and left with the two children. Sam looked back every few steps, afraid that she could not keep up. There are few activities suitable for children in the amusement park. Marx has always been very daring and always rides the pendulum or the roller coaster. Sam was shaking his head beside me, holding me tightly with his little hands. I don't want to go. I'm scared. The two children looked up at me. For the first time, I found it difficult to make a choice. It was even harder than negotiating business. Chapter 133, It's time for you to accompany me. Sam, Daddy has been at home with you. Now it's time for you to be with me. Marx held my legs domineeringly and refused to let go no matter how much I tried to negotiate. Marx, there are people around. Can you please let Dad go first? No. If I let you go, you'll leave with Sam. Marx helplessly. I felt that he seemed to become more and more clingy after he fell ill, especially our relationship, which seemed to progress rapidly all of a sudden. He started to act like a spoiled child with me, and Sam seemed to have turned into Marx. What happened to these two brothers? All of a sudden, they all changed their genders? What do you want to play, Sam? Mommy will take you there. Maria didn't like this kind of dangerous amusement facility very much either. I remember that we seemed to have brought our children here once. At that time, she always brought Sam with her. Instead, Marx and I had more fun. She seemed to have thought of the scene at that time. At that time, George was still developing abroad, and they had not met through their cooperation. A month later, we met again at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. I saw Maria's face was a little embarrassed, probably because she thought about the stupid thing she had done. She looked at me, moved her lips, and began to reminisce. I remember that time. Is there any need for you and me to reminisce about the past? Maria's face suddenly darkened, and she looked at me in disbelief. The children are here. Why are you talking like that? Didn't he say he wanted to pretend? If you don't like it, you can leave. I held out my hand to Sam. Wait for Dad down there, okay? Sam was about to speak when Lu Yuyao grabbed his shoulders and pulled him behind him. I'm right here. Can I take Sam with me? Maria really didn't like me treating her like air. I frowned and looked at her phone, which she had never put away. It's really not that I don't trust her, but she has spoken to the kids only a few times since we got off the bus. I don't know what kind of contract it is, but she didn't even have time to look up. A busy person still has time to look after children. I suspect Marks was in the same state when he was with her. Does she really care about the child? Ethan, don't be unreasonable. Maria felt a little guilty, as she always felt when she was ignored. I watched her put her phone in her pocket and spread her hands. I won't watch it anymore. You can rest assured now. Maria was quite cooperative. At least she didn't ask me to mind my own business like she did before. My eyes fell on Sam, thinking about what Lin Yuqing had said before. It would be a good opportunity to let them interact more. Sam, do you want to join Daddy or wait down there with Mom? I'm not going. Sam looked back at Maria as he spoke. I gave her a look, but I was still worried. Can Maria really take care of the child? Sam looked at me and waved, and Mark started to urge me. Dad, let's hurry up. We'll have to line up again soon. I don't have time to look after two people, so I can only pray that Maria can be more reliable. In the waiting area below the pendulum, Maria looked at the little hand she was holding and asked him tentatively, What do you want to play, Sam? Mommy will go with you. She hadn't been with Sam for too long and didn't know what attitude she should have towards him. Is Mom going to work? It's okay. Mom will stay with Sam first. No. Sam shook his head. Work is important. Chapter 134, Why Don't You Come See Me? Sam was as obedient as a robot. Maria frowned. She felt that Sam seemed to have no emotions. Sam, my work is not that important. Tell me what you want to do. It seems like we haven't seen each other for a long time, right? Do you have anything to say to me? Maria patted his head gently, hoping that this action would bring them closer. Who knew that Sam just raised his head and looked at her with cold eyes? She was very familiar with this look. When she had just divorced Ethan, he often looked at her with this look. Sam. Maria suddenly felt a little scared. She was afraid that Sam would no longer recognize her as his mother. Lin Yuqing suddenly appeared in her mind. Maria took a deep breath and asked her tentatively, Sam, do you not want to be with your mother? Do you want Aunt Yuqing? Sam looked at Maria blankly, and after a while he answered her, Auntie Lin is fine, but she is at work. He lowered his head, clasped his hands together, and seemed to be hesitant to say something. Thumb. Maria turned him around and forced him to look at her. You must tell Mom if you have anything to say, okay? There is nothing we can't talk about. Maria was now anxious. She was afraid that she would really lose her son. On the pendulum, I held Marks tightly and looked at the two people below, facing each other, talking about something. Given Maria's personality, she wouldn't brainwash Sam and tell him how good George is. Does she have to do this? I could only prepare for the worst and look sideways at Marks. Shall we go down and rest for a while after we finish playing? A large pendulum completely aroused Marks as playfulness. No, I want to play something else. The amusement park is so big that they may not be able to finish visiting it in one day. I was worried about Sam, but I didn't want Marks to think that my brother was the only person in my heart. I didn't know what to do for a moment. Maria refused to give up and kept testing Sam's intentions. Sam, tell me what you think. When she gets anxious, she raises the pitch of her voice and sounds like she's angry. Sam thought she was scolding him and shuddered. Maria looked at his frightened expression with helplessness. Sam, Mom is not blaming you. Mom just wants to ask you what you think. Mom is worried about you. After a long time, Sam finally spoke. Don't you like me? Even though his father told him that his mother liked both of them, he didn't feel that at all. Why do you say that? Maria recalled what she had said before. There shouldn't be any sentence that Sam misunderstood. Did Daddy tell you something? All she could think about was what Ethan had said to him. You think I'm you? There was a sneer behind me. Ethan and the others had already put down the pendulum. Mom, why would Dad say such bad things about you? Marks couldn't help but speak up for Ethan. I put down the bottle, a little surprised. Marks actually spoke up for me. Is this a blessing in disguise? Maria's face immediately fell, just as I expected. What do you know as child? Don't talk nonsense. Maria probably didn't expect that I would hear her speculating about me behind my back, and it was embarrassing. Then why don't you ever look at me? Chapter 135. Children are not as important as work. I was about to blame her for getting mad at the kid when I heard Sam timidly ask about Maria. I instantly guessed what the two of them had just talked about. Maria feels that Sam is not close to her and is scared. Do you think I was talking bad about her behind her back? Maria, are you thinking too easily? You don't look after your child, don't ask about your child, don't even call him, and now you feel that your child is not close to you And you were worried? Do you really think the whole world revolves around you? Ah, I felt sick to my stomach watching Maria speechless. If you want everything, be careful not to get anything. After leaving these words, I turned and left. I held Sam's hand and could feel him shaking. I selfishly didn't want Sam to hear Maria's answer. I know she can't say anything to make people happy. Apart from being busy with work and having no time, does she have any other reasons? As for whether she is busy or not, everyone knows it very well. Sam's hand down in a shady place and let the two brothers stand together. Mars was obviously not used to it and tugged at his clothes uncomfortably. Dad, why did you bring us here? I still want to go play. Play for a while. I have something to tell you. My sudden serious tone successfully shocked the two children, and I looked at Marx pouting to express his dissatisfaction. Remember, without your parents, you're the closest people to each other. I don't want to see you two have conflicts because of your parents, understand? What the relationship between Maria and I is like, they must be fine. Sam nodded first, as if making a solemn promise. I understand. I will love my brother well. The serious look of children is so cute, and I feel all the tiredness in my body disappears. My eyes fell on Mark's face. What about you? Who wants to be with him? Let me be nice. If you don't make me happy, I won't take you out to play. Marx puffed his lips in anger. Are you cheating? Will you tell me? I tapped the tip of his nose gently, and the child's nose bridge had grown out, making him a handsome little boy. Marx was stubborn at first and refused to give in, but when he realized that I was telling the truth, he tilted his head and snorted. Got it. I couldn't help but laugh. I knew Marx would never give in. If he really saw Sam being bullied, he would definitely be the first one to rush to help. While I was trying to calm the two children down, Maria came over. Sam, Mommy wants to talk to you, okay? Want to cram at the last minute. Can't I see what she's thinking? Maria felt a little guilty. Is there anything wrong with me talking to my son? No, but I don't intend for my son to have any contact with you. Arguing in an amusement park is not a good thing. I heard the sound of taking pictures, but I was too lazy to care at this time. I see you've been working just now. Maria's face turned pale in an instant. What was Sam doing when I was comforting her just now? She was doing a video conference behind me, and she thought she was far away from me. So I didn't know it, because her voice was low. After living with her for so many years, I understand her better than anyone else. The company had an urgent matter. I just helped to take a look. I think you should go back. Your heart is not here. The child is not as important as your work. I crossed my arms and looked at her leisurely. The two children's expectations of her were obviously not as high as they had been at the beginning, and Marx was even a little dissatisfied. Chapter 136, I am not George. Didn't you ask me to stay with the child? Maria felt a little embarrassed. As the president of Lu Corporation, when had she ever been criticized like this? I thought you could stay with the kids. She actually wants to get angry with me? I held the hands of the two children and said, Maria, I am not George. I don't need to support you. I had argued with her before about the child's education, and it was even more impossible for me to give in now. If you were really too busy to take care of the child, just leave the child to me. I'm not as busy as she is. Maria's brows were furrowed so tightly that they were almost joined together. She grabbed Sam's hand and held him in her arms. I won't. I hope you'll keep your promise. I looked at Sam with a well-behaved face and felt a little lost. These days, his relationship with me seems to have reached freezing point, and he becomes very dependent on this mother whom he rarely sees. But no matter how disappointed I am, what I hope most is that Sam's psychological pressure can be relieved. Let's go play over there. Marx urged me hurriedly. I looked at Sam, gave him a few instructions, and took Marx somewhere else. Even when I left, I would look back in their direction from time to time. Perhaps because she was too embarrassed to bear the blame after I scolded her, Maria actually put away her phone. Mom won't abandon him. I heard a hint of displeasure in his voice. Are you jealous of your brother? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Kids really like to compare with each other. You stay with him every day. Now that you've finally brought us out together, you should stay with me. I stay with my mother every day, so she should stay with Sam. I saw that Marx was still unwilling to call Sam brother, so I squatted down and tried to remind him. Just as I was about to speak, Marx's little hand covered my mouth. I won't call him brother. He was just born a few seconds earlier than me. Marx speaks in a very logical way, and I don't know who he learned this from. I looked at him and raised his head, not insisting, whatever you want. When they're in their freshman year, they will naturally understand the meaning of family. Maria's situation is pretty good. At least she wasn't looking at her phone. I was concentrating on accompanying Marx, and was moving further and further away from them. Sam, have you seen Dad? Maria received an urgent call, and she had to hold a video conference temporarily. It seems like I went over to play with Marks. Sam looked at her solemn expression and tightly pursed lips, and guess what she was going to do? Mom, are you anxious? This meeting is more important. She had been planning to cancel it, but George hadn't been able to get through to the people over there. This is related to whether their brand can be successfully listed. Mom, go make the call. I'll be here with you. No, there are too many people here. Maria didn't have much experience in taking care of children. She was still worried about leaving Sam here alone. Then is it inconvenient for you to hold a meeting here, Mom? Since it is an important meeting, we must find a quiet place. Maria pointed to a corner nearby and said, Mom will be there in a minute. She grabbed Sam's hand and looked for Ethan. Why aren't you answering the phone? Hadn't he been watching him the whole time? Was he relieved now? Mom, go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Chapter 137, Sam helps his father find the location. Maria looked a little guilty as she listened to Sam's words. She sighed and hung up the video call that had just come in. Sam, you don't have to be so sensible. Ethan was not there, and Sam did not make any requests. He seemed to treat himself as a stranger. She didn't cry or make a fuss and didn't want to eat. She even asked me to go to a meeting and wait here alone. Sam, Mom. Maria could finish her words. The video call came in again. She was a little annoyed, and just as she was about to hang up, Sam's little hand grabbed her wrist. Mom, I'm fine. Sam pointed to the spot Maria had just chosen, and then pointed to their current position. Sam saves a spot for brother and dad. You go, Mom. Maria was still hesitating, but Sam, quick-witted, had already pressed the answer button for her. Maria said to the person on the other end in English, Wait a moment. Sam with a guilty look on her face. Mom will be here soon. Wait here. Don't leave. Sam as she walked, turning back every few steps. Sam waved at her sensibly, searching for Ethan and Marks. Where's Dad? They must have gone somewhere else to play. Sam's eyes searched around. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure in the crowd, and he followed him, completely forgetting what Maria had told him. Maria returned to her previous location after the video conference, but no one was there. Sam? Maria's forehead was covered with sweat, and she felt like her heart was about to jump out. Seeing her almost going crazy, people around her kindly asked her, Are you looking for your child? Have you seen the kid sitting here? About this tall. Maria grabbed a person sitting next to her and asked him questions. She didn't know what she said. She just saw the person shaking his head. I just saw him leave with someone. People? Maria then remembered Ethan, thinking that maybe Ethan had taken the person away. She called Ethan with a glimmer of hope. The call was quickly connected, and Mark's laughter came from the phone. Maria's heart suddenly froze. She grabbed the receiver with both hands and couldn't utter a word. What's up? I waited a while, but still didn't get a response from Maria, so I thought she had called the wrong number. And I was afraid that she had something urgent to say. Speak. I gradually became impatient. There were too many people here, and it was a bit noisy. After about a minute, Maria's hoarse voice came from the other side. Why didn't you answer the phone just now? Her voice was trembling, and she sounded like she was crying. You called me. I looked at my phone and found more than a dozen missed calls. I felt something was wrong, so I pulled Marks, who was still unsatisfied, to a deserted corner. What the hell is going on? Talking. My voice suddenly became serious, and Maria finally came to her senses. She had just been thinking about where Sam might be, but she never took Sam anywhere to play. Where else can he go? Sam, didn't Sam come see you? Isn't he with you? I immediately felt something was wrong after I said this, and I asked her tremblingly, Sam is missing? Maria didn't say anything. I almost guessed why she was crying. Is he missing? When did he disappear? Why didn't you keep an eye on him? The hostility emanating from me scared Marks, and I felt him trembling beside me. Where are you now? Chapter 138, Sam is missing. I didn't care how heavy my tone was or how many people were looking at me. I hung up the phone and called Ma Fei first. Come to the playground immediately. Sam is missing. Ma Fei didn't say a word. I saw Maria and finally couldn't help but get angry. How can you be a mother? Sam is so young and you let him wait for you here alone? This meeting is that important. Can't you wait until I come back before the meeting? Marks, who had just been clamoring to go out and play, also realized the seriousness of the matter. I felt him shrink his shoulders and slowly pull his hand away. What are you doing? If you don't hold on to me, do you want to get lost too? I was so angry that I forgot for a moment that Marks was only a 9-year-old child, completely forgetting that he is innocent now. Marks's lips trembled and his face turned red, and he was obviously frightened by what I said. He sniffed, trying to hold back the tears that were welling up in his eyes. Dad, I'm sorry. It was the first time he called me Dad so obediently. Even though he was sick, there was a hint of stubbornness in his voice. Maria frowned beside him and couldn't help but say, "What are you talking about, Marks? He's just a child." "You also know it's a child?" Nearly half an hour had passed since Sam disappeared. I felt extremely guilty. Thinking of him running around alone in the playground, I wanted to kick everyone there out. I knew that my eyes were extremely gloomy, and I had no intention of restraining them. "Maria, listen carefully. I don't care what position Sam holds in your heart. He's my life. If anything happens to him, I will never let you go." I handed Marks to him and walked away. "Ethan," I heard Maria's voice tremble so much and I could feel her pain. "But what's the point of this?" Sam. I felt the clothes on my body sticking tightly to my skin. A gust of wind not only did not reduce the sticky feeling, but made the clothes and skin stick even tighter. "Sam, you must not get into any trouble. Wait for Daddy. Daddy will find you soon." When Ma Fei called, I thought he had found Child. "Where?" "Boss Jiang, let's bring some people here, but there are too many people in the amusement park, and it's difficult for us to find them. Go find the person in charge of the amusement park right now and ask him to expel all the tourists. I will be responsible for their losses." Ma Fei hung up the phone immediately without saying a word. I looked at the hung-up phone and seemed to hear Lin Yuqing's voice. I shook my head. Now is not the time for things like this. After searching for nearly an hour, I almost fainted. The playground is so big that the sun can almost melt people. Sam is so young. He definitely can't stand such torture. The horns in the amusement park were blaring all the time, and if Sam was still here, there was no way he wouldn't have heard it. I prepared myself for the worst. There was a good chance that he had been taken away. If that was the case, I punched the wall and bright red blood was left in between. Damn it. How can I let Maria watch the baby? I am absolutely crazy. "Ethan, what are you doing?" A familiar voice came from behind me, and I saw Lin Yuqing walking towards me with a cold face. "Why are you here?" I heard Ma Fei say Sam was missing, so I wanted to come with them to look for him. Lin Yuqing took out a silk scarf from her pocket and pressed it against my wound. "Don't worry. Sam is so young. He can't walk too far. We will definitely find him." Chapter 139. Severe Headache. I know Lin Yuqing is comforting me, but it's better than having no clues at all. I didn't have time to wait for her to bandage my wound, and turned to leave, but was stopped by Lin Yuqing. "You must not hurt yourself. Sam is still waiting for you. He won't be able to bear it if he sees you like this." I nodded at the last sentence. I was too impatient just now. I won't do that again. I can't add any more psychological burden to Sam. Lin Yuqing is right. Doing this will only make Sam more worried. "But Sam, where are you?" I imagined where Sam might have gone, and as I watched the number of people in the amusement park decrease, my heart grew heavier. Sam kidnapped or knocked unconscious. Whatever the reason, he should still be in this playground, if he isn't here. If he wasn't here. I bit my lips to force myself to wake up. I ran too fast just now, and I have a terrible headache. I leaned against the wall and forced myself to calm down, biting my lower lip. I can even taste a little blood. "Sam." I heard the sounds I made getting weaker and weaker. This feeling was so familiar. It was the same feeling I had when I fainted before. No, I absolutely cannot fall down here. I must find Sam. Lin Yuqing and Ethan separated. They walked in opposite directions. They tried every possible method. All the people in the amusement park were dispersed, and the loudspeakers in the amusement park kept blaring. Sam hasn't shown up yet, which means he must be in a very dangerous situation. Either he got lost and couldn't find the location we told him to be, or he was kidnapped. The young master of the Jiang family is worth hundreds of millions. If we catch him, we won't have to worry about the rest of our lives. Lin Yuqing didn't want it to be the latter possibility and was sweating profusely in anxiety. Sam. She found the amusement park staff and asked where the back door was. If Sam was really taken away by someone, that person must have taken it through the back door. There was no way he could walk out the front door. After learning the destination, Lin Yuqing immediately rushed there, hoping that she could be faster than him. It took her only 5 minutes to reach the destination, which was a journey of more than 10 minutes. As she reached the door, she saw a man in security uniform standing stealthily against the wall, holding something in his hand. Judging from the shape of that thing, it looks very much like a child. "Stop!" Lin Yuqing shouted loudly and ran towards him. The man looked back and immediately ran forward. Lin Yuqing chased after him while shouting, "Stop right there, Ethan Ma Fei, the child is here." She didn't care about anything else, and picked up her bag and called. Although the shot missed, it still gave the man a fright. Lin Yuqing took this opportunity to chase after him, but the man couldn't get away with the child. He pulled a dagger out of his pocket. "Don't come over here." He was wearing a mask and a hat, so Lin Yuqing couldn't see his face. "Put the child down. We have something to talk about." "Bullshit. Put it down. Can you still talk to me properly?" Lin Yuqing couldn't see the appearance of the child in his arms, but her intuition told her that this person must be Sam. She took a deep breath and tried to make peace with the person in front of her. "Is that Sam you're holding? How long have you been with him?" The fact that this person chose to arrest someone at this time means that he has been lurking there. It certainly wasn't the first time I followed them. Chapter 140. Don't mind your own business. The man frowned fiercely, looking at Lin Yuqing with a hint of displeasure. "I warn you, don't meddle in other people's business. Mr. Jiang has plenty of money. What's wrong with giving me some?" As he said this, he placed the dagger on the child's neck. The person in his arms didn't react at all, like a dummy. She must have been knocked unconscious by him in some way. "Take off the child's clothes first. The sun is so strong that he will get heat stroke." Lin Yuqing said this simply because she wanted to see whether the person under the clothes was Sam. If not, she could only wait for the police to arrive before looking for him. Why come to an amusement park when you are so delicate? Just stay at home and be a young master. The man spoke with vicious hatred, and it was obvious that he hated the rich very much, especially a kid like Sam. Lin Yuqing frowned. From what he said, the person in his arms must be Sam. "Put the child down. How much money do you want? Tell me anything you have to hide. I can help you solve it. Please don't hurt the child." The man still stubbornly kept the dagger on the clothes covering Sam. Lin Yuqing took a deep breath, fearing that he would stab the knife into Sam's body without paying attention. "Sam? Where's Sam?" Hearing the voice behind her, Lin Yuqing seemed to have seen a life-saving straw. I watched her wave at me and almost instantly saw the person standing in front of her. The man had a knife in his hand. I forced myself to run over, feeling like I was going to faint on the ground. "Who are you?" "Put the child down." This man's eyes were filled with hatred. I don't remember having such an enemy. Back off, back off." One step closer to Sam. I was sweating all over and my voice was trembling. "Don't get excited. Let's step back now. Let's all step back." I pulled Lin Yuqing's hand and backed away. I stared at the person in his arms and said, "Don't you have children? How would you feel if you saw your child being controlled by someone like this?" I noticed that Sam didn't react at all, so I knew he had been knocked unconscious. I don't know how much medicine this person prepared. It must be a lot. Sam was so young, and he inhaled so much mystery drug. I felt like all the blood in my body was flowing backwards. "Whatever you want, I can give you." Hearing this, the man's expression relaxed a little. "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course, I don't want anything but the child. I want 10 million. I'll give you 50 million as long as you return the child to me." Nothing could compare to Sam's life. If he wants my company now, I can give it to him, but I'm afraid he doesn't have the courage to do it. The man was obviously stunned. 50 million? I looked at him and nodded. "Yes, 50 million is enough for you to live for several lifetimes. You just need to return the child to me." Afraid that he wouldn't believe me, I raised my hands and said, "Don't worry, I won't call the police. I just want my child's life." People like them are so brave that they would dare to blackmail you and make you die. But when they heard me saying that I would not call the police, their tense bodies relaxed a lot. "What if you call the police at this time? Are you trying to trick me? My child's life is in your hands. How could I possibly call the police afterwards? Not only that, I will also delete all the surveillance footage of this amusement park so that no one will know you were here. Will you be satisfied with that?" Chapter 141. I'll give you everything. I tried to awaken his conscience. "He looks about my age and should be a man with children. I don't know how old you are. You must have a child. Think about your child and give him back to me." I watched his frown slowly relax and the corners of his mouth twitch and continued to lobby him. "I'll ask my assistant to prepare the money now. Put the knife down first." "You want me to put down the knife? Then you can catch me." I looked at his eyes, which became excited again, and wanted to slap myself. Lin Yuqing had been standing beside me, looking at his excited expression, and slowly said, "We can also be your hostages. You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't hurt the child." I glanced at Lin Yuqing. Her brows were furrowed, and she looked even more nervous than Maria, the mother. "I'll prepare a car for you." I looked at him and tried to meet all his requests. "You can get in the car and leave later." Hearing what I said, the man moved the knife that was pointing at Sam's body away. "Hurry up. Right away. I'll prepare it for you right away." He finally let his guard down. Ma Fei was also very quick and withdrew the money from the bank in less than 20 minutes. This is enough for you to live on. Open it and show it to me. I opened the box as he requested and saw his eyes shining and his face becoming increasingly uglier. I'll give you the money, and you return the child to me. I walked towards him with the money in my hand, but he stopped me. Let her come. His eyes fell on Lin Yuqing. She is a woman. Let this woman come. This guy is very smart. He knows he can't beat me, so he just lets Lin Yuqing send me over. Change someone else. I look back for Maria. Lin Yuqing is just a friend of mine. There is no need for him to take this risk for me. Ma Fei, call Maria over. This should be done by the child's mother. I'll go. Lin Yuqing snatched the box from my hands and walked towards him. I held her hand and said, "This has nothing to do with you. It's too late." The man's face became more and more impatient. Lin Yuqing was right. He didn't have that much patience to wait for us. Be careful. I looked at Lin Yuqing. She was very smart, and there was no need for me to worry. Rest assured, she walked towards the man. Every time she took a step forward, that person would take a step back until the distance between Lin Yuqing and us widened. The car that Ma Fei had prepared was parked next to him. He took a look at the sports car and motioned Lin Yuqing to put the money in the car. You'd better not play tricks. If I find out you have other intentions, I won't let you go. Lin Yuqing looked at the child and swallowed. How else can I play tricks? There was at least 20 meters between Lin Yuqing and me. This person is obviously afraid that we will rush over. Anyone who can carry out a kidnapping in an amusement park is very smart. He had been planning to choose my child for at least a month. Go quickly. I could just barely hear them. Watching Lin Yuqing walking towards the man, I felt uneasy. She put the bag of money into the car and spread her hands. Can you give me the baby now? Sam, who had not responded at all, with a serious expression. Get in the car. Lin Yuqing and I were both stunned. This guy wanted to exchange hostages? Did you hear me? I told you to get in the car. Etc. Chapter 142, Hostage Exchange. I subconsciously took 2 steps forward, and the man immediately pointed the knife at Sam. Ethan, don't come over here. Lin Yuqing looked at me and shouted, and I watched her walk toward the car. You let her go. She has nothing to do with this child. I'll go. I clenched my fists on both sides of my pants, and the anger almost burned my whole body. Do you think I'm stupid? If I let you come here, will I still be able to survive? The man pointed the knife at Lin Yuqing and slowly relaxed his guard. He walked in front of Lin Yuqing, and the knife was less than 2 centimeters away from the tip of Lin Yuqing's nose. My heart was heavy with sorrow, and I took a deep breath. Don't be impulsive. My tone gradually cooled, and my voice became more indifferent. Boss Jiang, I don't want this to happen either. I'm just trying to protect myself. He knows who I am and calls me by my name so easily. Could he really be my enemy? Lin Yuqing glanced at me, and I shook my head at her. This matter should not be borne by him. The person on the other end was still urging. Did you hear me? I told you to get in the car. For Sam's safety, Lin Yuqing opened the car door. Sam, go right. Stop talking nonsense and get in the car. The man was urging me to get in a hurry. Lin Yuqing waved in my direction and sat in the passenger seat as he instructed. Damn it, I couldn't help but curse. Maria was standing not far away, watching this scene with a panicked look in her eyes. The man saw Lin Yuqing get in the car and put the child next to the wheel. Sam's clothes fell off, revealing his sleeping face. Thumb. Lin Yuqing saw him walking towards the driver's seat, opened the door, and was about to pick up the child, but was pulled back by the man. Let me go. Sam in his arms. Lin Yuqing had nothing to fear. She struggled hard, and I ran over and caught up with her in just 3 or 2 minutes. He started the car and drove towards me. I put my hands on the front of the car, and he drove me backwards for more than 10 meters. I could feel my knee twisted and the man's eyes widened, obviously not expecting me to block the front of the car. From the corner of my eye, I saw Sam being picked up by Ma Fei. I gave Lin Yuqing a wink, and she immediately understood and tried to grab the man's steering wheel. As the car drove to the side, I grabbed the open window, grabbed his collar with one hand, and pulled him outside. Pressed the brakes. The car that Ma Fei prepared for him was a broken car with tampered accelerator. Lin Yuqing stretched out one leg and squeezed into the passenger seat. I grabbed the door, and my feet slipped on the ground. I seemed to have touched a steel bar, and my instep hurt a lot. I didn't care about anything else. With no one at the steering wheel, the car crashed into the wall. I was stuck in the middle and was about to be hit when Lin Yuqing finally stepped on the brakes. The throttle is not sensitive, and the brakes are naturally not much better. I heard Mark's yell, Dad. Maria's voice rang in my ears. Ethan. I took one last look at Lin Yuqing and fainted before the car stopped. Lin Yuqing pulled the handbrake at the moment the front of the car collided with the wall. But I still inevitably got loaded between the front of the car and the wall. Plus, I was exhausted when I was looking for Sam and could faint at any time, so I had no strength left. Half of his body was lying on the hood. The passenger seat wasn't much better. I held his collar, and he was in a state of half suffocation. Before I fainted, I glanced at Lin Yuqing and was relieved to see that she was fine. Chapter 143. Waking up in the hospital. When I woke up again, I was in the hospital. The pungent smell of disinfectant made me feel like I was about to be soaked in alcohol. I looked up and saw my parents, who looked like they had aged a dozen years. "Why are you here?"